Except for the fact I can't breathe right now from walking up the stairs.
Dude, that is so many stairs.
It's like
10 We're only steps. Carrying one cold snack.
Yeah, well, there's also the other 10 years of things in my belly that won't go away. So, I'm just fat, bro.
I'm like right there with you, man.
Can't be eating.
We all got the chunky on. This dad bods, man.
Y'all got some talk. We're live.
Oh, we're live?
We're live.
Biscuits.
All right, guys. So what do y'all do, Willies or some shit?
It's, I think it's happening. Yeah.
A little burnout here and there.
Skids and flurries and...
Yeah, I propped my bike up without a kickstand.
That's pretty rad, dude. How do you, I haven't had a podcast with stunt riders in a long time, so I got to get my headspace back into the stunt world. So,
You're there.
dude, me and Jaden were doing these like recap podcasts, and we talked about that one, the first one we did back at your house a long time ago, where Millhouse was sleeping on the couch and I didn't even know about it. And
taking secretive pictures.
It was like we talked about certain things, but there's so much. I mean, obviously, I think I'm a little bit better at this now than I was in the first year I ever did it. But I mean, with your stunt tour, with the shop, and just I think we talked a lot about your your come up in stunt riding.
Yeah.
Not so much like I wanted to know how and why and when you decided to really make it a professional thing like it is. You know what I'm saying? Like the way the Busted Knuckle stunt tour got formed, got created, got off the ground, started traveling. Like, how did you go from being a guy in a lot to a guy that's, booking shows and putting together a team? You know what I'm saying?
Man, honestly, back then, things were simpler. You didn't have all the social media and everything that we have going on now, aside maybe it's MySpace. But
what year was this?
I don't know. Long time ago.
Before apps were on phones?
Like 22 years ago or something stupid.
Was it before Angry Birds?
What? I don't even know what Angry Birds is now, barely. I saw it at Walmart.
MySpace profile song was.
Yeah, that'd be rad.
It's probably like
Big booty hose.
It's probably like Mother from Danzig or something.
Come, my lady, come, my lady.
Damn, you got me thinking now. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I think mine was Breaking Benjamin.
I had Rage Against the Machine for a long time.
I'm pretty sure.
The Breaking Benjamin. No. So since I was little, I've always liked entrepreneurship. Like I like trying to sell stuff. I like all that. So business aspect, I've always either sold candy at school. I mean, when I was young, or just something. And it kind of naturally turned into a business from there. I like designing stuff. It's artistic, designing T-shirts. Started doing T-shirts even before we were even good at writing. I started the clothing thing first. This is back when it was called PCP Extreme.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So from there, it kind of just evolved. The more years go by, the more interactions you have, the more shows you have, the more you learn to take your money up front.
Yeah.
Not after the event. Worst idea ever.
Yeah.
I learned that lesson once and then instantly changed. I saw some motocross guys we were doing show with, and they ended up having to take baseball bats to the promoter. I luckily went and got my money and got out of there. And I was like, this is the last time I'm doing something like that. Yeah. So changed, everything kind of progressed. And I worked at Harley in Little Rock for 8 years and doing the stunt riding at the same time. And it got to a point where I was doing so many shows, like 30-something shows a year, and holding a full-time sales job.
Yeah.
Somehow in the mix, I don't even know how I did that now. And there was a point where I was like, I was doing really good at sales at Harley. I was doing really good with the stunt tour. And I was like, man, I'm not giving this 100. I'm not giving this 100. I was like, I got to pick one and see kind of where this goes. Obviously, it's going to be the stunt riding.
Yeah.
I mean, at that
That's
point,
your business, too. Yeah.
So I quit my job full force. And that was when I quit the job and went full force, period, was it was about 7 years ago.
Pull the mic up to you. There you go.
8 years ago. I thought I was going to be the one closest to the mic. This is weird.
That's all good. Hey, can you hit the AC on? Just hit the switch on. It should be fine. I'm already getting toasty over here. I don't know if it's
So-
the beer or why, but I'm fucking feeling it, dude. Anyway,
Fat, man.
Just throwing the heat out.
so well, you know, to back up a little bit, how did you even know that you could pull together a stunt tour? You know what I'm saying? Like,
So it's,
were you already doing local shows? to
So
where you
yeah,
kind
we
of
started doing some small local shows. One of the fairs, one of the big car shows, school shows. I did a lot of like Red Ribbon Week shows.
Mm-hmm.
Really messed up looking back on it now, but we were all jokesters. We're all like, you know, just hooligan kids doing stunt riding. Even when we're making it a business, we're still hooligans back then. So I was sponsored by a strip club. I had a helmet full of cartoon hustler porn, and I'm doing Red Ribbon Week shows at schools.
Yeah.
With this,
Like, stay off drugs, kids.
yeah. So I'm
And your
doing these
tour
shows
is called PCP. What?
Yeah, and it was PCP. So that was kind of weird looking back on it. But at the time, I thought we were doing a great thing and helping kids and hanging out.
when
Sponsored by
Arkansas
strip
club.
started a business.
I literally have a picture of the principal and a kid at school holding my porn helmet. There's a full-size pussy on the back of the helmet. And they're just holding it there posing, and I think it even got maybe put in the paper or something. It was like
Yeah.
something ridiculous back then. I don't know, man.
So you were doing that, and basically, you had local success, and then
Yeah.
working in the dealership, you kind of understood how the dealership model worked as
Yeah.
far as creating shows there. So did that just kind of help you pitch it easier to other shows or other dealerships across the country, or?
So yeah, so I was doing, originally in the first podcast, I was doing sport bike stunt riding
Yeah.
for the first years. So with that, I was doing a show back home for this big bike show that used to be in Little Rock, and one of the local car dealership guys had bought the Harley store, and he was wanting to promote the Harley store, and he saw my show, and he was like, this is when Harley had Buell still. And he was
Yeah.
like, hey, I would really like to promote Buell. I need a sales guy. Da-da-da. Would you be interested in stunt riding a Buell? And I was like, sure. Never rode one. Yeah, let's check this out. Free motorcycle? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And a job? Let's do this. And I'm in the motorcycle industry? I'm down. So get this Buell. Absolutely hated it, man. It was the worst thing ever to ride.
Was it? I mean, you would think. I mean, a Sportster motor. Essentially, you would think it was like fit for that, but was the center of gravity just off, or what was it?
So when I was riding sport bikes, I liked riding stock gearing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I just liked the more of working the throttle, working the bike versus the big gearing. So on the Buell, I kind of put that to mind, just keep it the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Worst idea ever. Like it was, when you give it a little bit of throttle, it was like a freaking nitrous bottle, turbo. It would just take off. And I was like, and I kept breaking it. I did a show for Buell Corporate and destroyed the bike in the first 10 seconds of riding it. Finished it on my Kawasaki.
yeah,
You know, and then later on, they came back in the town for me to do a show for them. Destroy the bike, first 10 seconds, finish it on a Kawasaki.
Mm-hmm.
Really embarrassing, whatever, it happened. Go back, go working, and then as Buell started to go out of business, you know, they were like, do you want to jump on a Harley? And I was like, yeah, actually, I want to jump on a Harley first. Point. You know, I thought that would be a little bit cooler. Some friends let me ride theirs that were already stunt riding, Ill Conduct back in the day. And Harley gave me one, and the local dealership Harley gave me one, and fixed that up, started riding, and that's within that job, learning the Harley culture and the dealership and events like that. Then I started booking more shows Harley related.
Yeah.
It was a whole different ballgame. It's a whole nother story, you know. Metric dealerships aren't hiring as much as that type of entertainment. They don't like to spend money because they only make a couple $100 on some of their units. I mean,
Yeah.
they can't spend thousands of dollars for somebody to come in.
The metric bikes had a really, really tough run at it from like 06 to, I lost track of it, but they were having hard times where some of the bikes, they wouldn't even make a new model. Remember how they used to do every 2 years before they do like a real model change? Fuck, they didn't do like a 1000 for a while on the Gixxers. You know what I mean? They just did like a year or two off of it at one point, I believe.
Yeah, there was some weirdness going on, especially after I think it was the tsunami in Japan when it just cut down a lot of production over there. I think that was 2011. But yeah, it changed. I mean, for me, it changed. I went to Harley in 2008. So however many years, that 14 years now, 15 years or so.
Yeah.
Not to
15.
take away the sport bike days. I mean, absolutely loved it. Made tons of memories. Traveled the United States, and but the Harley's more me at soul.
Yeah. So 2008, and you're doing it on a Sportster now. You finally, so
Yeah.
that had a more. easier time to kind of figure all that stuff. Why do you think it took so long for the rest of the sport bike culture to come over to the Harley side? Because I know that Jason Pullen was doing stuff, and then obviously you, and it just seems so weird that it took Unknown to be doing it, doing wheelies down the highway for it to really kind of stick into, I guess, the other stunt cultures.
I think that's more in the social media world.
Okay.
I mean, California's got it's a large population base and a large scene motorcycle cultural base there. So, I mean, I'll give some credit there. I mean, I think that's definitely a reason why some things kind of took off in different places. I mean, Jason was very, very, very popular on the West Coast, but towards the East, I mean, unless you were in this culture or in motorcycle stunt riding or whatever, you didn't know Jason.
Yeah.
Unless you were watching something to do with, Sturgis on National Geographic or something, and he popped up on there. Before, I mean, that's the only way you knew. And there was other guys. You had Ill Conduct. My memory, it's Ill Conduct, Bubba Blackwell, Jason Pullen. And then on this side of the country, I think it just kind of slowly, very slowly morphed when that stuff, the social media started blowing up. It just kind of morphed from there.
Do you think, kind of jumping ahead real quick, do you think guys now, like, are learning to do the stunt stuff solely on Harleys, like never even really doing sport bike shit coming into it versus because the shit really changed when the experienced sport bike stunt riders came into Harley. You know what I mean? Like, it only took a one lot session for dudes to kind of get it dialed in, and next thing you know, they elevated the stunt game in Harleys like that. I mean, obviously you've been doing a lot of shit for a long time, but I remember the whole keep the handbrakes off movement, and I know that you're a handbrake guy and all that shit. So, but you put on a show that's different than like all these other guys.
Well, I tell you this, the handbrake that's the same nonsense that if you ride a Sportster, you ride a bagger. I mean, everybody's different. Everybody has their own taste. Everybody, But the sport bike, put me back on track. I'm getting high and drunk.
I feel like in the Sportster, or in the sport bike world, they dealt with the same situation of handbrake and foot brake.
Yeah.
But at that time, publicity wasn't there. So I think that's why you kind of see and hear about it more, and there's more chit chatter.
Versus
because I met Tony in 2005, 2006, and that's when I first started dabbling into stunt riding on sport bikes. And even at that time in Arkansas, there was that chit chatter going on. We were one group in our town, but it was kind of split up between handbrake riders and foot brake riders. We all rode together, but we gave each other shit. But would we have MySpace? Nobody really ever hears about it. So I think it's something that's always been there in the motorcycle culture. It's just now there's more ways for people to hear and talk and see and have their own opinions on what they view.
Well, the truth of the matter is sport bike days, no handbrake. There were some sick stunts, and back then the stunts brought everybody to view because it was just rad. It looked dangerous. They were doing scrapes, they were doing burnouts, they were doing silly tricks, laying on the side of the bike, standing on the bike. Handbrakes come into the equation, everything changes. There is a whole nother list of tricks. So you're not watching the same 4 tricks. There's a whole nother ball game. So if you're content with the same 4 tricks and rocking them out, cool. If you want to step the game up and do a whole bunch more, you're going to do that. And I think the difference in 2 different types of people that have went from sport bike to Harley is going to be the guys that are watching social media. It doesn't matter if they like Harley or they like the style or the heritage. They don't care. That's something new they're going to get recognized for. Then you're going to have some other guys, maybe some old school sport bike stunt rider guys that some of them have been crazy reluctant, more reluctant than I thought they would be, but some of them are trying it, and it's just a whole new game. It's something new to learn. Maybe they have mastered, and mastering is going to be a different definition for everybody, but maybe they mastered what they wanted to do on a sport bike. And maybe the Harley's the new thing. Maybe they're getting older, and maybe that's more their style. Everybody changes.
For sure.
Nobody's been punk rock their whole life. Some people may have out of the womb, but everybody has different styles down the road. Everybody changes a little bit.
Well, I just wonder because obviously that makes perfect sense, and I kind of felt like I knew that. But yeah, the handbrake stuff just allowed more depth into the tricks. It allowed more shit to come to the table, because I remember the days before the handbrakes. You know, I remember seeing it was just a lot of highway wheelies, and then it was like a high chair here and there, and and those were kind of sketchy to watch back then. And and then you got when the handbrake came around, the slow stuff really started coming out, and they were doing it here and there before, but it got more. It seemed like more people were catching on with that shit quicker, and then the circle wheelie stuff started happening, and man, I lost like sight of it. And then I remember one place like being at Buffalo Wild Wings or something. What's that TV that's always on at the bars where it has like
Chive TV,
like Chive TV or something,
or something like that.
And I can't remember if it was like a Kyle Slager or one of those kind of guys where they'll come in and do like a fucking stoppie and then like almost like endo the bike and make it flip over onto the back, like flip over, but like sideways, and then catch a wheel. I'm like, all right, at this point, it's like that's like what else do you do? You know what I mean? Like next thing you know, they're like stopping them and hopping them onto the stairs and shit, and you know what I mean? Like it just got to the point where I guess it's badass for the skill set. I'm speaking for like maybe you guys like to continue to grow, but for the audience, it's like once I see it once, cool. But the only thing that makes it, I guess, edgy again is when you see them doing it in a place they're not supposed to do it. And I know that you guys keep it all legit when you guys stunt and everything, but you know, I've been in the motorcycle industry for like 20 years almost now, like just shy of 2 more years is 20 years. And I've just seen all this stuff. And then when you see someone doing it where they're not supposed to, you're like, oh, okay, maybe that wheelie somehow looks different now to me. I guess.
It does. And there's also more of a danger factor to it.
Yeah.
Hey, the guy could die. I mean, he could wreck, right there. God forbid that doesn't happen, but that's the next step. And that's sad to say. People aren't always genuinely interested in what's going on. They're interested in what could happen.
Yeah,
same thing with NASCAR. Nobody's watching for the race. They're watching for the wreck.
Yeah.
So you basically, you decided to take this stuff and go legit with it. How were the first couple of shows? What were some of the first hurdles that you had to come over to try to, really monetize it and turn it into an actual business?
Man, stop the bike from going through a barricade, keep the bike from catching on fire, keep the bike from breaking in half. That was part of the stunt show aspect of it.
Yeah.
Booking it really went from, we're kind of begging for shows-ish at the beginning. We're like, hey, would you please book us for a show? But we didn't reach out to a lot of people because we didn't know a lot of people to reach out to. Like, there's a couple of events in town. Like, who else do you call? Like, the neighbor? Hey, do you want a stunt show for your daughter's birthday or something? I don't know.
You had to hit the local car toys.
Yeah, so, hit up some local events, and I did some a couple of years in a row to where they just kept us on the booking.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, that's cool. Maybe we should try out of state. Then somebody heard about us out of state because we did some shows for a radio company, and I think maybe it spread through the radio company.
Yeah.
And they booked us for another radio company show. And then after that, we went to a stunt riding competition in Houston, I think, at Reliant Stadium. I think it used to be in Houston.
Yeah. I think I remember hearing about that a long time ago.
We went to that, and that was my first legitimate stunt event. And I got hurt there, wrecked, not at the competition, but at the pre-show. And, yeah, I'm definitely really drunk.
Seems like he just had I could have won state if I wouldn't have got hurt moment.
Kind of flashback. We just lost him there
Uncle
for a second.
Rico moment where you just start staring at those mountains. And he went the screensaver.
Was that the barricade incident? Is that the one you're talking about?
No,
Because that was in Texas too, right? Was that Stunt Wars? The barricade.
I thought Stunt Wars was.
Oh no, that was Stunt Wars.
That
No,
was?
no, not Stunt Wars. You talking about with old Jimmy?
Yep. No. Sport Bike Days. Could have sworn it was you.
The barricade that went back. Yeah, we hit a.
Somebody.
I didn't, but one of my other guys hit a barricade at a drag strip.
No. I'm talking about it was a competition. It's an old DVD. I'm trying to think of what DVD it is, but it was either you or somebody that transferred from Sport Bike to Harley had an incident with a barricade. It was like
there was a I'm not gonna say his name, but there was a guy that had
it was in like qualifying for, and I want to say it was a Houston event.
If it's who I'm thinking of, his bike was idled up. He came off the bike, and I don't think anybody was hurt that I know of for sure. I don't know what happened at that. I wasn't there, but the bike sailed through the barricades at the end fast. I mean, it was
Into
moving.
people or just?
There's people back there. There wasn't many people.
It was like on Biker Boys when the bike hits Smoke, or what's his name? Not Smoke.
Dog, right?
No, not Dog. It's the fake dad. And the bike hits the curb and flips into him after he gets everybody out of the way. He just catches a motorcycle. Y'all don't like Biker Boys like
Can I be
do?
honest? I never.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Dude,
I never watched it.
I literally,
once.
the day I bought my bike, I went and bought fucking Biker Boys.
I thought you bought Biker Boys. Then you're like, I watched it. I'm going to
No,
buy
dude,
bike.
I was like,
Is
I
that the
need.
movie?
Yeah, oh, come on. Dude.
You haven't seen it?
No.
Biker Boys, dude.
God.
I haven't even watched
I
Wild
haven't
Hogs.
seen it in forever, but yeah.
Wild Hogs was
True
is
story.
good. Yeah,
I've seen
You
clips.
know, there's a new.
I've
Biker
seen little
movie coming
clips
out.
from social media, but I've yet to actually watch the whole movie.
There's a new movie coming out called The Bike Riders. It's coming out here probably late next year. It's got like Tom Hardy and the guy that played like Elvis in that new movie or whatever.
Yeah, I know
Whatever that kid's name is. And it's like a legit movie, and it's about a book based that this outlaw dude, I don't know which club, but he's 1% up in the Chicago area. And it's supposed to be a legit movie. They're making like a legit another biker movie.
Is Kid Rock in it?
I don't think so. Are you looking it up or what?
I think Scott just got me. Scott said Kid Rock.
I don't think Kid Rock. No, but I think it's Tom Hardy. There's a bunch of other people in there that's like legit actors. You know what I mean?
Dude, did you not see Joe Dirt?
Yeah.
Kid Rock.
I was trying to be quiet. I knew it was going somewhere with Joe.
We got Joe Dirt sitting right here with us. Yeah.
Gino used to ride for me.
Oh, free agent Gino over here.
He still loves me. He'll accept me back for who I am.
For who he is.
Yeah, Gino.
Hey, it's your kid, man.
Exactly. You
My little
adopted me.
brother, it's your
Yeah, I'm
kid.
sure there's plenty of different directions to go with this conversation. We could just not talk about this dude next to me.
Same subject.
You got-
Well,
fill these up with water.
well, it is water actually. It's just mountain water with some dirt in it.
Pretty much Mountain Blue.
We got mountains in Arkansas.
Lucky. We got mountains here too, motherfucker.
Is it like Oklahoma, that place I went, the one hilltop thing?
Oh, and that's
what I got.
that's a lot in Oklahoma, I believe. It's just like one mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went,
My daughter lives there. I love that place.
I went up to the top of that thing when it was like 140 degrees.
It's
Worst I
badass
ever-
up there. It's fucking
Yeah,
beautiful.
dude, it was
You can
hot.
see.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's dope up there. I like it. It's fucking awesome.
Was that your hottest ride you've done?
That's by far the oddest ride I have done. I had to go to the top of it, but when I got to the top of it, I was like, this is dumb.
Because you looped what? Arkansas, Oklahoma,
I
Texas.
did Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma, back to
Did you go
Dallas,
Louisiana back in, or did you
Nah,
just
I
shoot up?
just-
What was this for?
just riding. Just
Oh.
took a little.
You
But it
sent
was
me-
in the middle of the heatest of the hottest of the hot.
Yeah, dude. I remember.
Dude,
I
it's
remember
brutal.
like checking Dallas's weather, and it was like 105, 100% humidity. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna take off and go ride for a week and just clear my head." I was like, "Where are you going?" He's like, "Nah, Oklahoma, Dallas."
Yeah, but that I mean, even with the elements, that's still like I mean, it is what it is. You know
I
what
think
mean?
I think it was one of those things though. Like by the time he got into the ride, it ended up being like one of those weeks where it's like 10, 15 degrees hotter than what they said it was going to be.
Oh yeah, for sure.
think
It was
you're at-
way hotter than it was supposed to be. But yeah, I just went out and did West Texas and then back up at
It's so
Oklahoma.
nice,
and
dude.
came back. Yeah.
I finally did like that Terralingual stuff this year, and
Oh, really?
I'm kind of I'm glad I did it. Put it like this is a stupid analogy, but I'm gonna throw it out there anyway. I'm a very, very picky eater growing up my whole life, and then every once in a while, like I'll finally try. First time in my life, Christmas, I tried deviled eggs.
That's my shit.
I never wanted them. Then I was like, that looks gross. I don't want it. I don't want it. I tried it. I'm like, it's fucking delicious. Guess what? I got to have deviled eggs for the first time and enjoy it at 40 years old, motherfucker. It's new for me.
Yeah.
It's new. It's not the same shit I've ever, always had. It's new. So I don't know where I was going with that. But there's something bike related in that. Well, it's going to Terralingual. It's always been there. It's so close
Yeah.
to it's in Texas,
Yeah, I was
right?
surprised you hadn't gone.
But now I have, and it's like I got to discover something new at 40 years old riding motorcycles, as opposed to like, yeah, I did that back when I was 18 with my dad, and or some shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's like there's something to waiting. You know what I mean? Celibacy.
Celibacy of deviled eggs. That's where we're going with this
Yeah.
conversation.
I'm just saying, like, just keep it in your pants for a little bit longer. Get to enjoy sex for the first time when you turn 30. See what that's like. Be the one to do it.
See, for me, it was the opposite. It was like we're not gonna have sex no more because for Christmas I didn't make deviled eggs for like the first time ever. I was like, I'm gonna take a little bit of time off from these deviled eggs because I made a fuck ton just for me at Thanksgiving.
So is deviled eggs like pussy now? Or is that what we're talking?
It's for sure. Yeah, I know.
You make a mean deviled egg, that's for sure.
Man, I can devil some eggs, baby.
I'm gonna go back to Arizona.
Just the way I get my wrists flapping for the paprika up on top when you finish it off.
Just see him with his little like apron robe thing in the kitchen, just
And
dancing.
nothing else.
His little mittens.
Yeah.
Nice. When are you gonna start doing more? You're always got a GoPro, but I never see any videos come out. What's up, bro?
Dude, that's the most realest shit I've ever heard.
That is.
But we got a
super-
GoPro all the time. Ain't got no videos online.
We have a lot
I
of
have
videos stacked up from this year too.
Terabytes of some of the raddest footage, and I haven't done anything with it.
I typically have like 2 to 3 cameras on me at all times,
Yeah.
and then like I'm really bad about social media. I don't know if we can curse on this, but I don't give a fuck about
I hate it.
I did put
You
an
don't like
effort
self
in.
checkouts. You don't like social media.
Yeah, I'm just not about that shit, man. I don't know. I like just a basic life and enjoy my own vision of a good life.
Yeah.
But since Gino came on, obviously he kind of opened me and Tony's eyes a little more to we should put a little more effort into videography and starting to put some stuff together. So we do got a bunch of rad film.
Yeah, we still haven't done anything.
We still haven't done anything, but
Just sitting there in a file.
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it. I know Tony's kind of started talking about having like a full-time guy go on the road.
Dude,
with
I
us.
need a full. I just spent the last 6 hours today editing video to make a 2-minute clip.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean? And also that's a long time because I'm also not skilled at it, right? So I'm kind of learning shit as I'm doing it, but still it's like it's just so much work and it's like so important right now.
time
You know what I mean?
consuming.
I don't like social media much either, but I do like. I think that we all like, even what you guys do and what I do, and me and Jaden does. Like, I feel like we all have very unique lives within motorcycles that could be interesting to people without us having to put on a show. Just being normal, right? Yeah. We don't have to be a character like, hey, it's your boy and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We just do what we do, and I think if we can just find a way to capture it naturally without any fucking gimmicks, then we'd all do well in that world, and we would just literally have to keep doing what we do. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, I guess we got to go fucking do TikTok dances now and shit like this. You know what I mean?
for sure.
So, Cruzy's killing it with the video stuff, dude.
Yeah.
100%.
Killing it.
Ryan's our boy, man.
That's Ryan on and
He's
off
just
the
he
camera.
don't give a
The
shit.
Yeah,
dudes.
well, yeah.
He'll blare anything out. But it's
Yeah.
like when us three, when we all travel, like we're real as can get. We
That's
don't
one-
care. We'll
that's
film
one thing I
anything. We'll post it on anywhere. We don't care. We got no shame. We have fun. We love what we do.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
We live life to the fullest.
I guess CJ and all those guys are gearing up with that Concrete Cowboys
Yeah.
thing, and
Supposedly they got a big season coming up.
I mean that I'm interested. I'm interested to see how they're gonna make that unique and different and stuff. But
They just got that bus and that big old
yeah,
tour bus, and that's gonna be rad with it.
Hey, I'll
I wanna
keep
see
it
what they do
real
with
when-
that. See how
when-
it ends up.
when we're on the road, we're watching their videos.
Yeah.
We're watching everybody that puts all their film work together. We watch that shit. It's
100%.
fucking cool.
What sucks now is like there's no real put together videos anymore. It's just reels and stuff.
yeah. So
Like he was
on
talking,
that,
he wants to throw together like a real.
I'm wanting to go back old school.
yeah, some Patrick Stevens,
Yeah,
Uncle
exactly,
Buck shit.
exactly,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Some-
Yeah.
And it's crazy. I was thinking about that because a while ago, earlier in this conversation, I was like, we're sitting here with editing software on our fucking phones in our pockets, essentially. And motherfuckers back in the day, Star Boys, these guys, fucking Wink 1100, these guys were making DVDs and shit.
Yeah, like some Microsoft shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, how do you, like, we're complaining about fucking, trying to do shit in our phone. Could you imagine back in the day with, like, High 8 or whatever the hell that was back
That's
in the
what
skateboard
I
days?
did
Yeah.
with the High 8, and I released my first DVD in 2005.
High 8 was like the little
My
guys,
last
right?
DVD.
Was that the
First
little
and last.
film?
Little guys. Those
Yeah.
are like,
Yeah, like the skateboard ones and
yeah.
shit.
Like
Well,
the
fish
big
eye.
house.
When I was a kid, all I wanted was one of these cameras that were high 8 and shit.
Yeah.
They have the handle and the fish on it. You
Get
can
all-
get up
yeah,
under
dude.
there.
If you got a
Yeah.
handle on top, you got a sweet camera.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So that shit was a while back. There's this whole series on YouTube from Vice called Epically Latered or something like that. And they've been going through these old skaters and shit from back in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And I watched one on BAM that was fucking interesting.
Really?
And Spike Jonze, you know who he is? All the stuff they've done, and it just talked about how these guys back in the day would, without all the shit we have, just creating shit. And then you see their success now in life, and you're like, oh shit, it makes sense. They did it when it was harder. They just fucking did it. They figured it the fuck out. You know what I mean? And that to me, it motivates me because I'm like, I got the shit. Just fucking do it. It's time. I know you don't have time, but if you really want to do this, you'll make the time for it. So it's kind of on myself to make the shit happen. So
it's honestly weird about how we go about doing anything these days. Like my drive and instant determination for stuff back then was totally different. I mean, I still have drive and determination and want to do different things, but like I went to Best Buy and camped out all night. I did a stunt show drunk for all the people camping out for free just to hang out. Waited all night to get up to buy a computer that was extra cheap. This is back when Best Buy actually had real deals for Black Friday, and you had to wait for them. Buy that, buy Pinnacle editing software, buy a camera. No, I didn't buy a camera. I already had all the footage. And went back within like 4 days, had a full video edited, and put it out.
nice.
And then ended up getting a distributorship, got it in Best Buy, got it in a bunch of the bike shops, and then never, I mean, that was the final thing. Did that one video, never produced again. But back then, we had the drive to figure it out.
Yeah,
You know, like, you had to figure it out. Stunt riding, you had to figure it out. These days, not as much. The groundwork's been laid. I mean, guys can go from literally never riding before to starting riding and learning the bike to stunt riding in no time, depending on you know what
their
your balls
skills
are. You know, you're not going to think things are too crazy and you can get hurt when crazy tricks are being done right now. Back then, it looked crazy when somebody's just doing a wheelie. You know, like you're taking your time, and we were destroying our bikes. It's not the same now. You got protection device. I mean, you got crash cages, all kinds of different stuff, especially in the sport bike world.
There's just a lot of knowledge backed now. So
Yeah,
someone getting
there's a
into
lot of
it-
groundwork that's been
Yeah.
laid now. I mean, there was already a lot of groundwork laid when I started. You know, some of the OGs, Jason Britton and Starboys and the original Street Fighters and everybody. I mean, there's a bunch of old school Wink, you know, all those guys. But in Europe is where the real OGs
Back
are.
when Steve Jones was like in his early
Steve
30s.
Jonesy, Steve Jonesy, baby Steve. But in Europe, dude, they've been killing it forever.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you see all these guys in some of the different countries that are in sandals or no shoes at all, doing every trick under the moon on the rattiest. You can't believe they're running bikes. You know.
Yeah.
Insane.
I mean,
Like,
Yeah, I always wondered how like legit those were. Like those guys out there just just some weird shit like a throttle in their hand.
yeah, literally just a throttle in their hands.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
just like holding the bike up, just kicking their foot out, doing a goddamn. What are those when you put your other leg over across the out?
Dude,
I don't know.
it's dumb. Those guys are.
But, you know, we have what's his name? He used to live right down the street from here. What's that one kid's name that came and did the hood ride with us that one year? The first time we did a hood ride, you didn't come to the first hood ride, did you?
I came to one of them. I don't
You
know.
came to the second one, I believe.
The one that
Steve was
your
on.
boy wrecked.
Yeah, Sachs. He
Sachs,
wrecked.
yeah.
The first one
And
was Bam Stunts, whatever. He's part of like Straight Up and all that. That dude fucking blew my mind in real life. Like the way he can just dance over the bike, no handbrake. He just had all throttle control. Like the shit was wild to watch in person and whatnot. But where's he at now? You know what I mean? So it's like one of those weird situations where
Man, there's more rad riders that you don't hear about at all, that you don't see on social media, period, or that were around before social media, or that don't ride no more. I mean, there's more rad riders that are gone than there are here right now.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of great riders everywhere. I mean, everywhere you turn around, there's great riders. What's a great rider, though? Is a great rider because they know the most tricks? Is the great rider because they're the best at drifting? Is a great rider the best at wheeling, dragging your hand? You know, everybody has a different opinion of that. You know, if you do 2 tricks all day, every day, I hope you're phenomenal at those 2 tricks.
yeah.
You may have another guy that's mediocre that does 40 tricks. You know, there's totally different types of riders. I don't think anybody's better than the next one. They're just different types of riders. Same thing with show guys like us. Like, we take a lot of pride in the way we look, the way we present ourselves. I'm always changing in my views of it, mainly because of Jake, because he's always talking in my ear, and he's like, let's try this or try something different or new. And I kind of open up about it sometimes, but everybody goes about it different. It means something different to everybody.
Yeah.
Somebody wants it to be like a detailed, super stunny sport bike style stunt show. Somebody might want it to be more of a wheelie hand drag type of stunt show, or maybe just strictly a drift show, which drifting is probably one of the funnest things to watch.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the easiest trick. It's definitely not the hardest trick, but it's one of those that's exciting.
Yeah.
Anytime the tire's spinning.
On that topic though, would you say that like the show itself is curated in a way where I wouldn't say choreographed to that point of like, you know, like
Yeah, and some people do use choreograph. We don't, but we do have a plan.
yeah,
Of
that's what I mean.
execution. Like it's not a regular routine. Like it's not going to be the same exact thing every time. So if you see us at a 1, 3, and 5, in general we change them up. But when I say 1, 3, and 5, 1, 3, and 5 o'clock, 3 different shows. There's a lot of difference in the writing. We could start out doing a certain way and kind of elevate to a little bit more, and then our styles. My style is completely different than Gino's style.
Yeah.
Gino has some really rad flair, a lot of style, and he's doing stuff that actually a lot of people aren't doing. But just in general to his style, doesn't mean he's the best rider out there. He really sucks.
I told you, I'm just Gino. I mean,
But he's just Gino. Little baby Gino.
just ride and have fun, man.
For me, the biggest thing on presenting Harley stunt riding, in my eyes, everybody has a different view, is I think it stands for something in a certain way. I think certain type of music flows with the heritage and the brand. So I don't do things outside of that. I don't play hip hop in my stunt show songs or anything. It's just not for me. I like hip hop, I like old school hip hop, but it's just not for me. I don't think it fits the style and the point of the show. So my view of it is different. So I run my show a certain way, and somebody might run their show a different way.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
different.
yeah, that makes sense. What do you think? I had a question somewhere. It's gone. Where'd it go?
I drink the regular size Cooler Light.
Disappeared.
Fuck, where'd it go? No, that's cool.
That's where
man.
that's where
I like that. I understand that it's got to be hard, but at the same time, if you were to completely just willy nilly it every time, it could become a clusterfuck. I think brands that are paying you are going to want some kind of consistency, and when you can kind of create some kind of game plan or plan of action, that's going to help you guys stay on track of what you're trying to do for the show, stay on time.
When we start a show, we have that game of action. I try not to let it, and I really don't want it to be like a robot. Like you're going out there and you're pulling off the same exact, turn around, come back, pull off the same thing, take your time, turn around, pull off the same thing. We have basically a 1, 2, 3 step of the way the show's going to go. And it's freestyle kind of in there. We may start out with kind of going fast, may start out with just some basic wheelies, but we progress through the show. And, Gino's got another opinion on that. I mean, that's just kind of the way we do it. It's not completely choreographed.
I feel like we just have some main points.
Yeah.
Like there's just like all three of us kind of know we have a few main points. How we get to that point is always different.
Yeah.
But knowing that we have like these 3 main things that we have to hit, and like the 3 of us know each other very, very well. Like obviously I'm not riding, I'm on a microphone, but
Which is
I'll
just
tell
as
you
dangerous.
right now, it's fucking dangerous. And it takes a lot of trust. And these guys, they have to trust me. Our communication, we have so much communication between the 3 of us behind the scenes that nobody sees. Like there's certain words that I say, there's certain movements that Tony will do or Gino will do. And Tony might not see where Gino's leading to our main point. So Gino's going to relate to me. I'm going to relate to Tony.
Can y'all hear him through the microphone? Through
In a way, but for me, typically, no.
Okay.
I can't. But we've been doing this so long. There are points where when I'm doing shows, 3 shows a day, maybe like on a wild number would be 4 shows a day.
Yeah.
For multiple days, and I'm getting old and Jake can sense if I'm off, there's a certain point that I'm off. He knows which point that is.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to say it, man. He just kind of relays the body language. And Gino knows that maybe I'm not going to go in to scrape the fire.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not because maybe something happened and my hands cramped too much. We've been out there,
Gotta
and
go
I
in.
get
Gotta sub in
fatigued,
for
but,
Pawpaw.
but he might have to sub in for Pawpaw.
It's also
Same thing. Gino might accidentally drop his bike or something and hurt his hand or something,
Yeah.
and I pick that up, and I know that it's time for me to step up that point, at least for him to get the bike up, check it out, make sure that he's okay. We're feeding off that
while
instantly.
keeping the entertainment going.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the hardest thing is keeping the entertainment going, keeping it professional, knowing what we're doing, but from the outside view, giving it that reckless look.
What do you your audience is usually the people at these dealerships, right? So they're
Dealerships and rallies.
in
Rallies.
rallies, right? So
Yeah.
do you think that, would you say that a lot of them don't see this on a regular basis? So it's like, how would you say
I would say they have. Anybody in the motorcycle industry has seen some type of stunt riding.
Yeah.
Like Tony was saying, I'll just go ahead and put it out there and keep it real. Like, I'm not going to say that these two are currently the best riders, bringing out the best tricks. I'm just, so what I'm getting at, it's everything that we bring to the table. The professionalism, from the merch, from how we carry ourselves, how we interact with people, the riding, keeping it. There's just a lot to it, man. I know you probably think that's funny as fuck, but I'm just keeping it real, man.
I love
There's
it. It's just the best dig. I couldn't have thought of that.
I know riders that are insanely talented,
Yeah.
but
Way more than y'all.
when
Way more.
well, I'm just putting it out there because like you hear about it. Some people they go off of like what Tony was saying is like, it's strictly like a trick basis. Like that's what matters to certain people is if they can hit certain tricks.
His face
to
is
me,
so straight. As he's
I'm being fucking straight up, man, and I think
shit.
we bring the full circle.
Yeah.
I think that's what's kept Tony on the road for 20 years, employing other people that have a dream that want to live in this industry and continue building and growing.
Yeah.
So where I'm getting at is there's a lot more than just riding.
Yeah.
It's how you present yourself, your
show
business product, just everything around it. I mean, there's just a lot to it.
No,
that
I
like
understand what you're saying. It's 100% like true that like they run a professional, it's a business and it's a show. So you have to, when one guy might just have to go there and learn another trick or dial in another trick every day, putting all these tricks together in a package and then pitching it to somebody making money. That's always the hard part, I think, for the stunt industry is how do they turn this passion into a profit?
Yep.
And that's probably the hardest part. And at some point, you gotta give a little bit of that computing power in your head to focus on the thing that makes it sellable, watchable, and promotable through these dealerships to help bring attention to them. And it's a double-edged sword.
Well, it's a business, it's a practice, it's knowing your motorcycle, it's putting on a good show, but it's also being safe. Handbrake. Okay, let's put this into perspective. You're in a parking lot that's, say if you're lucky in some places, it's 20 feet wide by 140 feet long. That's short on a Harley. You're trying to get it up, you're trying not to spin the tire, you're trying to get it up, wheelie, do whatever your trick is and get it back down and stop before you go through somebody. We get the question all the time, what's the hardest trick you do? Stopping, slowing down, turning around. That's the hardest thing we do, 1,000%. So imagine your goal on doing a wheelie is engine brake and balance at speed. So you're picking this up in a small area from a dead stop or damn near barely rolling, and you're trying to pick it up, get it to balance point, do your trick, not flip over, get back down and stop before you go through a barricade and hit somebody. You need a handbrake. I'm not saying you're going to use it every time. If you're going to do a professional show, you need a handbrake.
Yeah.
There needs to be safety there. This is not a perfect thing that we do. There's dangers. Things can happen. God forbid it doesn't. But when you're not trying to be a little bit safe, you're going to screw yourself in this business. You're going to screw everybody in this business. So
that's a good point. Yeah.
So, and most of the time it's going to be those small areas. We get lucky with some of the events that we have to get a much bigger area. But man, we've done some super sketchy, small parking lot, shows.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest thing with, the handbrake aspect of it and everything. But the other aspect is just show up, do what you're there to do. The dealership's not there to babysit you.
Yeah. They paid
They're
you
there
to produce.
They have a job to do,
Yeah.
and your job is to create excitement at the dealership. That's your job. You show up, do your job, be presentable. And the way we kind of relate to these dealerships and the way our show model is that when you watch our show, you feel that it's a Harley show.
Yeah.
You don't feel that it's a sport bike show done on Harleys. You know, you're not trying to mimic a sport bike show. It's a Harley show. We have music that gives you that feel that you're at Harley. Anytime you're going to be on a Harley, you're going to do a wheelie, there's going to have to be some AC/DC in there somewhere.
Yeah.
It's just part of it. Now, if you don't like AC/DC, Paris Hilton's next. She's just as hardcore. So kind of mix it up. So the feeling is there. Our bikes are dang near all of our bikes. I mean, granted, they're going to have some scratches and little things, but our bikes can be in damn bike shows, every single one of them. And so we take a lot of pride. We put a lot of money in. We're not just trying to collect a paycheck. This boy right here shows up with a raggedy Dyna. And within the years he's got several more stunt bikes and a brand new Softail. Mm-hmm. Right now, he's got 2 brand new Softails and I don't know how many Dynas now. 3 Dynas and 2 Sportsters.
You could be like the Tony Robbins for the stunt ride industry. Like, you need to sell like a package deal to
I need
get
to be
these
the
stunt
Tony.
riders off the street.
I need to be the Tony retires.
Oh, Jordan Belfont or Belfort or whatever the fuck over here.
Yeah.
Do one of those commercials where you're getting off an airplane and you're like, you want this? You want to get off the street? You want to have all this? And then like 3 girls walk down, all top girls on Instagram at the moment. Some Dan Blazarian shit, dude. You need to I got an idea. We need it. That's how the video needs to start. Like,
is Dan still a thing?
Yeah. Yeah,
Really?
he's still a thing.
He's still
Without
going,
Steve?
dude.
Dan Blazarian?
Without Steve?
I don't know who the fuck Steve is.
Yeah, I never met her.
Fuck a Steve. Dan's still doing Dan shit, dude.
He's had a couple skeezers in there.
Hey.
They fall in the mix, right?
Who hasn't?
As we all fucking talk about high five around our 6s. Dude, she's a 6, dude.
Very nice.
You guys are getting 6s?
What's that like? That's an upper level shit right there.
Well, it's either they're you got to have, it's a total package to get over 6. You know, they might be pretty, but then everything else is fucked up, so they're a 6, right? So they're a 9 in looks, but they're really a 6 because the back end isn't there.
I like those Instagram or social media things where it's the guy asking the questions like, "What do you rate yourself?" Da da da, and then he takes it to the next person. "What do you rate yourself?" Or "What do you rate that person?" Da da da. The guys are always like kind of ish in the ballpark of what they probably should say or something.
Yeah.
They're kind of in the middle of the road. Every girl's like 10. And then they take it to the next guy. The guy's like, "God damn, looks like a fucking snake." Or something, you know, like our perspectives are way off. I mean, on the road, Gino's a solid 4.
Yeah. He's got the stash going. I see you, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
I'd give him a 6.
I'm going 4 if everybody else
6.
is a negative 10.
Do you know how much shit we have given this dude, and he's actually taken it though?
Yeah.
With stride.
I wish everybody like your age could deal with some hazing. You know what I mean? Like just deal with like the
He has.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've dealt with it with these guys for sure.
Yeah.
They put
Do you
me-
think you think it makes you like what? How does it do it for you? Like what does that do for you? Like does it make you feel welcome and like you're a part of it, or do you feel like you want to go cut yourself?
Yeah, they love me. It's all love at that point. I mean,
Mom, they're fucking
I
making
ain't
fun of
taking
me.
it to heart. I'm just like, talking,
we've-
giving me a hard time because they love me.
We've,
They want what's best for me. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I second
I can't
guess
even
it.
think of like an exact thing.
I
but there's
jumped on
been
my
some stuff.
ST and just did a fat burnout when it only had 10 miles. So,
I can't tell you how
Yeah, I
much
felt like-
diesel smoke this kid's inhaled
oh my god, dude!
on accident, on purpose.
Every time, go check the trailer, and then I'm running back to the truck, and Tony just floors it and rolls coal all over me. Middle of a rainstorm too. It's just they just like mess with me every time on the road or something.
Hey, he's quick on his feet though. He can get back to that door quick.
It's not even the door. I'll dive through the window.
It's weird. He's like a retarded giraffe when he runs, but for some odd reason, he can get back to the door of the truck.
I can make it there quick.
It's like your legs don't compute with the rest of your body. It's kind of
So
odd.
you're uncoordinated on actual physical
Yeah.
abilities.
He
Don't
looks
watch a video.
uncoordinated.
especially when the trailer ramp is wet. I'm very uncoordinated.
Yes.
Why isn't Gino riding today? Oh, he slipped on the trailer ramp. That's fucking
that's a
2
true story,
degrees.
man.
Dude,
Halloween weekend. That happened.
Was it Halloween?
Yeah, it was
Halloween
It was
weekend. I'm in
fun.
the trailer, in the front of the trailer, and I hear something. It's like boom, and then I hear, oh, oh, and I'm like, look back, and I'm like, oh shit, he stepped on the chrome diamond plate, and then or something. So later on in the day, I go back in the trailer. I'm by the trailer, and I hear boom, and Gino's like, oh, right in the same spot again, dude, like twice in a row. I'm like, Jesus, this kid's never gonna be able to ride.
I had
again.
different shoes on. I thought it was gonna help, but obviously that didn't work
It's
at all.
non-slip, dude. You got to get the black ones.
I will
Had those
never
MTEs.
I will never forget that image. So I'm riding Tony's 110, like it's dumping rain. We're not riding, and these two are in the trailer. So I'm like cruising around the lot, and I'm just hanging out, playing with Cannon and Ruby. It's Halloween, the whole 9 yards, and I just remember like hearing that foot slick, like when you know somebody just slipped out. And I look up. I'm on the 110, and I'm like, just playing around with the kids, and I look up, and Gino is level. Like off the ground, level
in the air.
Like he's 4 foot off the ground, but I mean he's laying in bed, and I'm just like, oh, that's gonna hurt.
And that landed on the edge of the trailer too, like where it comes down sideways.
Oh,
Landed on the edge of
destroyed
my
himself.
ribs.
But I will never forget that oh shit moment on his face. Like we locked eyes, and I could
Mid-air.
tell he was just like, I'm done.
And he did it twice.
He did it twice.
Dude.
One was
Actually, I think
going
it was
down
3
and-
times because he
and the
tried
other was
showing
coming
somebody
up.
how he fell.
No,
he actually
I
fell
was
again.
with you trying to put the poles in the trailer, and you weren't walking fast enough.
Oh, that's what it was.
Little
And
legs,
I
little
just-
legs
I
over
made
there.
him fall.
Leveled and hit my
Not
face.
all
in the
I need to get
poles.
some roadies to go do all that shit, man. I had some roadies,
Well, we were wondering what you're doing.
bro.
We need a photographer, and then we need a videographer. So we'll get Ben, we'll get you,
Solid.
Yeah,
and then we'll get Juan as a fluffer.
Oh my god.
Who's won?
It's that one guy from Arkansas.
one in a million.
He's the
With the-
one and only.
Juan in the million.
We were saving.
Is that
we
one
were-
guy in the van?
We were saving him for the Down South recap podcast.
Oh, is that what?
Yeah, which the first time somebody non-motorcycle lady is going to get to come in here, I guess.
I'm in.
He did, y'all had fun
cool.
at the Down South.
Oh, it was a blast.
I had fun.
First time in Florida.
Just when I think you couldn't do anything, what did he say? Like, just when I think you couldn't be any more stupid, totally redeem yourself, or something like that. I think most of us went into Down South this year like, this is gonna suck. This is gonna blow. It's probably gonna rain. It's gonna be cold. And then,
I didn't
like,
want to be in rain. I knew that.
It just fucking it just
was a
all
blast.
worked out in his favor, and shots were fired. I felt like you were a
almost got
star.
shot. He almost got
you were a
shot.
star.
He
You were
could've died.
You were
I
almost.
asked Bones, the dude that lived there, for permission to roll the big wire spool into the fire. And he's, yeah, you want the fire going? Let's do it. And he gave me a gas can. I was like, cool, like, let's get this fire going.
I even heard about some of this.
Dude, and this old dude came around the corner with no teeth and just yelling at us and aiming the gun at me and
He's
Steve.
like yelling, and then like while he's like pumping hands,
It's kinda
he's,
like-
shooting.
it's
Like,
kinda like that
What,
pow,
motherfucker?
pow.
Just-
Just blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna get shot right now. And then he racks one. I'm like, oh, this is real. Like this is really happening right now. And then he fires one off in the ground. And I just bolted into the darkness. I was gone. And
Well,
then
you
when I
guys
went
were like
into
in
the
the
darkness,
nicest part of Florida, right?
No, unfortunately,
Scooter
we were where they
campground, man.
bury people or feed them to the alligators.
unfortunately, like
It was an alligator that
Like
came
somebody
out.
needs to revoke Craig's like decision making skills, but
I don't think it's true. I like it. I like that place.
was
Even with the gunshots, because I go to bed on time, and all you hooligans stay up way too late, and the next thing you know, there's gunshots.
I was at like
See,
4 in
another
the
reason
morning.
not to stay up that late.
the thing
little
is
bastards.
like that it doesn't matter where it's at. You put people together, especially our world of people, we're gonna have a good time. So that's not the point. The point is,
everybody around us,
don't
understand
what I've tried to get out to him is like, look, you're building something here that's special, but you're building it on a very shitty foundation. This bar doesn't have they're just not all there. They're not professional enough to handle what you're bringing to them, right? I got bed bugs while I was there. I'm fucking covered in bites all over my body.
So you
dude.
have something to memorize it from.
that was
think
that was a horrible
positive.
experience, man.
Think
I
positive.
take 2 baths a day, and I got bed bugs, bro.
I had a hole
Bass,
in the
baby.
roof of my cabin,
Yeah,
and it did not rain on me.
You got lucky.
Where's the old bathroom around
Almost
here?
got shot.
down at the end.
Down
yeah,
and
all the way
around?
down in the
Yeah, I'm
back.
floating. I need to run too.
You want to go play with each other?
I'll
Or
wait till
just
he
wait.
gets back.
Can you dock pee?
He's down. Tony's down.
One of the things about down south and having all that energy is there's a lot of people that look at it. It's the last hoorah of the year. So you got dudes that are naturally just, we're dumb
Yeah.
and we go too hard. And ends up in a
So-
park.
I mean, different things happen, man.
It
I'll
is
say
an
this.
awesome event.
I want to let. I mean, yeah, it's a totally great time. But the campsite bar did a couple things this year that was like, to me, it was just out of line. They stopped cooking food at 10 o'clock, right? They shut the bar down at like 11.
They should have done 9.
At 9, right? So like Craig told them we're coming, and they're not prepared for it. They have no beer. You know what I mean? There's no fucking place to go get beer around there.
So I feel like you're being very generous when you say refer to it as the bar. It's a bunch of fucking hillbillies. They make Adam Sandoval's crew look like some Dallasites. You know what I mean?
It's a bar though.
Dude, it is the worst. If Florida had hills, it's the fucking Florida version of Hills Have Eyes.
The hills have eyes in Florida.
It
It is pretty much, yeah.
And it's no knock on it. I love it. But if you're really trying to take it up from what it was, that was
Year
perfect
one.
year 1 and 2. If it's going to continue to grow, dude, and you can't, I mean, that's their thing. That's just their hole that they fucking waller in and live in. They're happy with it. But man, if you do want to make it better, you got to step up.
Yeah.
You got to find some way because that whole staff, they suck, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was wild.
Yeah, Craig. I mean, Craig can find another place and then bring the magic lady. Like, it's not like she's definitely a free agent down there. You know
Does
what I'm
anybody
saying?
else feel like they're going to get stabbed by the guy that takes the food order when you place your food order?
Yeah, I feel like he's putting meth on my
Dude,
food.
I feel like I'm getting poisoned. It's good. I like the poison. It tastes good. But I feel like I'm going to die.
You're happy if somebody in your family graduates college. If one of them made it to like Waffle House, you'd be like, "Oh shit, dude, she broke the generational curse." It's as bad as you get. I'm surprised somebody doesn't go missing or get robbed every fucking year.
Oh, my God.
Singing around every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you come away with just bed bugs, consider yourself lucky.
Yeah, there's so many fucking doors there that have immensely big locks on it. And for this place, like, it's like the one place they spend money there on locks to lock something in there. It has to be meth fucking, like, production. It has to be.
Well, there
It's the
was
only thing that makes sense.
there was one morning back at, I think, y'all's campsite or right behind, like a girl was walking her dog, and she was an attractive young lady. And I'm like looking, and I'm
they
like,
exist.
you don't belong here. Are you okay? Like, are you under distress? Are you in a cage? If you're being, I was like,
Are you talking about striped dress lady?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
No. This girl did not have anything done. She was just.
Oh, there was a girl that
She like she'd been in a cage.
That's what I think you are talking about. The same damsel in distress.
Yeah, she was very out of place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
that look on her face was called Stockholm syndrome.
Hey, quick question. Who's that dude staring deep in my eyes while I take a piss in your bathroom?
That's Trent. You heard of that turtle?
That's
So
Turtle.
We our good
You
buddy
met Turtle.
Jive Ass Honky. And I think you were involved in that whole situation too. So our buddy Trent couldn't go to Sturgis with us in 20, right? He was supposed to come, but he had an accident, couldn't make it. So our buddy Kyle Jive Ass Honky, he printed out 2 faces of them.
Okay.
And we put
fat
them
heads.
put them in all the pictures with us while we were there, and then I got to keep one and I put it in there, and it's just the picture is a picture I took of him at our camp out in 2020. Yeah, it was 2020
Earlier that year.
because he was wearing a poncho and he had these like serial killer glasses on, and he
Yeah.
just like had this stare at it, and I got a badass photo of him, and
He did. Trent was rocking the Dahmers like 2 years before that Netflix series.
He did.
He was rocking
Yeah.
the Dahmers before Dahmer was cool again.
yeah, dude.
I don't know. I just went to the bathroom and I left the light off and I was like, well, I should probably turn that on. And I turned it on and I looked up and I was like, oh shit, this dude's
It's
like
like
that dude. Look, he is looking into your soul.
I saw
it's
that,
like
man.
it's like the Mona Lisa, where no matter where you stand, you're making like the eyes.
You
I
can't
was in
get
there,
you
dude, I
can't
was
get
like-
away from it.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know
His
what's
eyes
worse
just
is
falling.
that dude staring at you while you pee or going into Ryan Cruzy's bathroom and taking a look at his light switch. If you guys have been to a shop, you know what I'm talking about.
I've been-
If you don't, next time
yeah.
you go there, check out the light switch.
I've been there. He said just don't look in the fridge because that's where they keep all the needles.
Yeah, whatever. You never know what you're gonna find in there.
It's always something new there.
But yeah, the light switch at Ryan's shop's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I will say
I
that.
see you got a Sweet 3 tattoo on you.
That's where I met
Yes, sir, man. That's where it
good
all
old
started.
Ryan Cruzy.
So where'd you how did you get into this stunt thing? Because you're pretty young. How long have you been doing it? Like, what was the catalyst?
I've been riding for Harleys at least now 5 years, I want to
For
say.
real?
But I grew up, born and raised Arizona. I got a whole motocross background. So grew up racing moto from 7 till I was 18. My mom worked at the track from when I was 15 till now. The track closes Saturday, sadly. But I raced like competitively for a long time. Just me, my mom, and my dad traveling, doing all the races.
Like motocross?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we did all that. It got faster, came with bigger crashes and stuff and bigger breaking bones. So I almost ripped my thumb off. I got laid up, and I was like in the hospital for a year, or just laid up in recovery. I was like, I'm just gonna have fun. Like I'm not gonna like take it competitively anymore. I'm just gonna strictly just have fun, ride my dirt bike, and enjoy it. And then I met Ryan, and he started introducing me to wheelies and stuff. And I'm on my YZ250 two-stroke, and I'm just sitting there
Oh,
driving.
you got to take it back, dude. You skipped the whole Gino, Gino
one?
on the scooter, dude.
Oh my
Like,
god!
Let's. I mean,
Gino on
if
the
we're
Vino,
if
the Gino
we're-
on the Vino.
I was always
Scoot over
Gino
some
on the
of it.
scooter. I never hit him with the Vino, but if he's gonna tell the story, man, you got to hear about the scooter.
Someone Sweet 3 is one. That's where I first met Ryan, and he would always have practice days at the shop and stuff. But during the days, I would ride up because I was homeschooled. And I didn't have anything better to do, and I'd just go to the cruisy shop and hang out with him and watch him build bikes and stuff. But I would ride my Vino, my little Vino scooter up there. I live like maybe 3 miles from the shop. I would always ride that thing up there, and it got to the point to where it had just the left-hand finger brake. So I was like trying to figure out like the handbrake and wheeling it and stuff.
Yeah.
Went from a pristine chrome Vino scooter to spray painted
pride in
black
that.
and gold with no plastics left on that thing. Everybody got a hold of that thing, and I jumped it, wheelied it, beat the crap out of it, dude. Just romped it out, in and out of the shop. He had like this little, the driveway was like a little kicker thing, and I came out of this thing.
You
one
could
time,
launch off of this kicker.
launched off of it, and the thing didn't want to go right. It just wanted to keep going straight, and it just sent me right into the curb. The scooter eventually went right, and I went straight into the rocks. Came back up to the shop, just covered in road rash, and Ryan's like, "What the heck's going on?" I was like, "Yeah, I just crashed a scooter out front." Like all this, but it all came down to the shop party. I was just having fun on my dirt bike, just shredding and having a good time. And my buddy Shane comes up with my buddy Preston, and he's on a 2006 883 Sportster. Has like 100,000 miles on it. It's got forward controls. It has like 13-inch risers with 6-inch bars that are just. It's just
Hell
like
yeah, brother.
It's
Shane's
hell
a
yeah,
big
brother.
dude.
Like
He's
six,
what?
7, I think. He's tall. So
Yeah.
it's
280 on the sporty.
sporty?
no
Yeah.
seat, nothing. Stock 883 dual shot exhaust.
Like big dude.
And he's like, "You want to ride it?" I was like, "Sure." Like I've never really like ridden Harley before. Like I'll go give it a shot. And we go out there, and like Ryan gave me a rundown on like how to like figure out how to wheelie it and stuff. And within 30 minutes, I had that thing up in the air, just wheeling with forward controls and huge bars and risers on it and stuff. And then that night, it extended into other bikes getting handed to me, and Pineapple handed
Hey,
me
Willie,
a
that one,
bike.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
try this one, try that one. Pop this tire. And I'm like, dude, this is crazy. Like, I've never had this much fun on a Harley. And then I ended up asking Shane, I'm like, so what's the deal with this Sportster? Like, what are you going to do with it? He was going to trade it for a Tacoma, I think, the next day.
Oh shit.
But he's like, if you want it, I'll sell it to you. He's like, $1,500.
Damn.
Here's $500 now. I'll give you $1,000 tomorrow. And
Yeah.
came up with the money, and I got it. And if it wasn't for him, and
How much
getting-
work did you have to do on the corner that night?
Not that much.
He's got regulars.
You're good, right?
It got me here. That's all that matters. But yeah, dude. If
You ever suck dick for Willie's?
Not today.
This man's here for weed.
Yeah, I ended up buying that thing. It has like 140,000 on it now. I've never rebuilt it. The only thing I replaced on it was a stator. Ryan Cruzy, he built the rear fender. We had a dual shot Screaming Eagles. We cut a thunder header in half and welded it together to create a custom 2-to-1. And he gave me a set of his bars, and I have a saddleman seat on it, and it was it.
That was it.
I did all the bell brawls on it for 2.5 years, I think. The first time I went to Sturgis, I met this guy out there, and he seen me on that sporty. Just
What year was that? In 20 or 21? Because you started cutting. Was that long ago?
Gina's been on the bike going into this will be. I want to say you're getting into your fifth year.
Sixth year now.
Fifth year.
How many years have you been to Sturgis?
I don't know how many times I've been, but I've skipped years, and
Oh yeah. I don't know why I feel like
I'm not so hardcore like you. I don't go every year.
Hey, look,
Sometimes I don't know why. I don't know why I go at all. Because
when you go to Sturgis all the time, you get these chains, and people be knowing you.
Like,
Like,
oh, yeah.
another link in the chain kind
I'm
of thing.
surprised you're wearing that chain. Man. Normally, when you get stuff, you don't do anything with it.
Get a fucking picture for me. Where's it at? Just sit with it. Hold on.
Hey, bear me, please.
Bear me.
Thank you, sir.
Should have just got you the T-shirt.
Perfect.
I love it. I probably sold that to you.
There you go. You're gonna get the more
She
horse.
is the sweetest lady.
He
The one
named
at the
all of
bottom.
them.
Yeah.
Every single
I can't
one.
tell you how
She's-
much.
I love how you dodged all the women in the motorcycle industry. That you didn't get any slack for this.
There's a little clap back.
We
just wanna
Fuck them
bring that up.
bitches.
okay. Let me say this. While we were in Sturgis, for the most part, some of you guys know I shattered my leg, so I was in the booth most of the time.
Yeah.
And I definitely, Karen's probably a bad word, but Karen visited a lot.
You had a lot of Karens?
I did have a lot of Karens.
Were they nice?
So
We
in
had a lot of
Sturgis,
Karens.
chicks that probably have pasties on and body paint are
Man,
coming up.
it was really cool, dude. Like you had some chicks that would walk up and try and braid the bush, and then you had Karens that would walk in and they would talk. It was the biggest two topics, and I feel like they were more locals that just wanted to do their own thing and give somebody a hard time. But it was that poster on the front of our
It was 4 by 8 foot.
4 by 8
foot.
Human
I got
size.
some plywood on top of this shit.
Dude,
And-
we had cops take pictures with it.
and FTW. That was that. Well,
No, it was fuck Sturgis.
Oh wait, and fuck Sturgis.
Fuck Sturgis.
Yeah, the fuck Sturgis hats.
That ruffled
But
a lot
the
of things
greatest,
up.
They
the
did great.
greatest part about the fuck Sturgis hats is the locals bought the shit out of them.
Bro.
Straight
they
up.
As
loved
fast
it.
as I could make them there, because I brought the hat machine. So we had a bunch. I don't know how many hats, but we brought an insane amount of hats. Like, dude.
I feel like a bunch of people bought those that year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cops bought them. City workers bought them. Workers bought them. Just people, because
Some people
man,
got
honestly,
mad, but most
Next
loved
year
them.
you go into
Yeah,
fucking
dude.
the Dollar General there, and they're all wearing the hats.
And honestly, overall, everybody took it with stride. Like it was
Yeah.
just funny. There were a couple really weird people that didn't understand, and they were like, "Fuck Sturgis, why are you even here?"
It was just like a dry. They
Yeah.
every once in a while you come, somebody's just dry. Like it's not that they're a bad person, but they're just dry. They just couldn't understand.
They don't
it.
understand what trolls are, memes are,
Yeah.
and all this
Or
other shit.
sarcasm.
Well,
any of that.
Sturgis seems like that's the most fitting thing in Sturgis because everything else in Sturgis is worse than that.
Dude, the first time I went to Sturgis, is this chick dressed up as a giant vagina. So of course I went and got a picture with her, as any man should.
I climbed in.
But
Climbed up.
I mean, dude, one thing you're never going to
that
get out of
means.
me, and that's apologies for comedy and poking back and forth. The world needs more of it. If you got a problem with it, delete me.
Yeah.
I think the coolest part is when we first got there, everybody was giving us shit about our 4x8 big bores, more horse. But those same people were there on day 13, and it was like a fucking auction on who was going to buy that board.
Yeah. So many
I think
people
we got
uh,
wanted that.
offers of what, $300-$400 for that thing?
Oh,
Yeah, it became
It became a bidding war the last like 3 days, 4 days.
that
Yeah.
big 4x8. Like the same people that came in and gave me hell about it realized that it ended up kind of being like a talk of downtown. Like, did you see
Yeah.
that?
We had
did
a guy
you see that
stayed.
sign?
He got another 2 nights to stay to have the opportunity to bid on it,
And we didn't sell
Did
it.
he win it?
and then
Yeah.
we didn't even sell it.
Yeah, we didn't even get rid of it.
We took it home.
He still has it in the trailer. I know it's in the shop.
It was wild, man. There was a funny story with Monty. I mean, I don't give a shit. I ain't supposed to say it, but the big vendor, the big vendor.
What are we at? 2 views?
The big vendor booth next to Monty, the big clothing Sturgis
Yeah.
booth. Like at the end, like I think Monty was looking at something because they do deals at the end. and I think he's like adding stuff up. And it couldn't have been. It possibly wasn't Monty, but I think it was. Went to check out, and the chick's like, "Fuck this place, f this place."
No,
the
that was
management. Me. Oh, you?
That was me.
Yeah, f you, f this place. Da, da, da. You know what? Whatever. Just take the 50% off or whatever. And then it was, oh, just take it.
So when I first got there, there was like 2 little porta potties that they had like hidden, like kind of in their booth, but it was outside. Nobody knew about them. So that was like our clean bathrooms. It was right across the street. Nobody could really see them. They're kind of like tucked behind like a big rig trailer. And so I went across there and I saw some quality. Like there was 2 hats that were super rad, like cool patch, nice design. It wasn't like the cookie cutter bullshit. And so like day one, I was like, man, I better grab this shit because I know it's going to be gone. It's super cool and it's not cookie cutter. And I went up there and they were like, it was like $200 fucking bucks. And I was like, no,
$200 for a
well,
hat?
yeah, well, like,
No, for like
well,
everything.
hat, shirt, you know, just a few things that I seen. I was like, I want to take that home with me. And it was like day 13. And I walk back up, we get done breaking down, and Tony's like, what'd you get? And I like show him all the shit, and he's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you bought all that shit? I was like, yeah, the lady just said, fuck it, $50. And literally, I got a hat, I think I got a flannel, I got a fucking waxed, whatever, that waxed denim vest.
yeah.
The lady was so tired of it that she literally told me, she was just like, hand me $50, and I was on my way, man. I got my whole package. That was $200 for $50, and she didn't give a fuck, and I didn't either. And I walked across. Well, I didn't walk actually. I used my little knee scooter because when I was
you on a knee scooter too?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. All of Sturgis for the no. I hobbled around when I could.
Queen Zone 431.
Yeah.
God damn, dude, you got good eyes.
I know. All of mine are so big.
Childlike hands, one or the other.
So you call one of those deals, they just didn't want to bring it home.
There's nothing childlike about
No,
one,
this
okay?
was literally like it was a worker that I think the owner or boss man or somebody really pissed her off because
yeah,
there
she
was
was
a
done at the
there
end.
was a line of people behind me. I'm like, I think they're only worth $50, but those $200 freaking logging boots that lace up to your kneecap.
Still got a whole
I'm-
wardrobe down there.
Like,
did.
dude, literally, like those boots, they were charging $250, $300 a piece for them. At that time, when I was in line and that lady was on whatever she was on, everything was $50. Like she did not care. Throw me 20, throw me 50, and I bet you 95% of that money went in her pocket.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like because it was day 13 or day 14, and there was zero.
It takes a special type of person to work a rally like that. I mean, it's a carny style mentality. And when I say carny, I'm not saying it that way. I'm just saying it's like people that all they know is do that job, period. You ain't got a choice but to do that job. If not, where you at? You're either homeless or you're out. But when you're at a rally like that, like you gotta just nonstop be working all day. And I'm sure those people get wore out. I mean, my guys killed themselves for the 2 weeks of Sturgis, you know.
And we got rained on.
Luckily, I have these guys because they really didn't do anything but sit there and party.
Yeah, right.
But
Sure we did.
Who shut the bar down every night?
hey, I just know I came back from a little ride, and none of y'all could even stand up. So
I wonder why.
If you know, you know.
Had to be there for
what is that
one.
stuff called? District 9? No, that's the movie
No,
with
it's
Alien.
the
Delta 8.
yeah, the Delta 8. They were selling
Dude,
it at the
Delta,
bar.
The Delta 8 at that bar put us on our
And he
ass.
gives us me and Jake a gummy each, and we're just like,
This dill weed showed up with
Oh
like
my.
1,500 milligram Delta 8 edibles. I'm shattered leg. I'm doing everything I can just to like push through the pain. So I'm pain pills, muscle relaxers, drinking water, like trying to just push through and do whatever I can to support these guys. And like, I felt bad because they carried me for a couple shows. So I had the opportunity to pay my bills and do my thing, and they really looked out for me. So like when it came down to Sturgis, I did a lot more than I should have done during that time. But it got to the point where it kind of
The funds, dude, they keep coming.
it got to me, man, and I was like, fuck it, I got to take some pain pills, I got to take some muscle relaxers, I got to chill the fuck out. And here comes this guy, and he's got those whatever it is. I guess it's not THC.
It's
Delta
THC.
8?
It's
Is it?
It's Delta 8.
It's like this.
Dude, all I know is, so
it
when
got
I
me
bought
fucked
these
up.
from this girl, I was like, "Hey, I want the highest milligram, whatever." And she,
Yeah,
and
he
she
walked
was,
in there.
and she,
He walked in there and basically said, "Give me the baddest
yeah, because
shit you got."
it's not weed. And I don't know anything about
weed.
weed.
Like,
I'm fresh
we
to
got
this stuff.
meth around the
Yeah. The heroin's still in my veins. But I'm asking, I'm like, all right, I'll take this. And she was like, hey, just FYI, this is a sit down and chill thing to eat. And I was like,
He didn't tell us this
yeah,
shit.
whatever. So I went and took a half because she told me this shit. And I pay attention, so I'm just going to take a half.
So why'd you feed us a whole
I took
one?
a half, and it fucked my world up. So later on,
You and me too
I had to
false.
go to run to Black Hills or something, do something, and I left these guys. They were Jake's legs hurting, obviously, and we've had to put it in ice at Sturgis a couple of times to get his swelling down. And I was like, hey, y'all take these, and I think I gave y'all a whole one.
You
Yes,
did
you
give
did.
it. There's
Yeah.
no think about it.
No,
You
no,
know-
see,
no,
you
no, no, no,
did.
no, 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 no. Let's stop. Him and I were like, we should probably only take half of this. And Tony goes, no, take a whole one. You're fine. I already did it. I just found out he only took half. I just found that out right
He
now.
took a whole one too.
I had no idea he did not take a whole
They didn't
one.
come to the house during Sturgis party, did they?
Yeah.
Was that when they did the weed?
I was there.
I
You were
was
there? Okay.
I was
I was drunk when I
dying,
got there.
throwing up in the booth. I think that's what I was.
Yeah.
We were our buddy Jacob had his son there.
Yeah,
Jacob.
I remember.
And I was drunk and I just like had fun fucking with him. And then some other dude was there that we had our shirts off. And we were kind of going at each other.
That was a
little
good
bit.
time.
Well, you were there for
Oh,
that too.
yeah, it was.
we killed that bottle of fuck. Well,
I don't know.
Monty
You
showed up.
and old boy, y'all are.
Yeah, Monty showed up and because went and bought a fucking handle of goddamn Jameson, right? And I'm like, I started the night off like, I'm just gonna sip a little here and there. And then Monty shows up and then I check the bottle and I'm like, fuck, dude, it's almost halfway gone now. So I start chugging it with some drinks and shit like that. And it was a wild fucking night, man. It was a wild night.
I mean, y'all obviously stayed longer than us. I mean, that's not where we're staying, but
Yeah.
yeah. And those guys are great, man. It's and obviously I've met these guys through you, so I mean, it's great to go over there and
I'm
check
glad
out
that
everybody.
I'm glad
always
they're
a
so
wild time.
cool that they go to sleep and let us continue to party in their house.
That was literally
That's
like
rad.
one of the coolest groups of people that invited me in at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And I felt like I've known them for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Walked into the garage and it was like I was at home. Like
Yeah.
they're just like the coolest, nicest people. We go inside and it's like gourmet barbecue and all this shit, dude. I mean, granted, it's been sitting on the counter for 4 hours, but I didn't give a fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you
No,
know?
that was gourmet.
Yeah. We
Don't get me
were,
wrong. We had a food booth that was like 2 steps down from us, but when you eat it every day,
Yeah.
but it was better than anything else downtown.
Man,
It was
we did-
double the price.
What
We
do y'all
did-
think is like the best like food right now? As someone that's there for the whole
Oh,
time and
that's
shit.
guaranteed our spot.
Sweet
Our
burrito.
spot.
Yeah.
I've never liked sweet burrito, dude. I never could
It's-
fuck with that.
I mean, it's-
You can't go wrong with the
Sweeto-
It's a
butter
lot of
chicken.
food, so at least you get a lot of food.
Exactly. You get
I
like
think
breakfast, lunch,
Sweeto
or-
Burrito was like the best bang for your buck.
There was this.
I think the best food because they were always changing it up and it was like truly home cooked meal was where we were at 4th Street in Maine, in between
people
Rebels
right
Den
now.
Cycle Supply and
Monty.
Monty Roach, man. That little
There's that-
home cooked, whatever they were, a few grandmas and
Yeah.
a couple cousins cooking
Well,
food.
the story
man.
of that's
They
actually
killed
pretty
it.
rad. It's a family, and I'm like, so how many events do you guys do? Because they're killing it.
Yeah.
And their food is a fraction of the cost of anything else, and it's fresh. They make it right there on the spot, so you're not got food that's reheated from the night before or whatever.
Yeah.
So they make all the food fresh, and it's more country. They do breakfast and they do lunch and everything. But those people, that's their family reunion. That's all they do for their family reunion, and they've been doing it family reunion, and they've
For
been doing it
years.
for at least 17 years.
Damn.
And they don't vend anywhere else, so they're not like a vending family. That's not their thing. They just set up
Where
at
they
Sturgis.
from?
They're not even from there. They're from like
They were up north. They were northern.
Somewhere north.
They were northern
Yeah, they're-
Montana.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say Montana.
somewhere,
I think
yeah.
is where they're from.
I feel like that was what, and they've been obviously on that same property. I think it's Langmeyer's is the owns
Yeah.
that property, and I got in there by going to Sturgis last year and hanging out with Monty, and I was like,
remember,
man.
yeah.
I really want to get into just the vending game. You know, I just want to see what that'd be like a little bit without the stunt show, and then with the shop brand versus just the stunt tour
Yeah,
brand.
Stunt Tour brand.
So we did it. We got a huge booth downtown Sturgis on 4th and Main, right across from Harley and One Eyed Jack's, and I mean we did great. I mean,
Yeah,
we got
because the year before we all camped at the Days End.
at Days End.
Dude,
So
I miss that, man. Everybody's talking like they don't want to do that anymore, and I'm like, I miss.
I want to go back there so bad. So we stayed at the booth.
Yeah.
You would think that's actually kind of good because once the bars shut down at 2 a.m., everybody's gone from downtown. So it's not going to be loud or anything. That's when the noise starts because the trash trucks are running, the street sweepers, the
tow
sidewalk
trucks,
sprayer cleaners, the tow trucks, the cops.
Yeah.
Dude, it's banging like you have never heard all night long.
He didn't have it that
Yeah.
bad though.
Well,
he slept
yeah, he
in,
was
the
in the trailer.
Me and Jake were inside the booth.
there's-
The
on
problem,
grass.
the
There's
problem
men and there's
was
peasants.
okay. The problem was me and Gino. Like I was on my knee scooter, and
say he's on his knees.
this dude.
I was helping you a lot.
Well,
I was your caretaker.
I was hoping
We were definitely like we were an open image after hours.
wiping his ass for him.
So
and
the
shit.
problem was while Tony's in his beautiful trailer, locked up,
Yeah.
can't hear as much as us.
Throwing up and pissing on
Every
himself.
drunk fuck that can't find their bike or their car because it got towed or they parked it somewhere else and took an Uber and got lost. What'd they do? They came and, oh, what's up, guys? You guys in there? Because they knew we were in there after like day 3 or 4.
He's like,
So me and this dude had all the drunk. Dude, it was just lined up. Like our booth, like we would shut down at 11:30, midnight or whatever. After that, it was all the drunk dudes just hanging out with us, and it was cool. I had a great time. A lot of
you
funny
guys wouldn't
stories.
moan so loud in the booth, nobody would know you're in there.
yeah.
That's true. Because we did
Well,
jam music till like 3, 4 in the morning. But
I remember
Oh,
you. I remember that year, 21, when we were in Sturgis, and you were talking about that a lot while we were at the campsite. And Monty's tent became the hub, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it became the hub where everybody was like, "Well, I'm gonna go park in front of Monty's tent because I want, we would just want to,
Yeah.
we all have nice bikes, so like park it there and let people
I
see them
mean,
and shit."
do you?
Well, Proper Baggers hasn't got to the low numbers yet. Where usually your boy hangs out in, so we'll see how it goes.
it's got the sickest gas cap.
So,
100%.
That's
I
for
mean,
sure.
at Monty's booth, like being a business owner, like I knew, like I was like, man, this is a lot of people like constantly hanging out at his booth. You're in it. I was doing the same shit. I was
Yeah.
there, and I was like, and Monty didn't bat an eye. He didn't get upset whatsoever. But
He's
I
a
know
pro.
when he's doing his business, man, and people are in his way. I mean, even if you're in somebody's bubble, you're not necessarily in their way. You're in their thinking space.
Yeah.
And I understand that completely. And I was like, man, first of all, I want to capitalize on what's going on in this area. So yeah, I want to do a booth, see what happens. So we got a big booth. We got a 30 by 30 booth, which is in
Dude,
Sturgis.
we went
That's a big
all
deal.
in
for
for
my house.
Sturgis, man.
Yeah, it probably costs more than your house. So
Ouch.
and it's an ouch to me, motherfucker. So like I was like, I want to take advantage of that, but also our booth is going to be a little bit different. People can hang out. We're not doing art. We're not painting helmets and painting motorcycles and everything. So I was like, that'd be cool. We can have that same vibe down here. We can see have all the bikes lined up. We can show this is Performance Row. This is our scene. This is our stuff. I wanted a place that everybody could park and not be in Monty's way too. We can spread it out. There's more room. Not only that, we'll feed off each other. I mean, me and Monty, we were messing with each other. I mean, we were all messing with each other the whole week. Monty's down there killing it like he does, and he will for every year. I mean,
Yeah.
the man's a master at his craft. And, like I said, we wanted to capitalize on the option to go down there. We talked to the landowners, and luckily those vendors didn't sign back up. So we got it. This year we're expanding, so we're going to be 50 by 30 feet.
I know.
So we're having the rest of their property.
So did y'all did well enough to where it's like,
Yeah,
a good
we
idea?
did. We didn't hit where I thought we would hit, but it was a learning process. Like I could have made tons more money easily if I had the right stuff.
If he would have listened to me.
If I would have had more money in my bank account to spend, listen to him. Daddy can only go so far.
Yeah.
But we learned a lot. I mean, we learned a lot with our clothing brand versus parts. We did parts. This coming up year, we're going to install a couple of things. It's going to be minor things, but we're going to install a couple of things. We want to do a pop-up bike show. It's a pop-up, man. If you're not on social media and paying attention to who's posting what at Sturgis, you're going to miss it because it's not going to be planned.
Yeah.
It's going to be pop-up, show up, and this is fun. None of the bike shows I ever want to do is all about, hey, man, is this the number one bike? Is it the absolute best judged
Yeah.
bike? It's amongst friends.
Yeah.
Let's vote. Let's have fun.
Just
Let
a
people look
quick-
at your
we were
bike.
thinking like just quick fun. Quick
we're all
fun.
we're all ego people. We're all fixing up our motorcycles to look different and create attention. I mean, why else are we doing it? I mean, there's an artistic aspect to it, but you're not riding around on your fancy painted motorcycle for no reason.
Well, what do you think? Yeah, that's dope. That like, you know what's cool? I think that what's actually happening, and guys like you, and we're slowly, like, our world is slowly becoming the norm of Sturgis. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like it's
it is.
slowly becoming our friends that are getting their businesses to the point where they can afford the booths and create the vibe. And it's only going to be a matter of time before, you know, we're sitting here doing this podcast now, and at the last couple of days of 2022, what about in 10 years when we're sitting here talking about like how all of a sudden the whole fucking area is all our homies?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Forever Rad over there, and you know, all of a sudden now Big Trouble Bike Show is like a fucking thing now, and he's
Yeah.
like, you know,
It's gonna be
so-
cool, man.
It's going to be cool when we all get to this point, you know, like I think we've all done a good job. You, myself, and all of our homies of continuing to carry this whole fucking trend and this style of bikes and this camaraderie and friendships between brands, right? Competitive brands at that, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And we're all cool.
Dude, it's kind of rare that this
Rare.
many people that are in like absolute competitive brands.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of us are, and we're all cool.
Yep.
And you know, a lot of us we got a private chat on Instagram that some of the business owners do, and it's
I
really
have
just
to delete it every day.
I know,
Thank you.
but you're still there. But these are guys that genuinely are helping each other. You know, the Forever Rads, the Fast Life Garages, the Ram Jets, the Dream Rides, the Rebel Stins. You know, nobody's out. For my opinion, 1,000% is none of us are out to hurt each other at all. If anything, we all want each other to succeed. Period.
I think that we're all coming off of, like I said, the toxicity of what the big wheel bagger industry culture was, of all the drama, and this is also coming off of the chopper era too, with the bickerness. Like, you know, we
I
all
feel like that doesn't exist with
it
us.
doesn't exist with us because we enjoy,
Yeah.
you know, and this kind of leads into another segment, but we enjoy riding motorcycles. Everybody in our group rides motorcycles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In our group, when I say that, our friendships, like Kyle Forever Rad rides to the Smokies, then Daytona, then kicks it in Panama, then comes here and does Born Free Texas. Like,
Yeah.
he's a shop, and he's going on motorcycle road trips.
But then forgets to go home and keeps going.
Yeah.
You know, like
It's the point, though. It's like,
Stays in California.
You know,
for like
it's-
an extra month.
It's so rad.
I mean, I think that a lot of us could, you know, I know 5 ways I can turn my business into bigger and do more and make more money and step up to a dually and a trailer and a booth at Sturgis and, you know, go straight full Rebels Den on this shit, right? But but I mean, at the same
it's
time,
for sale, everything.
I don't, you know, I mean, for me, like I've kind of had a taste of it, not nowhere near on the level that you're at, but I've had a taste of it earlier on in my career, and I realized I didn't enjoy it, and I saw that dark road of like that much responsibility. It makes motorcycling like almost like motorcycles become that shitty boss, right? That
Yeah.
you just like, fuck, I want to get away from this dude. I don't want to do anything motorcycle related, and that's
Even though it's technically your passion.
the most common thread in older people, older bike shops and brands that I've done podcasts with the last 5 years, the ones that aren't really active in riding, they're jaded by it, and they just do the motorcycle shit because it's that's the only way they know how to make money. But they've stopped riding places. They've stopped being in their community. You know what I mean? Because they just get jaded by it. And they never learned how to deal with the customers, like to keep them at bay between being friends and customers. You know, everybody wants to be your friend when you have something to offer, whether it's a discount on parts or paint or fucking something. You know what I mean? But man, that's the one thing I see all the time is that guys, they stop riding, they stop going to bike nights, they stop going on bike trips with their friends, they stop going to Sturgis and wanting to also ride a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's a mentality. It's a decision that you got to make. I was at that point for several things.
Yeah.
Jake knows this very well. I was at a point of stopping period. I was just run down. The business aspect of it, the friendships aspect of it, everything. I was run down. And I was like at that turning point, and this is when we decided to bring Gino on board and kind of change things. But there is a point to where you have to decide like people that say, "Oh man, I don't have time to go do that." Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You have to decide that you have time to go do that. So I went from a person that, dude, I worked all day and I worked all night. That's the way I was every single day. There ain't enough more time in the day to do what we need to do. One day it just clicked in me, and that's been a little bit before I came to the first Fast Life.
I was going to say that because I remember when that changed, because you came to the first Down South and was all in.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, Tony's fun. You know what I mean? Tony's like, you know.
I remember
well,
when he told me that, like, I am not booking a show for this weekend. I am going to this camp out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that, and you know that
Thank
I
you.
made that a point, but yeah, like I made that
Most bougie camper at our campsite, too.
sorry.
What are you rolling on? Like a Mercedes Benz Sprinter on
Yeah.
Come on, man.
on centers?
So this year I won't be there, Jace. This year we're gonna go make money. But yes, you have to make that decision that hey,
Gino's coming. It's
that
all
you're gonna
Damn right. I'm ready to get shot at again.
You're not getting shot at our camp out. We're gonna
We do
parade.
the shooting.
What do we have? Well, we have.
Didn't you get booked for some stupid shit you
I
need to
think we have
cancel?
a show.
Nah, it's nice.
It's
Yeah,
nice?
It's a nice. It's actually one of my
How
favorite
much?
shows right now.
How much is it?
It's $100 million.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Okay, it's more.
I told you I was expensive.
Let me know how much it is. Let me see if my shirt budget will kind of fit you into like paying for you guys to be there, because you're the most important people that I got to pay for you.
I don't
Okay,
even know how you're gonna have it now.
huh?
How are you even gonna have it now?
What do you mean? I don't know. I'm kind of mad.
Because I'm breaking the news now. I'm taking Dragon.
You're not fucking taking Dragon.
I'm taking Dragon.
Don't fucking look at him. Don't even look at him, dude.
Dude, I got a wand and a dragon, dude. What can I do with the world?
Juan's coming to my
I got
camp
wand
out.
Dragon. it's a new band.
This motherfucker's coming to Fast Life, dude. There's no look,
We're going to Pennsylvania, Juan.
I would
your
love
birthplace.
to go, but
quit, dude.
I have to go where you go. That's my
Quit,
that's my-
dude.
This is my calling. This is my calling.
Quit.
Never.
Didn't you say at the Down
You
South
can't
that you were
tell
the talent?
somebody, hey.
Yes, that's not spoken of.
Wait, whoa.
This motherfucker was drunk one night.
You called
Oh.
the next morning. You said you ready for a new job. I'm like, shit, what did
No,
I
no,
say
hey,
last
no
night?
shit,
And then
almost
you,
fired you.
you showed me a video.
No shit.
I was drunk.
So
It's your
sit
fault.
down,
It's
Steve.
your fault.
I'm
Of
waiting
course,
for
Sit Down
Gino to
Steve's
come
gonna be
out.
in this conversation.
I'm waiting for Gino to
He was
come
the
out
one
and
who
say that.
antagonized that and recorded it. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Sit down,
saying
Steve
that.
is like got his phone out the whole time, just getting everything. He's like, "Hey man, so you're gonna quit and come fucking ride with us down in Florida and blah blah blah." And got this motherfucker saying, "Well, you know, I am the talent of this whole situation."
I don't know, man.
Give
I
him a
already
beer.
told Tony I'm sorry. I told him I'd kiss him or whatever he wants me to do.
Let's be honest. You told me to suck it.
This is,
I'm just waiting
I'll-
for Gino to say he'll ride for free again, so I just get a
dude, I'll do
bigger
anything
paycheck.
for Busted Knuckles and Tony. Like this, I found my calling right here. Like after losing my job in February and then doing this full time, like this is where it's at.
I was desperate. There was nobody else.
This is sorry. Thanks. Makes me feel a lot better.
Jake already told us.
Gino, we give you hell, man. But honestly, like I'm proud of you, man. I really am.
Thank you. It means a lot.
I wasn't sure.
You told me you were sure.
Yeah, remember my first surf and I stuffed my thumb into my front rotor?
I do
That was
remember
actually
that. Hey
good.
Tony,
That was
watch this.
awesome.
You need to watch out with your thumbs. That seems to be a
It is.
ongoing
Only just a little nub
issue.
I only got the nub that moves. It's seized up from here because I almost ripped the damn
He fell
thing
over the
off.
front of the bike and his thumb goes through his rotor. What are the odds of that? I'm like, this
And the
is
front wheel,
obviously
it
an
just- the front
accident
wheel
prone
just
little
stopped it.
little
as
guy
it hit
right
the
here.
forks, it just stopped on my thumb, and I just continued to do a front flip off my bike. And that was like a good wake up call. His first show with Tony.
Stunt riders.
Embarrassed myself
Hey,
in front of Tony.
let's go hurt ourselves for nothing.
Yep.
Don't. Yeah, for nothing.
It wasn't for nothing, but it was for fun.
So you can almost do the thumb trip.
But actually, your thumb.
Dude, I seen my inners become my outers, and I pretty much could have ripped my damn thumb off. Just pulled
Gave
it
your
off.
thumb a
Hey, legit,
what do they call
literally,
it?
as
Carve
that
your
was
dick up?
happening, I yell at Tony. I
circumcision?
was like, "Yo, check the kid out." Tony pops his head off the trailer, and it's Gino's thumb going straight into the rotor.
Stood
just
up.
like-
I stood foot on the tank, foot on the seat, and the bike just went straight to tank slap. And there was nothing. I went to go grab one of the bars, and my hands just fumbled between
Damn,
the bars.
there's chicks that do that trick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Amateurs.
I know. Hey,
I don't know why.
my first on my clap 2000 Dyna, like,
like-
multiple colored.
This motherfucker Rex doing the Superman on a bike. The one trick
much.
everybody
Hey,
does.
I don't know what the point of chicks don't. I mean, what's the point of doing tricks?
I got long hair. I'm close enough.
Yeah. You do like that swimmer that won the fucking beat all the other chicks.
They look a lot alike.
Fuck you guys. God damn you.
Seriously, you going to Pennsylvania, dude? What the fuck, man?
Pennsylvania's rad.
No.
It's really rad.
It's a really, really cool event.
Oh, wait
We
a
should
minute.
just move the
Can
camp
you
out to
wait?
Pennsylvania.
Can you change the date of the camp out? Can we consider that?
Where in Pennsylvania?
Can we move it 1 week out like it used to be in May? Can we do another May?
We have the next weekend free.
What's in May? Is there something special in May?
Man, we're always fucked no matter what we do with the camp out.
But honestly, right now, we can move it.
First week of May is Mother's Day weekend.
Oh yeah, because
And while
dude,
logistically-
every day is Mother's Day. We know that, so
Yeah.
no need.
Yeah, hey, trust me, we tried that last year.
And
Good luck getting that to go. It's
Fire your mother.
Logistically, the
Yeah.
first weekend of May is probably ideal. Absolutely ideal.
I'm
we
with you,
had some
brother.
people going,
Let's-
dude, it's Cinco de Mayo. I'm like, you're fucking Irish. Like, what the fuck are you
Cinco de
doing?
fucking Drinko.
Cinco, that's just one drink. What
Yeah,
does
it's
that mean?
like, what the fuck are you talking? Yeah, get some chips and salsa, bitch. Bring it down. Let's go.
Why
I love
don't-
Doritos.
Why don't
Let's
you
have
have
some-
chips and salsa?
let's have a
It's
good
kinda
time.
fucked up.
Well, we'll talk about that later, but I do want to pivot from one homegrown event to another that I've already got comments on. We'll talk about the polar ride, man. And we don't have to lay out details, but you got people asking about. People want to go. We were talking.
Okay,
about
so here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Let's talk about, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't even know if this is the right way to put the deal. I don't think it's the right way to put the
Is
deal.
it still on? We'll keep it short and sweet on the polar ride.
I think it's still on, right?
But we just got to make some tracks.
We're going to the hood.
All
I
right.
said we run it back to Shreveport.
No, we're 100% going back to Shreveport.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what's funny about Shreveport is we all had a great time.
Dude, we had the best.
And it was in the time of
It was,
it was in the time where you couldn't do anything in America.
Yeah.
And in Shreveport, our favorite
Think about that. Louisiana was
Wheezy.
COVID lockdown.
Dude, they were
Louisiana
super
was
locked down.
COVID lockdown. So,
yeah, they probably still are. Who knows?
No.
So yes, we're gonna go back to Louisiana. Tennessee, sorry, we think you're a bunch of pussies. I don't think you're gonna make it, but you know, if you man up, maybe you'll be here. Texas, y'all gonna have to redeem yourselves because you really sucked at Polar Rod last year.
whoa. You're the only person that came from Arkansas.
No, I recruited Louisiana. So there's three.
But we were in Oklahoma City.
What does that have to do?
Oklahoma dudes. Like my friends from Bike Night. That's all it was.
Yeah.
It's the same people.
It was literally all of us.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Texas.
You
bunch of
you were
pussies.
there the first night. Yeah, we linked up the first night at the
At the casino,
At the
with
casino.
the crazy country lady.
the racist lady.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Introvert.
I got a
You know,
nice picture of her too.
I lost my wallet that night. And
I bet you did.
Some couple from Missouri found it and was blowing me up all night. They found my they found my Facebook, started messaging my daughter and all my family like to give me my wallet back.
That's cool.
I left it in the IHOP that we ate and inside the.
That's why everybody should move to the South. Not really. Don't do it. Don't change us.
Who's this sound like?
We're sweet to each other.
But I mean, Oklahoma City was rad, dude. Y'all made it out to the bars?
No. Let's change that scenario completely. There is nothing nice about Oklahoma City.
Dude,
Oh, fuck that.
we had fun,
I was
dude.
in
And you were
Oklahoma.
in.
Where did y'all go? Because I was not at fun. I was at between selling babies, having an abortion, drug deals, a murder at my hotel. Like it was all going down on my level.
What do you think Shreveport's gonna be, dude?
Louisiana, dog.
So,
Dude.
we sat there at the RPM place, and honestly, sitting out there on the back of those
Yeah.
trucks and just drinking and shooting the shit, I could have done that all fucking night. That shit was fun. All those dudes from Oklahoma City and the surrounding areas that came down and was hanging out,
Yeah.
that shit was rad. I'd never actually hung out with like homies there. I've only just like my wife's got family there, so we'd go up there and like do Christmas or some shit. So I never got to like go to bars around there. And then I know that you came out to that one
No,
bar
the-
later on the night.
Yeah, where homie parked his Cadillac or something
Yeah,
outside or
yeah.
whatever. Yeah, that place was actually pretty cool.
So
It was-
we went
it
there,
was chilly.
and there was like a fucking full on like, oh shit, like these people are out of the Stone Age now. You know what I'm saying? Like they've evolved. Like they're using tools now.
It also reminded me of Texas because Texas has a lot of outside bars.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
Arkansas, you don't see that. Like in Texas,
Well,
it
you
seems
guys
like,
are still like. Ooga booga.
Oh yeah, can you explain to us what ooga booga means?
I can't.
I don't know if you know this. Arkansas is a lot like Texas, just more America. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
What's your pet rat's name?
Hey, it's Alfred, and all you guys are in Eastern California.
Pretty much.
Fruity much? Is that what you said? Fruity much?
Downtown Oklahoma City is badass. I was
Yeah.
there a week ago.
Bricktown.
Oh, you're out of nowhere, just gonna take.
No, I'm saying
Take it back. It's cool.
Just shitting all over it. No, they do have 4 or 5 districts to party in, and it's a cool fucking place if you want to spend a
Yeah.
weekend. But I'm all about running it back for Shreveport. Shreveport's dirty.
Shreveport was good, and Houston showed up to Shreveport. That's what.
No, Houston did. Houston. You know, so that podcast. I mean, not
you can
that.
gamble is going to bring people too.
Well, yeah. I mean, what was the name of that hotel?
Samstown.
So
Samstown,
yeah, that's
right.
where we're gonna go again. We're gonna go to Sam's Town. Thank you,
Hell yeah.
Jason.
It's
JD.
basically no shit. It's basically the black casino of town. Like once we actually got their dinner, they're like, "Oh, you guys are staying over there, huh? That's interesting." And but yeah, that's just where that's kind of what it is.
I like the way we go to that first bar, which is like a little bitty hole in the wall, and then I see on the counter it's like crawfish, whatever, for £3, and I'm like, cool, that's like an appetizer for me, £3. 'Cause I love crawfish, and I order and it comes out in this giant tray, and I'm like, that's like 10 pounds in Arkansas. That's like $120. I was like,
So
so
y'all
I'm
on the metric system.
Oh yeah, we are.
Fucking
So I'm sitting there eating crawfish for a while, and then some other people ordered crawfish, and everybody's having a good time. Scott's got his shirt off, so now the party officially has
And
started.
he's already started to lose his voice.
He's already started to lose his voice.
It's cracking a little bit.
So then somebody's like, "There's a bar or something around the corner," and everything was closed down in Shreveport. Like it was crazy that we even found a bar open, and then we go around the corner and there's like a game room bar, and we hang out there. Where all the games were shut down. Like you weren't allowed to play pool, and I forgot it was
we did the punching bag machine though.
well, it was cooler. God damn it!
Come on, Grandma.
Da-da-da-da.
Somebody get this dude some brain bridge or something.
Going senile on
The
us.
first one was the little Irish pub, right? We absolutely.
I don't know if
The
it was
Irish
that.
pub was the little bar where I got the crawfish. That Irish pub.
That set the tone because that was like, oh fuck, dude, we just
Well,
outbrewed this thing.
So this is my Jace got a bitch. Okay, let me bitch. I'm
You
a complainer.
always do.
I'm a complainer. That's what
You
I do.
are.
I'm a good. Yeah, no way.
Nothing
So
like
here's
having
the
a
deal.
female in here.
This is a fact.
So, I knew what was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen that we all went to the Mexican joint for lunch and we all linked up there. And by the time we got finished with that, it was like 1 p.m., right? Maybe 3. Let's just say it was 3 p.m. Finally can check into your hotel rooms. And I knew for a fact if everybody went to the fucking bar at 4 p.m., that the night was going to be over at 9 p.m.
You went to sleep.
No, I was
Did
up.
you not?
No, I was
Oh, I thought
there.
you
I
went to
was
sleep.
up. So we left. So this is what happened. So we go there. We essentially take that arcade bar you're talking about.
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like we took
We
over
took
the whole
over.
thing.
They let us do
But-
this punching bag.
But when we say take over, I mean there was nobody there, so we just took over.
No.
We didn't push anybody out.
People started coming in, but we didn't see them.
That's what. So I'm
They
saying.
went into a private little
They
little
went
nookie.
to the underground,
So you can get that
which was a
cookie.
dance club, and we did the same thing because they all came in at the normal club hours. They were like,
At 4
"Hey,
p.m..
where y'all going? You know, what's going on down there?" And then we go down there, and
They're all fresh, not drunk.
everybody like. Who was dancing? I want to say DeJong was going hard, and
Kyle, I've got
Kyle
one.
was.
Justin for sure.
Justin definitely did this a couple times.
Yeah.
So you guys showed up to decorate. Is that what you're saying?
So we get down there and we're like,
Pretty much.
there's like barely anybody in the dance part of this thing, and we're all like going hard, and then more and more and more people are packing in, and we're
Sandbar. It was called the Sandbar.
getting we're all getting to the point where we're too drunk to defend ourselves. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Can I
So
ask
it's
what?
like-
Can I ask what time that was?
We have no
9
idea.
p.m. Maybe 9:30.
It was a little later than that. You're right. You and I went back. We were sitting in a room. We took a nap. And we got.
Oh, the truth comes out.
By the time we got to the, we did it right.
Yeah.
By the time we got to the Irish bar, people were singing "Friends in Low Places."
This is the party now.
We start drinking then, and we catch up kind of quick. But at the same time, we're on the way up. Well, motherfuckers have already plateaued. Well, then we go to the same bar. So yeah. So if some of us are still partying, a lot of your mates start falling by the wayside. So yes, by 12:30, 1, and apparently Shreveport goes to like 4 in the morning or something nuts. But by 12:30 or 1, the one like we're really partying, but we're alone.
We're alone.
Everybody else.
100% alone. And I'm like, we ended up did we.
Jetty was there.
We drink.
Jetty and his dad were gambling, right? And I remember we went back to the hotel for a minute, and then we ended up trying to catch an Uber to Waffle House. Were you went to the Waffle House with me?
Dude, I walked to a strip club. They told us it was closed.
Was it open?
Me, RD, Scuba Steve, and somebody else. We still walked, and it was closed.
It was closed.
We Ubered. I can't remember. I want to say Kyle. I know I had 2 other people with me. We Ubered to a Waffle House. We get there, and it's the most Jerry Springer shit ever. Watching what's going on. The Waffle House is open, but they're not open.
This is when I was dealing with Kickover.
Kickover.
Kick the bikes over.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because when we did that recap podcast of the first Polar ride, we put her mugshot as the photo for the deal.
I'm gonna go ahead and put
They
this
got
out.
married, right?
No, oh yeah, they got married. But I'm gonna go ahead and put this funny. Hey, they haven't gotten any better. I love you guys. Well, I love you, BJ, but so they went to Key West on a fucking trip. They get in a fight in Key West.
No way.
BJ takes her fucking bags, puts them out in the middle of the freeway, the interstate down there, and then gets on a plane and fucking flies back to Arkansas. Leaves her shit out in the middle of the fucking interstate.
I bet when they make up, they play like Yellow Wolf Love Story to each other or Tennessee Love or some shit like that.
Oh,
They
my
just immediately fuck each other and they're back together.
Every
right?
time BJ's like, dude, it ain't gonna be like that next time. I'm like, come on, BJ.
Don't. Hey, everybody thinks I hate women. Just don't bring your wife. I'm not saying I love women. I'm saying like just don't bring her. Like they fuck shit up. They kick bikes over.
I really dislike women.
Like women, they're empowerment. They can go do a fucking babes ride, Polar ride.
Penises, yeah.
Fuck, you know what I mean?
So when is the date for the Polar ride?
All right,
First
here,
of
here we go. Everybody, choose a number, 1 or 2.
7,
Never.
7,
1.
7,
1 or
12.
2.
7,
1 or 2.
He doesn't spell.
You said
1 or
1 or
2.
2. That's 12.
Seven's closer to
He just
1.
put 2.
3.
2.
12. 1 and 2 together, man. 1.
This dude.
2.
He's Nostradamus.
Oh
over
shit.
there.
1.
2.
He already forgot.
know what it means.
Well, he's 7. That looks like a
8.
1.
You want to be the first weekend or second weekend? January,
Second.
February.
February. Second.
First or second, I'm good. Either one.
Second weekend.
Second weekend.
Second
Oh,
is
so-
better.
oh, no. There-
Second is perfect for me actually. Second, I'm fucking having.
I got Anaheim
I have-
Supercross
I-
the first weekend.
Second weekend.
Second, I have absolutely no. I don't have my son, and I don't have any obligations whatsoever.
But this isn't revolved around you.
The first
Pull up
weekend
the
is
calendar.
the Saturday is February 4th. The second weekend is February 11th.
All right.
As far as the
Pretty
Saturday.
sure that everyone here says second. So it's fine.
If I do the look, I've already. I'm dealing with some shit. I gotta like. I have to. I travel so much that every weekend that I'm home, I have
You're the
to.
only person dealing with things in life.
I have to spend time with my son. I have to. Like
He should go to the fucking Polar ride.
dude. Honestly, man. Hey, we took him to Austin with us last weekend, and he was good. You
How
know?
old is he?
He's 11. He's about to be. Or he's 12. He's about to be
Oh, he's a
13.
grown ass man.
I mean, he's taller than me.
That's not saying much.
His dick's probably bigger too. I'm not gonna look. I'm gonna be pissed. Like, motherfucker, what?
I feel like it's more than 50% of the people that's right.
All right,
Besides you and me.
Thanks, Juan.
So here's the deal. We're gonna do what is that? February 11th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna do February 11th in Shreveport.
yeah.
We're gonna meet at that Mexican restaurant. Do you know what the name of it is? No, but it's amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
So-
and they were super hospitable.
So these people, we show up. There's 88 motorcycles that show up. There's 88 motorcycles. We show up at this restaurant. We didn't call ahead. We didn't do nothing. I walk in and she's like, "How big's your party?" And I'm like, "88." And she looks at me and she's like, "Really?" And I was
Say
like,
no
"Yeah."
more,
And she's
fam.
like, "Okay." And I was like, so how long is the wait? She's like, give us about 10 minutes. 8 minutes later, I timed it because I was like, holy crap. She's like, come on in. They make room for us, and they serve us immediately.
They did a good job.
Dude.
I will say that. No complaints.
Blocks for back performance, which I go to regularly.
I'm down.
My favorite
Yeah,
place.
that's where we're going. That's where I'll post it up on King Tony, Rebels Den, Bust Knuckle Stunt Tour.
Stay tuned for details.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
The best shit.
But February 11th weekend, that's a Saturday. Ultimately, this is a call out to Tennessee. I know you guys are new to riding motorcycles and you're just now getting into all this. But you're a bunch of pussies if you don't show up. So we put Texas on blast one time, and Texas showed out. But also, we're gonna go back to this. You know, Texas has a gazillion people, so yes, negative 0.0000001% showed up.
Show up, and Daddy showed the fuck up.
But did Steve ride in from up north?
Steve Chamberlain,
No, Scuba.
Scuba.
I thought you said Scuba went.
No, Scuba Steve. We have a Scuba Steve here in Dallas.
I was like,
he's
Scuba
part of
didn't show
the
up, I don't think.
LTD crew. Like, he's kind of an OG like performance Dyna FXR guy in
Okay,
Dallas.
so
Yeah,
do we even know who was a long distance rider last time? I know we had some.
I would say probably the longest distance people that came in was the Houston guys. I know Ben.
No. We had some northern state guys.
Kansas,
weird.
right? We had a Kansas guy, didn't we?
I feel like there was a few people.
Yeah, I thought we had some
that came
Eastern.
in from a little bit more north, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
Now here is the thing. I will say this.
San Antonio showed the fuck up.
Yeah, for sure. Houston showed up, but here
all those guys.
it OKC better show the fuck up.
Are they still a thing?
No, they
Love you
need to.
guys.
Like
They better.
No, they do have a scene, but if they want it to happen, they need to be fucking like dedicated to this shit. They gotta, you know. Oh, look, I like Oklahoma. Our camp outs there is great riding there. My daughter lives there. I love fucking
I
Lawton.
would not consider that Oklahoma. It's really like Western Arkansas.
Western Arkansas.
It's more
Well,
American.
the people, yeah, definitely, but you know the terrain. That's all good. No, it's we got Donnie up there. We got Ryan with RPM.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good dudes up there, but you know I think that they should be making the pilgrimage to come down and do this thing.
They do.
And even if like, you know, I'm sure that we're gonna run it back and go to Jacob's house out there and probably out there or party out there. I'm sure that. And I'm speaking for Jacob, but I'm pretty sure that we could probably accommodate some people that that want to come out. But man, like these things that we do in the off season really they create a what do you call it? Like they create like this vibe that we carry on throughout the year. 2021, 2020, we all went fucking hard, dude. You know, 2020, I think we went hard.
2020 was super hard.
We went,
opinion.
we all went hard, and then I think 2021 we started off hard doing the fucking first polo ride, and then it carried into like
2021.
everybody that went to Daytona. Like there was all these wild stories. That was the
And
real.
you were always like, I don't like Daytona. I don't care about
still don't
Daytona.
like
and then after Daytona last year, you were like, man.
You know what? Here, let me
I
tell
had a
you
lot
this.
of
I'm gonna tell you
FOMO.
exactly what's happening. I'm saying that so you feel good about your decisions.
Oh, is
I
that
don't
the
give
way?
a fuck about
Is that the way it
Daytona.
was?
I don't.
I
yeah.
saw tears in your eyes. I saw you shaking. It was kind of weird.
Guess what?
But-
This year, Daytona, while y'all are out, I'm at Froggy's. I'm going to be going and doing podcasts because I'm a fucking businessman, bro.
So you're gonna do those. So since those companies are all gonna be in Daytona,
No,
you're
they're
gonna
not
be in
because nobody the other side of Dallas goes to Daytona. It's only Dallas East that goes to Daytona. So I'm going to go to California and do, you know, like suck up to the man. And
You're good at sucking, so
yeah, well, you know, when you get good at something, you only do it for the right people, right? And make sure it's worth a lot of money.
We got something in common.
Exactly.
Gino is he's the softest young man I've ever met.
I like this. Y'all are fun. Dude, this is fun.
This is great. I love this.
I feel like I wish Jaden had a mic because dude.
We can still hear him. He's got a good voice over
I like what
there.
you're saying about as far as like the off-season events, because it is. You don't want to say it sounds pretentious to say it's a tryout, but these things, the smaller things like this, it does dictate who you want to really fuck with when you do the bigger events, and the guys that maybe that could be the difference in getting included. And hey, man, do you want to split a hotel with us, or do you want to ride out with us, versus trying to do it yourself? Do the bike night. It's the consistency. You don't have to make everything, but there is something about doing the events like the pole ride. Number one, you're going to get more out of it. You're going to make more memories and get closer with people because it is strictly a us thing.
Yeah.
But like I said, it does lay the groundwork.
Thank you, sir.
For the bigger trips.
Where's those cold snacks at? I've never had one.
Well, you can. I mean, these guys can attest to it. When we're on tour and we're meeting all these different people, and we meet people at dealerships that ride motorcycles and are kind of into what we're into, which is granted is rare because people at dealerships don't ride motorcycles a lot. But the some great people that we have met, you know, we're like, hey, and they're like, yeah, we're really into the scene, or we're really into that. It's like, but are you? Like, what are you doing in your local community? I made a post recently that kind of stirred up some stuff, and I was like, you are what you make your local scene. Your scene's nothing unless you involve yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to be the leader, and that's just some places there needs to be a leader, and you got to be the guy. You've been that guy. I mean, and you've got a lot of guys with you that are side by side, all at the same level, you know. But going to these different places and explaining
I'm a
to people.
kingmaker.
Are you? Yeah. So we go to these different places.
Tony's the gatekeeper.
And we explain we explain this to people. Like one of our buddies over in Georgia, you know, he was like, he really wanted to go to down south. It didn't quite work out for him, but he was in. Like, he was in to go. Just some things didn't work out for him. But we're trying to explain to people, like, go. And when we're doing stunt shows, one of the first things, if I get a chance to get on the microphone, I'm not winded, Jake will hand it to me, and I'm like, everybody, we greatly appreciate you being here. And if you can, any local event at minimum, you need to support. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's motorcycle related and that's what you're into, go support it. Even if you're just paying admission, walking around, it's not really for you. Cool. You did your deal. You paid admission. Keeping it going, because one day we're going to stand around and we're going to look and wonder where all the cool stuff went. And that's because we didn't support it. For whatever reason, like maybe we weren't into it that year. We didn't support it, and then it disappears. Then where are we at, man? Yeah. So we try to preach that. I preach it nonstop, and my guys do too, and you guys do too. So when I meet people, especially at dealerships, I'm trying to explain to these people that for your dealership to do better, for this brand to do better, because we all believe in Harley more than Harley believes in themselves. So when you're trying to tell people to really engage, you just tell them to get out, ride, enjoy, experience. It's going to help you in your sales. If you're a salesperson, it's going to help you in everything because you can relate to the rider. You can't relate to the rider if you're just a random person that doesn't ride and you're back there in the back.
Yeah. Well, you know, at the same time, we get the, you know, I know, I forget his name off the top of my head, but we met him at the pre-party for down south. What's his name? The black guy.
Oh, Henry?
Henry, that's right.
Henry. Yeah, he's rad.
Dude, I started following him very recently. I didn't know his Instagram, and it's been fucking rad. Like, I love his little videos. And he shouted me out on a situation about this subject, and then I found his Instagram and started following him from that. And I've been saying that for years. It's like, you know, if you are fortunate enough to be in an area where other people are putting on something that you're interested in, then your job is to support. And leaders have to be followers. I followed so many people in my life to understand this motorcycle industry and this motorcycle culture. And it's just now that I'm getting to a point to find ways to actually implement ideas that I've grown by being a follower, right? It's not saying that I didn't do some leadership type shit early on in my career when I was riding sport bikes and stuff. Yeah. But what I'm talking about now is that, like, if you want to create something in your community, it doesn't have to be a camp out. It doesn't need to be a camp out. You don't need that. We have camp outs.
We have enough.
What you need to do is try to get people together consistently at a fucking bar, a restaurant, or a spot, and just build on the simplicity and allow that to take place, and then turn that into a ride somewhere, whether it's a camp out or your own personal, like, we're doing the Smokies, or we're doing the Rockies, or we're doing Born Free Cali or something, right?
Or you're doing somewhere an hour from your house.
Yeah.
I mean, never underestimate starting small.
So many people get fixated on, like, oh, let's get together. We got 5 homies. Let's do a camp out. Like, no. All right? Don't. Please don't. And I'm not saying that because they've all heard our stories. Yeah, the first camp out was 50 people. You know, down south, first camp out was 50 people. But the thing is that our camp out and Craig's camp out and even the up north camp out, it was there when there was no other opportunity. And now those opportunities exist. And so I want to support whatever you're doing on that smaller scale, right? I want to support that somehow. But I can't commit to coming and supporting your camp out when I don't know if you've ever even been to either one of ours.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing I like, bro, like don't do something that you haven't supported or even attended, right? And then secondly, like, man, like we're all growing and going, like y'all, the Rebels Den, the Busted Knuckle Stunt Tour, everything is growing on your end, and you're still trying to make time to do these things that are grassroots and important, because I know that when people see you there, and now you made a really good statement at Down South. I think people fucking, like, I enjoyed your company there. I felt like you had a really fucking positive and good vibe going on the whole time. Mm-hmm. And that made me fucking like, dude, this dude's rad. And I like you. So come on downstairs, bro. Let's see what that mouth do.
Something in common.
How long are we gonna go with that?
No, but I was just saying, like,
Talking love notes to me now.
no, I'm fucking with you, dude.
No, Gino, he got on his bike. He got on a brand new bike. We had just put a cam in.
My plan was for Down South was I have my M8 Fat Bob that I bought from Tony. That's my stunt bike on the road, but it only got 5,000 miles. I told him, like, if I could get an ST or a newer bike before Down South, I'm going to go 100% because I want a bike that I can rely to put miles on.
Yeah.
So now I have the ST, and that Down South ride, when we linked up with you guys, went to Florida Bama and then into Florida, and then we all jammed back. Like, that was my first, like, actual mile ride getter, and I enjoyed every bit, every second of it, meeting the new people and the whole different scene instead of just like going to a stunt show and going to the lot or whichever. It's just like that whole, it was different. It was different. So much fun, and I was so happy. Like
I've always said this, that I think that like people that travel on bikes, you find something about like what you guys do on a bike when you stunt them or ride them in the abilities that you have. I can't imagine how amazing that feels to do that. You know what I mean?
Feeling is like 100% different when the bike's at balance point and you're on the brake and you're doing like the hand drag and you have the throttle hand off and you're doing that. But then also when you're putting down miles and you're with a solid group and you're in that moment, that's a completely different type of feeling as well.
Yeah.
And it's almost like two different worlds. Like you got the stunt side and then you got the mile side with the campouts and putting miles down with the boys and stuff and just experiencing that new stuff. That's a blast.
What sucks is there's a lot of people that aren't going to get to experience that for either their interest or whatever. Because, for instance, like me, and a lot of us are older, but me, I'm beat up. I hurt whether if I'm on the bike or off. So on a bike, people are like, how do you go do all those miles? That's going to hurt. You're sitting in a position to, yeah. It doesn't, but there is a thing about being in pain that's pleasurable in the aspect that you're accomplishing something, you're doing something with your friends. It's not anal, and it's just flat out. It's a good time.
Like he told me today on the phone, he was proud of me because I didn't bitch once on that ride. And he's like, by the end of it, like no doubt, our hips were screwed up, but
he was frozen.
You did not. I wasn't prepared for that one.
The thing about doing a trip is like,
did he try loading the ST in the van?
No, I didn't. I was 100% down riding.
The hardships of a trip is point of it, man. It's part of it. It's like it's man versus the wild motorcycle edition, right? It's
exactly.
When I came back from my part of that journey going down the down south, that was outrunning a hurricane. You know what I mean?
wish we would have went with you after that because he was talking about going to the Keys after because he usually does. Amazing. I was like, dude, I've never been. First time that would have been so much fun. Next year,
the way the Keys happened this year, the way the Keys happened with Mark and I and Yonkin and somehow Craig found his way down there. I needed that personally just for some awesome personal shit, and but now that's a staple. That's happening every year when I go to down south.
It's like a decompression trip.
And you guys didn't even get a chance to experience like the offshore boat race stuff.
We partied with the people.
Yeah, and they partied.
That's right.
They party, and they were there. I wouldn't mind if things can line up correctly with doing that on top of also how big Born Free Texas is now going to become, and also being a part of that, and then literally having a week or two before having to go do down south. I want down south for me to be, from here on out, to be down south, Keys extended, like at least 3 days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The ride home, whether that's a 2-day ride home or whatever, it doesn't matter to me. It's just a blast to get back. But I want that to be the thing. But it's like, that's the Florida that I like. I like that Florida trip. So it's hard for me to want to justify to do it again for Daytona.
Because it's,
you know what I mean?
it's genuine to the ride.
Yeah.
Genuine to the friends.
And the people that are going to go down to the Keys, like, trust me, we're talking about it on the podcast right now, but
It's a long ways.
It's not going to be for it. Like, it ain't going to be an open invite. Hey, we're doing the Keys. Like, yeah, you'll know we're going, but we're going to fucking totally cool guy you the whole time we're there. Like, who's this fucking nerd over here? You
Don't
know
get
what
your
I mean?
panties in a bunch. Sorry, we're just.
We get it. You got a lowrider S. You think you're one of us now? Like, fuck out of here, dude.
ST, brother. ST.
Then he buys us a beer. Like, bro, what? Why did you say so? Come on. Nah, I'm
Still
fucking
ride a
with y'all.
Sportster.
It's all good. It's, you know, stepping stones. You know,
It's all right.
Jace is a
I'll hold it
Sportster
down
rider.
for us Arizona boys.
Yeah, I rode it. My first Harley was a Sportster. It was my mom's. She let me borrow it.
Stock 883 at the 100,000.
1200. I didn't do the 883 gay shit, dude. Calm down.
had to rape the
She
shit
pay
out of
your
that
she
bike.
pay your bike payment?
No, I took overpayments and then
That's basically exactly.
Oh, your bike was your bike was built by somebody else. So you took over payments.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, my mom built it, and I was like, "Hey, mom, can I be a builder?"
Look like a dirty bird.
No, but it's I think these events they're kind of morphing, and you know, at the same time, I think guys like myself, and I know you guys that are inundated with motorcycles all year long. Sometimes we need these trips to also be decompressants from not having to be. I know people hate when I say this type of shit, and I'm sorry, but it's just the life that I have now or have. But it's like I don't want to be anywhere where I have to be anybody. I don't want where I have to be somebody else's idea of who I am, or the podcast, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. Like I want to go to the Keys, and I just want to fucking hang with dudes that don't expect anything other of me than to just be there with them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And shoot the shit and have like genuine memories and you know, we're not at the Keys trying to create an event. We're not at the Keys trying to like, this is the key trip. You know what I mean? Like, no. Like, this is all a selfish thing that we're all doing for ourselves to just love motorcycles.
Have a good time and
personally.
make memories.
You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Love
No,
it.
1000%.
But we talked about it the year before. Me and you did. And then
Yeah.
down south last year was a fucking disaster. So
Yeah,
Go pee on
I was dealing with some stuff. You're gonna go pee on stuff?
You go pee on things?
you need this?
Do you need help?
You gotta get closer here. Get closer. We'll wait on you, honey.
We'll be here. That's all right, though, Tony.
So, Jaden, what's new with you? You got a motorcycle?
Screw you, too.
Yeah, got that white Softail, the same one I was on the big trip on.
Such a gangster.
I bought a few things from Rebels Den.
Oh, the Rebels Den Cycle Supply.com. Found on the internet.
Speaking of, you guys were talking about not having the energy for social media, and just
It's
I
hard.
suffer from the same too.
I have
You
no
know what
energy
new
for
female
that.
Screw that does Red.
Yeah.
Red,
Yeah.
Red like an app 2 hours ago told me to tell you to check your phone. I just never had a way to slide
Me?
But I love Red, man. He is.
No, he's
Red's awesome.
he's a character, and
I got no service
every
in here, Red, sorry.
you know it's funny because he knows me so well that he'll make a video and he'll send it to me first, and he's like, "Hey man, is this a bit much or is this okay?" Or kinda,
I like
and
that
then
he kind of pushes it.
I know everybody loved that
he does.
superhero video.
And it's funny, like sometimes he thinks he's completely gone overboard, and he's like, "Man, I don't think this is okay. I don't think you're gonna be okay with it." And I'm like, "Dude, that is perfect."
That's perfect. Put
I was
some more
like,
gas.
put some gas on that shit, light it up. I was
He
like,
was still late today.
yeah. So we go to the shop this morning before we head here, and Juan's. I'm like, Juan's like, well, what time do y'all open? I'm like, 10 o'clock. He's like, well, Red's usually late, right? I'm like, no, Red's not. He's usually here early, if anything. And I was like, not to say he's never been late, but he's usually here early. We're trying to hit the road. I've got a customer that comes in with questions and everything, and I'm like, man, Red will be here in a little bit. What was it, like 10 minutes late? Yeah, like 10 minutes late, which is astronomically fired. So 10 minutes late, Red walks in. I'm like, really, dude? I'm like, Juan, sit here saying you're going to be late. I'm saying you're on time. We got customers in here. You're late.
I wasn't
Dick.
trying to make you look dumb,
But no, his videos are on point. They're funny. They are funny. So yeah, I'm pleasured and I'm happy that I have him
He
on.
seems like a dude you guys are lucky to have.
Yeah,
Like a great
yeah.
teammate.
He's always on
That's
the verge of
solid,
being
man.
fired.
That's
but
just a-
yeah,
Like the day to day, every human loves Red. He's a
What
guy.
yeah, because they don't know him. 'Cause
How's
that
the
guy
comments
sucks.
look? What are they? What's some shit they're talking about in there?
Oh man, Polaroid's been blowing it up. That was a big thing. Had a lot of people.
So if you're outside of like the area of Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Tennessee, you're still a pussy. if you don't
Florida?
show up.
The likelihood
It's Florida doesn't show up to anything because they're not relevant.
Well, Florida, I guess Henry just called himself out to basically start doing some rides, right?
Yeah, he should
So
go.
he should be at the Polar ride.
I mean,
Dude,
Old,
all right, so it's 200
do
miles.
Coast even ride? Do
It's
Coast,
200 miles
Coastal
for us.
people ride?
It's 200 miles for us, like in Dallas, to go to Shreveport.
How about not think
I
about
just did
numbers?
200
Just
miles
think about
yesterday.
love.
Exactly.
Think about love and
No, I'm just saying.
acceptance
I'm just
between
saying. Like,
friends.
yeah, it's a little bit easier for us. It's 200. I think it's pretty close to the same
Yeah.
thing for you guys. 200 miles.
Yeah, whatever.
Everyone's got to start at the same spot.
Yeah. Well, at the same, the guys that want to Houston, it's not 200 miles. It's like more than that. I
Yeah.
think.
I don't know.
Fuck yeah. I mean, if it's 200 miles from us, it's 400 miles, maybe 500.
No, I don't think it's
The thing
no,
is,
not Houston.
The thing
No.
is, if you're further away, say you're further away than our little 200 mile, call us out.
Yeah.
Say, hey, Arkansas, Texas, show up on this date.
Stay in your lane somewhat on that. Take
Now we're probably not going to go.
At least there's only one from Arizona going. I'll hold it down for AZ at least.
You're not
I'm
in
just
fucking
saying.
Arizona anymore,
I'm just
dude.
saying, Arizona.
You
I
got to
mean,
leave from Arizona.
Arizona doesn't even leave Phoenix. Like, there's a border around Phoenix. Those
Yeah.
guys aren't allowed to
There
leave.
is. I
Oh
mean,
shit! There's no more streets, just cactus.
Houston to Shreveport's only 239 miles.
So it's a little bit further, but the San Antonio guys like Robert Cheeks and
Yeah.
and
I miss my cheeks. Needs to get out here.
Yeah.
I just slap them.
There's so much shit that goes on in Arizona, though. Like, what do you got?
Well, I mean, you know what sucks
You go big
is
willin'.
no, what sucks is like there's such a big gap between like the major cities of the West and like the line of Interstate 35.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, like you got Denver, but if you're like under 40, Interstate 40, like the next biggest city is like El Paso and Albuquerque, and those aren't even that big of a cities when you
Yeah.
look at like in the world of cities. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So
Well, when you're rolling out from Arkansas, those are massive.
yeah.
They really are. Like, they're big. Like, we live.
You're
in
talking.
it.
It's weird how he's
It's
non.
the first time you've seen a building more than 5 stories.
Dude, Juan is nonstop talk bad about Arkansas. He's from Florida, which I am too, but yet he won't move back to Florida. He's in love with Arkansas.
money in Arkansas.
Dude, I like Arkansas. I think that
I
there's
like
a vibe up
Arkansas is
there.
legit,
After
dude.
living in Arizona my whole life and then being with him for like the most of this year, Arkansas's growing on me. Like being
Yeah.
in the green and the trees and the environment and just a small little town like that. It's rad.
like
and we
you-
got great riding.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, 100%.
It's
So
beautiful.
you have winter, but not extreme.
It's
It's
the
not
same as
like
y'all.
It's
Yeah.
pretty much the same
It's
as
really
us,
close.
right? So it's like
Sure is fucked, but
this is
It just started. We had 2 days of cold weather, and it's fuck. Oh my god! We had 2 days of cold weather. Guess what? It's 70 the next day.
yeah, it's 70 degrees.
I think
I know.
Arkansas is just undercover rad, like all the way around.
There's so
It
much
is,
hidden,
dude. When
there's so many
when I
hidden
lived in
gems out
Florida and
there.
my mom was like, "Hey, let's move to Arkansas," I was like, "Well, where's that in the country? I
Yeah.
don't know. You know, like does it snow there? Because I'm in Florida, I'm in Miami, so all it is hot and water and da da da. So does it snowboard or snowing? So at least I can snowboard. Like, yeah, it snows there. Cool. Let's move to Arkansas. Might be able to snowboard. Come to find out, in Little Rock, Arkansas, there's no mountains. There are hills. There are ant piles, and it ices. It does not snow.
you get the fucking sled.
Yeah, we get the sled on ice. Just walk fast.
So I got a serious question as far as what y'all were just, both of y'all hit on it, a bunch of secret gems, great writing.
Yeah.
How much do you feel like y'all actually take advantage of that?
Oh, I do.
I know we have a state where we have it all at our fingertips, and yet my biggest thing is like, dude, I don't explore my own state enough, which granted it's a lot bigger, but do y'all actually spend the time when you get out to here and there, or do you
I
think you're
do.
always saying it?
So I do, but technically these guys don't live there. Jake used to live there. Gino's actually been there a lot this year, and he's gotten a chance to go out. And Jake's explored a lot in his time, and he'll tell you a little bit more too. But like for me, one thing that I haven't explored enough that I'm going to do this year is the waterfalls. we have a lot of waterfalls that I've never been to, and swimming holes
And hot
stuff that I do
springs.
want to.
The
Yeah,
hot springs.
Yeah, but I mean, even up north along the Missouri border and stuff.
Harrison up
But
there.
yeah, if you do your research on like American states, Arkansas is supposed to be one of
It's-
the more beautiful. I mean, for what
It's called the natural state. I mean,
Oh,
that's
it's
our
gorgeous,
That's our
man.
motto.
And I've gotten very lucky to be able to be with him.
Honestly, RD's one of the main dudes that I see.
Have you guys,
out doing his state? Like
He's
Bruce,
natural.
like,
He's
hitting the
natural.
roads. And I know he sticks to that northwest area, but sounds like he's.
Is he back in Arkansas? Like for good?
I don't know. I have no idea.
There's like a little bit of a weird thing about Arkansas. There's like people being involved in things, which is a little bit strange. And like, there's a ton of rad shit there, and it could be way more amazing if like the war people like.
It's hard hoarding people in and getting.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Hopefully, people just got more involved.
Well,
It could
Be careful saying that. We said that
Hey.
8 years ago about Texas, and
Hey,
now
hey,
California finally fucking listened.
Juan, he
Hey,
made the
you guys
rules.
haven't turned blue yet.
He made the rules
Yeah,
very
true that.
clear earlier. You're in the corner. You're not supposed to speak, and you don't even have a microphone.
If you talk, you gotta talk loud.
Yeah, you gotta talk with like your.
Just give him
like-
one more beer.
Juan, you can come sit on my lap.
Hey, they can-
Here's the deal. Here's like an idea with like you guys. Scott has been putting in work trying to create a scene out there. Justin does what he can when he can. You do what you can when you can. There's so much good writing out there. It's like you really have to sit there and find unique, different things to do. It's kind of going back what we were talking about with like the camp out situation. People decide to get a scene and they're like, let's do a camp out. This is rad. We got a couple cool guys and we're so excited about it. But like every state, every city, every area has something unique about their area that they can kind of exploit and show the rest of the world to get people to want to come to it. I don't personally want to go do another camp out. You know what I mean? I don't want to go to another part of the country and do a camp out, but I do want to go to another part of the country and do something different.
Yeah.
A run or this
Well,
or that
I
or
think-
a fucking, that's why I enjoyed the Terralingua thing because it wasn't a camp out, but people camped. You could do that, but it was a party. It was a run. It was like, come here to do this.
I think it's going back to building your local scene.
Yeah.
Whether if you're a leader or you're a participant, you got to participate and you got to go out there and
Gotta
you got to talk to
support.
people and you got to express what your interests are. Nobody knows what your interests are unless you express them. And then that's always going to
I
change.
don't believe in a democracy, dude. Here's
Yeah,
the problem about
you are,
democracy.
I mean, you are in California, and Texas.
This is the problem with democracies is because when you start a fucking group chat and you're like, hey guys, let's all decide together, and the one dude that can't do shit, he can't do shit. He can't. His wife won't let him.
But he wants to make decisions.
But he wants to make decisions like, oh, here's the deal, like, some of us can't do that, and it's like,
It's called delete.
no, but it's like, no, look, he's not gonna say, hey man, my wife ain't gonna let me do that. He's gonna say, man, I don't know, we should all do that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, the problem is, this is what I'm saying. It's like, sometimes you gotta let people just do shit, and you just gotta fucking go and be happy the fact that you didn't have to plan shit. You didn't have to invite people, and you didn't have to be responsible for shit. Your only responsibility was showing up. That's the easiest fucking thing for people to do, is show the fuck up to do something that everybody else figured out. When you go to a movie to watch Avatar 2, you don't have to do shit but show the fuck up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right? Everything else is figured out for you. And so in the bike scene, when you got a guy, whoever, whether it's a camp out or a scene or a guy, and he's figured out everything, just show the fuck up and go along with the program. And then if you're cool and if you find some things that could be better, reach out to him like, hey man, like this was rad today. Thank you for doing that. What do you think if we do something like this added to what you've already done? That's how you grow. You know what I'm saying? You don't grow by being an asshole online. Done that ride before. Not that good. You know what I mean? On a fucking post for the said subject ride. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I don't know. I'm just getting drunk and talking shit. But
Well, no, I think it's about building your scene, but it's also about getting out there and really just supporting everything. There's enough campouts. There's enough rallies. There's enough everything. Granted, some rallies may need a subsect of event to make that rally better because it's become stale. But there is enough campouts. There's enough all
but
that.
we're
So
still
support it.
doing that right now too. I mean, like we've done you. When I say we, I'm talking about you and I and many other people. We've created these things in Sturgis and Daytona. There's plenty of places where
So
Just waiting on them.
So yeah, I mean, speaking of Daytona, so Big Trouble and I are going to do a industry party at Adamek Harley, and that's going to be
That's rad. Hell yeah.
That's going to be March. Is that the what year are we in? 23. March 2nd, which is a Thursday. It's right before the whole Daytona starts.
See, that's perfect. Now, as a big friend of Mark, and Mark is like a mentor to me, him finding a way to provide for this motorcycle scene with the Big Trouble Bike Show, and even that's perfect. That's a perfect thing for him. You know what I mean? He's one of those guys that when you're around him, like, you can't help but like the motherfucker. You know what I mean? As much as I don't want to give him that credit, you know what I mean? You just can't.
Well, the whole
help
point is we wanted to be there and do, stunt shows, of course. Stunt shows, of course, for everything. But I hit up Mark and I was like, "Hey, let's incorporate you. This is your town. This is everything, Mark." So we didn't want to do a bike show.
Yeah.
We didn't want to do anything in that aspect. We just want to do something a little bit different. There's a lot of bike shows going on in Daytona, so we wanted to do more of a Milwaukee-ish industry party for Daytona. Vendors that are coming in early, you guys can go to Adamek. We're going to be posting up a lot of stuff, me and Big Trouble. So here very, very, very soon, we're going to be posting up a lot of stuff. So we're going to be doing stunt shows on that Thursday. But also that's going to be the industry party. Industry party means as many vendors, companies that we know that we can have there are going to be there. So if you want to be there and hang out and learn about those companies and experience what they have to say and or just hang out, have a beer with everybody.
Yeah.
These are people that are enthusiasts. Don't look at it as just companies.
What's
These
good about
are writers.
What's good about industry parties is a chance for you to talk to these brands and for brands to talk to brands without a table between the two of you.
Yeah.
It's like you're just there as bikers, as people that love motorcycles. Dude, that's perfect. I love that.
Yeah.
That's
Talk about
exactly what needs to
motorcycling.
happen.
Talk
Yeah.
about what you like about their product. Talk about what you don't like about their product. Let them know. We all talk together, and believe me, we're all taking it, and we're all listening. But it's honestly out of friends. I mean, an industry party to me is a friend party. That is, we're all interested in the same shit.
Do you know how happy we are that Tommy's here in Texas finally?
I thought you were saying Juan. Like nobody
No,
knows
no,
Juan.
no. I
Hey,
do
Juan's
this
a cool
way
dude.
because that's south to Austin, right?
No, Tommy is our
Here's the
dude,
deal.
and I'm not even a Texas guy, and Tommy's
So
our dude.
I'm glad he's here, but there was something cool about having a dude in Milwaukee, though. There is that still.
Tommy's our guy.
He is our guy, but
Yeah.
I got to throw some shade at it somehow, and I just like. Now I don't have a reason to go to Milwaukee anymore. I mean, Milwaukee's beautiful, and I love that place.
I mean, we
but-
do. There's still good people up there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we still got
But
Alex and the guys up
I
there.
think we're
mean,
gonna. I think that. We got to get those. We got to get all these cool people to just move to the south so that we can just continue to have a badass bike scene.
The deal is Tommy's home.
Tommy's home.
Tommy's home.
Milwaukee's still a good time.
Yeah. Milwaukee is a good time, dude.
Let's turn Austin back into a good time.
It's not gonna happen. It's
Give us a reason to go back down there.
so many.
Honestly, we went down there. I think that. I think it's possible, but I also feel. I feel like if I and by I mean like us, Jaden, Kyle, myself, the homies. If we lean into Austin too much, then I feel like Austin's gonna hate us because we're gonna be Austin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, take over.
Well, that we're going back to that point. You have to build your own area.
Yeah.
If you don't, somebody else is going to do it,
Yeah.
or it's never going to be anything. It's
I mean,
going to be
so
one
I-
of. It's going to be one of those.
You could probably test this, but there is no a day off of this shit. You know what I mean? If you want to work in the motorcycle industry, you want to be successful at it. You want to create opportunities for yourself, your friends, and everybody to come enjoy. You want to do all these other avenues. Like, it's a lot of fucking time, man. It's a lot of work, and it's like you want to feel. I want to make that post online and just be like, "Woe is me!" Like, I've just been on the road and I've been doing this and this, and everybody say thank you. You know what I mean? That kind of shit, right? But they're not going to, because a lot of them look at your life and they want you. They're like, "Man, I wish I was doing that." So, and they do and they don't, right?
Nobody knows what's behind the curtains.
Yeah, it's so fucking like.
But also, people expect that they deserve something that they didn't put any time in. It's like I have random people like, man, you're so lucky you got this truck and these bikes. Well, guess what, motherfucker? I don't go wakeboard. I don't go snowboarding.
Yeah.
I don't do anything. All I do is motorcycling. And yes, I've accumulated some stuff because I've put in some years. And I didn't put in years 9 to 5. I put in years of wake up to go to sleep, you know.
Yeah.
And who knew when that time period was going to be? These guys have been on the road all day, all night. They're not performing at that time. They are traveling. They are driving rigs. We are spending hours upon hours setting up booths, late at night, trash cans banging in Sturgis. I mean, we've done it all. We've partied. We've done the corporate thing. We've hung out with everybody, but we're out there.
Yeah.
And, man, people just need to be out there. Just ride your motorcycle. Get
That's
out there
probably
and
the
have a
best
good time.
advice you can give anybody is, and I think about this too, especially off this last trip I just did. The people that like you can't. Social media is great for making like to give a world like maybe a first impression of you, like for what you do and whatnot. But being somewhere, shaking a hand, having a beer, you know, connecting on a deeper level other than just motorcycles with these brands or entities or whatever, like you can't replace that. And these events that I know that you throw, like your anniversary party is an event that brings a lot of people from all areas to, and you support everything we've done. You know what I mean? And we do we support the Polar Ride together. These events give people an opportunity to make connections, and people don't understand how much important it is to take a follow online and turn it into a real friendship in real life.
10,000.
You know what I'm saying? And with that follow is like that dude's rad. That friendship in real life turns into, dude, let's you want to do something this summer? Let's go to Born Free. Let's ride to Born Free together. Let's plan our own trip. And we talk about it so much, and I know that for so many people, they look at miles, they look at the country and think, I can't ride 1,000 miles. I'll wait. This motherfucker smoked weed for the first time.
That's like, I'm not talking.
What happened was,
Isn't that juicy juice weed?
hey,
The old duels of drugs.
Doyle rules.
be easy on them. Just because Arizona went blue doesn't mean
Hey, no. I don't know what he's smoking on over there, but the stuff we got in Arizona.
You don't have a fucking microphone. This is
I like it.
That was amazing.
Come here, Jaden. We can share.
The Delta 8 of weed, or the old duels of weed, dude.
Hey man, Kyle's wife with Forever Rad, dude. She busted us out smooth. Me and Gino were in Sturgis. I think one of us was looking at the top of the tent. The other one was staring into the grass.
You were laying on the fucking black vagina in front of the air conditioning
Go ahead,
unit.
tell your
I'm laying
story, 'cause I got
behind the
something
table.
for it.
No, I'm just saying, like we just straight up got busted, and the whole time I'm looking at Gino. Gino's looking at me, and I feel like we're talking to each other without talking.
We didn't say a single
And
fucking
we
word.
finally fucking talked, and I was like, dude, are you okay? And he's like, is Tony okay?
This was like
'Cause Tony
6
told us he
hours
took-
later
Tony
after we took him.
Told us that he took a whole one, which I just found out he took half.
He's still pissed.
I am.
I'm not.
Because that
I was
other
happy.
don't
half
get a
put
chance
me
to be
into
pissed.
fucking Pluto. And so anyways,
Just gotta deal with it.
Kyle shows up, his wife shows up, a few other people. I think it was who all showed up?
Monty came and checked on us. I remember
Monty came and
that.
checked, yeah. But we're basically laid behind the cash register. Like I said, one eye up, one eye down. Couldn't fucking walk. Couldn't do nothing. We were just
So
we
they're
were
out
fucking
of it,
smoked.
and I'm obviously out of it. But I rode to Black Hills.
He got to
Harley.
ride, so at least he got to, like, kind of
so
wake
I'm at
up a
Black
little
Hills,
bit.
and then it like super hits me, and I'm like, oh fuck, no, this ain't good. It's like I got to make it back downtown Sturgis. So I'm like, I get on the bike, I get back, but I get a message, and it's from Kyle, and he's like, hey, there's nobody in your booth, and then his wife messaged me like, oh, they're asleep behind the table or something like that.
We were asleep with our eyes open.
She was like, I think one of them's dead or something. And I'm like, reading these messages. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I'm like hauling ass trying to get back. And like, I feel like I'm flying in a jet plane going down the interstate, dude. I get back and like, they're like looking at the stars. They're like in the booth going, what did you do to us, man? And I'm like, what are you talking because I totally forgot. I didn't even know why I was high. Like, so
I like
confused.
how Tony walked into the booth to like try and get onto us, but he was so fucked up he couldn't get onto
No, I
us
couldn't. I wanted
because he
to.
was trying to process everything that was going on, and that was the best part. Is like, I'm looking at Gino and I'm like, "You all right?" And he's like, "Are you all right?" And I'm looking at Tony. And I'm like, "Are you trying to like straighten us out right now?" And Tony's all fucked up too. So it's the three of us staring at each other. We're not talking.
You gotta think,
We're
we're
just looking at each other trying to figure out this whole fucking situation.
I kind of straightened up once Tony showed up, and then he started standing behind the
didn't.
table.
I was fucked
He
up.
was still laying on the ground. I was standing in the middle, and Tony's sitting there with his arms on the bleacher, and I'm sitting there. I'm standing in the front of the booth, like where the people walk in, like reading him, and I look at Tony, and his eyes are just like half closed, and he goes like this at me, and he goes poof, and then he just sits down in the chair, and that was all until 9:30 at night. He found the damn megaphone behind the booth, and then he came to life.
Oh,
and
no.
came out in front of the
No,
booth
no.
and started
So-
yelling at people.
You know, he was talking about there's these two porta potties that were behind one of the booths.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like our secret porta potty.
Oh, God.
So I get my porta potty bag, you know, and my toilet paper, and I think I had like some toothpaste or something in there.
We had a full douche
So
bag.
I go in this thing, and there's only two of them, and it's in an alley. There's no traffic in there of people walking or anything. And then like I do my business, get out. There's a cop standing there on that side, and then I go to turn left to go towards the booth, and there's another cop.
more
And I just kind of like looked at him, and I was like, "How's it going, man?" And I go to walk by, and he's like, "What are you doing in there?" And I'm like, "Shitting." And he's like, "What's in the bag?" Because I had a toiletry bag thing, and I'm like, "Shitting things." And he's like, "We smell weed," and I was like, "Doesn't everybody?" I was like, "It's everywhere." I was like, and you know, I didn't smoke. I didn't do anything. I smoked weed for the first time at your camp out, you know, like a year ago or whatever. Yeah. And I'm looking at him like, he's like, "What's in the toilet bag?" And once again, I'm like, "Shitting things." He's like, "We heard some snorting in there," and I was like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa!" I was like, "You have no idea how wrong of a person you have right now." He's like, you know, we're kind of talking for a second, and I was like, "This is messed up." And he's like, "Are you a vendor?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm a vendor. I'm right there." He's like, "All right, you have a nice day." And I'm like, "The fuck was that about? You smell weed? Have you been to Sturgis before?" I was like, "This is weed."
Yeah.
I'm sitting at
Like,
the
all
entrance
of the air
watching.
is weed.
I watched these two cops. I watched Tony go
The
to the
whole
bathroom.
thing,
I
dude.
watched
Tony
him walk
swarmed
up.
by fucking Sturgis cops.
Yeah, then all the
He was
cops started coming. Yeah, it
Just
was
like,
weird.
he was
Yeah.
screwed.
He was trying to sell Yuko.
I think that's what was happening.
That was the best part, was like the fact that, you know, like
He's
the
like,
the marijuana topic.
These dudes don't get it.
They're not found about marijuana out there. Like, they sell it at the bars. They'll sell pre-rolls. They'll sell the gummies. But if you get caught smoking on the street, you're gonna get fucked.
Oh yeah,
'Cause
we watched.
I had a
we
homie-
watched it.
I had a
Gummy.
homie from Arizona come out.
How many
He was super
people got
stoked to
locked
see
up
me.
in front of our booth?
3.
Oh, yeah.
They're all
Three?
my friends from Arizona.
Yeah.
They all started
So-
smoking pre-roll with us.
As I was getting to,
He
Monty,
was yelling at me.
Monty
I grabbed him by like collar and I said, "Get in the booth." I
getting
go walk him in the booth. Gino's like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Get in the booth and shut up." And Jake's like, "Gino, get in the booth and shut up." So I'm like getting him in the booth out because I saw the cops coming from far. I've been doing this long enough. I know when something's going
I'm
on.
oblivious.
I saw even Jake had no
Man,
idea what was
he's
going
a
on,
fucking
but Jake knew
dumbass.
how serious I was.
Yeah.
And Jake gets him out of the way because Gino had taken a rip off the dude's weed, and I was like, "We're getting the fuck out of here." It's like, da. So I stood back, expecting me to maybe take the brunt because I'm still on the sidewalk. They come, they start going after all his people. Dude, I was
all my
expecting
friends
them
from
to get
Arizona.
done and then come into
Dude,
the
like
booth
3
and take
times,
everybody.
full blown fucking Sturgis SWAT in front of our
Dude.
booth over a joint.
Monty's
And
coming down. He's like, "Dude, what's going on down there?" And I'm like,
the food people next to us. We had suspension guys next to us. Everybody's out. You just see like it looks like a
You can get
concert
more
with a little
cameras
flashlight.
on you. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's good.
I mean, it was in a way it was good.
You need to do like
because-
a call in a bomb threat or some shit.
Well, you just look at
I was on
one
my
at
megaphone
Jack's.
giving people a hard time.
You're just like they got a fucking robot coming up to your shit. It's on the news, like, and then you just come out with a megaphone, like, "We got big boy."
It was
Front
great, man.
Sturgis hats still on sale.
I went down to the city hall to pay our taxes because you got to pay like 2 times during Sturgis.
mafia, yeah.
1,000%. So
Let's talk about
we
our
go down there
receipt
to pay the
books.
payment, and she looks at my paperwork and she looks up. She's like, "Oh, you're Rebels Den," and I'm like, and I was like, "You didn't say that in a very delightful way." I was like, she's like, "So I heard you got something about some horrors or something going on down there, and then F Sturgis or something. And I was like, yeah, but most of your cops are buying it. And she was like, I can see why. She's like, cool, whatever. She was like, oh shit, where are we going with this? Am I having to pay more taxes?
The people were really cool with us, though. Like, we had random inspectors come in,
They were
and a lot of
super chill.
times Tony was out, doing
drugs,
doing Tony things, and Gino.
Yeah, it's only
It's
heroin.
just a
It's
lot
only
of
heroin.
times, like there was so much like undercover inspections that would come in, and a lot of times I had to deal with it. And
Dude,
they would
just out of
come
the
in, and
blue,
I was,
too.
they would kind of have like this. I don't know. They would be a little bit on edge because they see like the big boars, more horrors, and the F Sturgis, and they would come in and talk to me and Gino, and they're just like, "Wow, like this is just like a big joke. Like they're having fun. This is cool."
They ended up being really cool with this.
Next thing you know, they're wearing fuck Sturgis hats with a Big Boars More Horse T-shirt.
So they're
on the way out from giving us our little sign-off inspection on the city.
They're so
the city shit.
insanely anal, and it's all about money. There was a vendor that had been there for tons of years, always done his thing legit. He had an employee that took $20 for something and put it in his pocket just because he's helping multiple customers. So until he gets back to the register to put it in the register and ring it up, he just put it in his pocket. He's making sales quick. No big deal. But guess what he didn't do? He didn't take that customer to his register, ring them up, da-da-da. He went to jail. They shut down the vendor booth for 10 days of Sturgis.
Yep.
That's everything to that vendor.
Yeah.
And that's what they do to
That's
everybody.
true story.
So I go to a office supply place. It's the only one in Sturgis. I go there and I need them to get some receipt books and stuff that I didn't bring. And we wrote a receipt, hand wrote a receipt for every single customer,
First
and it
name,
was
last name.
brutal. And
Dude.
that lady at the office supply place, she's like, yeah, you either buy this electronic machine, and they'll accept that, or you handwrite everything. That's your two options. She's like, it's serious. And I was like, she was really nice. I was like, I take your word for it. And we wrote, we're not doing that next year. I'm going to have my whole point of sale to where we just hit buttons.
You can ask these
But-
dudes. I woke up every morning and spent 2 hours auditing our own paperwork just to make sure that we wouldn't get in trouble because it was that fucking crazy.
Hands down, if it wasn't for
I would
Jake
go
doing
over.
that,
Yeah.
we
I would
probably
go
was in a little
over
fight.
1,000 fucking receipts every morning. Make
that's
sure I
wild.
had first name,
Well,
last name. Make sure
dude, he
the
had everything.
taxes, all the taxes. Like if you had $100 item and your tax was off by 0.0001, they would nail you.
Yeah.
Or they could.
This leans into the whole concept that I've always talked about. What I love about Sturgis is it's spread out, and it's obvious as to why it's spread out. Right? There's obviously the Black Hills, Hill City, Deadwood, all these different places, but these other towns offer less of those restrictions, and it invites more people to go there and set up there.
Oh,
right?
no, 1,000%.
You know what I mean?
Definitely. Because
not
we
so
were
strict.
under. I felt like the whole time, like
That's why
I had
I said the
eagle eyes
Sturgis
on
Mafia.
us.
That's
No,
what it
no,
is.
no. It's really, really, really bad. And I mean, they struck fear in us. And I'm very corporate-ish the way I handle things, so it really struck fear in me because that's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's
what if
the
they?
part.
How much money it costs to be on 3rd and Main?
Yeah.
Like if they shut me down for 2 days, it would have ruined me. So if they shut me down for the whole thing, dude, that would have ruined everything.
But just the amount of time it took to
oh,
make
believe
sure.
me, I still have a box of everything. Everything's organized
Yeah,
because they
like-
will audit you.
We were walking on eggshells for 2
the
weeks
amount of
straight.
time that
It was
Tony
wild.
and I, like Gino, would take care of
But Gino's not very
opening up
smart,
the
so he
booth
can't
and
really do anything mathematical.
Very
making
dyslexic,
sure everything was
homeschooled.
presentable while Tony and I were going over paperwork and books.
Yeah.
Legit, like hard work sitting down at a table 2 hours every fucking morning. And sometimes it would take 3 hours, 4
That's
hours
wild.
because I'm like, Tony, dude,
we would
we're-
have some
we're
inconsistencies.
we're
and-
missing $1. We had to find that fucking dollar
Yeah.
because they were that
Yeah.
on it. Like, dude, if you were 1 cent off on your whole day of sales, and they came in,
So, for instance, that food place that was next to us, that's on 3rd. So that's the split between Lizelle and Main Street, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. So on that, once you get on Main Street with One Eye Jacks and all the bars and da-da-da, a hamburger is $22.
Yeah.
That is no fries. That
A
is
hot
no
dog
drink.
is 25 and they're 48
That
hours
is no
old.
fries, no drink. That is 20 whatever dollars.
Weren't noodles
And that's all of
$28?
them. That's all of
Yeah.
them down there. And that all that is reheated garbage from the day before. I mean, it is
Love it.
bad. It is
2 days
bad.
before.
Now, granted, the noodle people in One Eye Jack's pretty good, but the people next to us, you know, the
Fresh.
family, they're doing ham and cheese sandwiches that are the best I've ever had in my life. But they
And
did
those
did
pulled
biscuits
pork-
and gravy in the
those
morning. They did
pulled pork panini
pork chops.
sandwiches?
I'm
They
gonna
did,
start
uh,
a Pop-Tart thing
was
where I
that
just
ribeye
they
one? It
order
was a ribeye.
Pop-Tarts and I fucking put them in. How's your day in Sturgis?
Even
Oh, really? Where are you coming from? Cool. Oh, shit. Here, give him a hot blueberry Pop-Tart.
oh, dude.
Hey, one of the best days I
would've
had in
made my
Sturgis
morning.
was
Whipped cream
laying
on
on the
top?
couch in McDonald's. McDonald's had a
me
couch inside, and I laid on that thing for a little bit. Best experience of my life.
Yeah, he leaves us for fucking 3 hours in the morning. We all go take separate showers. Like, I go first, take a shower at the community center. He goes, takes a shower.
a great
Tony leaves on his bike, and I'm like, all right, like he's gonna go. He's gone for a couple hours.
Always wondering what the boss is doing. Maybe
Falls
I should
asleep
wonder
on the
what they're doing.
goddamn couch at McDonald's.
He's like, I just gotta wear these fucks.
He comes back. He's like, dude, I took the best nap ever on the couch
Dude.
at McDonald's.
Me and Willie from Pro One, we go walking down Main Street, and we find this. I'm fucked up and tired by this point because it's later in the week.
Yeah.
And we find this. It's like a flea market that you go in, and it's like this big building in the middle of all the buildings.
Yeah.
Well, in the front, there's a row of massaging chairs. So we sit down, and they're different. They're the ones that like encapsulate your arms.
See,
your
more
legs.
shit we're
Like a
finding out
milking
about.
table.
Dude, yeah, it does. It like pulls, dude. It pulls your joints apart. So me and Willie,
It's like,
me and Willie, we sit down, we do our thing. We both go to sleep. We wake up. They fucking locked up this fucking place. There's nobody. The fucking salespeople are gone.
Oh, that's when you got stuck
We're
inside
still,
the
we're
building.
still stuck
couldn't
in the
find
chairs,
them.
dude.
Yeah.
And the
Couldn't
whole
find
place
them.
is shut
I
down.
forgot
It's
about
dark.
that.
And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, they shut down. I'm like, no shit, Willie. Like, we can't get out of this motherfucker. Like, what the fuck? And we look up, and then finally this guy's like walking down this dark hall. He's like, I'll get you guys out. And opens up the doors, lets us out. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
I was like, we just went to sleep, woke up in a different era of Sturgis.
The next thing we knew, we found them upstairs, or it was like the third story. I think we found him and Willie up at One Eye Jack's.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the very
place.
top.
We
yeah.
couldn't find them. And
It's my love
we went
haven.
everywhere, and we finally found them. It was
20
like 1:30.
2021.
Maybe 3:30.
We had the, 2021, we had the campsite. You were there. Everybody was there. And we went to One Eye Jack's, went up to the strip club up top, which is basically like bikini club.
Yeah.
And
They're nice ladies.
some of the best
Better than that.
vision, watching Dirty Larry just get slapped in
My
the face
boy.
by cheeks, and him just like taking it like an adult, and just I don't know, man. Like they're while we're coming up, we're passing the 2-lane life guys on the way down. There's something about One Eye Jack's. It's like it's a shithole of as far as like price.
That's where Trey got his nickname.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's where you go, man.
What do you mean price?
It's just expensive as fuck. Like to go and be a part of something, and you're.
like beers and
You
food.
know, when
or
we talk about bike experiences, like I think that like we equally have these more like I hate to use this word all the time, but I do intimate more. Like we're around a campfire, we're hanging out at a bar, a dive bar kind of thing, just chilling, drinking some beers, knocking them back, and the next thing you know, you're in the Vegas of the beer spot of fucking Sturgis, right? And you're trying to have fun, but you're also like, fuck, man, I didn't budget for this. You know what I'm saying? You
So
know,
that's where I was saying about like the camp out riding and the stunt scene is kind of different. Like that's where Sturgis and the camp out stuff kind of comes in a different play because it's chilling by the campfire with all your homies. Then you can either go to the bar where you can't hear a goddamn thing,
Yeah.
and you're spending a lot of money, or you could just chill by the campfire with all your homies and have a good ass weekend with everybody drinking.
we'll bring
beer.
you out to the camp out this year.
I
Like,
think
we'll-
I think that was like one of the rad.
good. Yeah.
I think that was like one of the rad things that we had going on with our booth was the fact that our booth became the party. Like Roach would shut down, and it was almost like I'm not.
They
gonna,
would migrate
like
over to
we were
us.
nowhere.
that's the point. That's
We were
exactly
dumb-
what
we
he
were-
wanted to do.
Yeah,
the
we
year
were
before.
dumb enough to stay open. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
For sure.
Like if you registered like our hours, it was 9 a.m. to 1 in the morning.
Dude, people were knocking on our booth.
And Tony was
7,
dumb
8
enough to
a.m.
buy siren lights and a strobe light to put out front of the booth, so it looks like a damn rave
did.
in our booth.
And then it
so
became
it
like-
just attracts everybody. It's just you got red siren lights, and then inside you got a strobe light going, and all
I
these
had a
fancy
dude
lights
that
in
brought
there.
his wife in, got her naked,
Yep.
and begged me to play with her.
Where's the YouTube
I'm sitting there
video?
behind the counter like, what the hell's going
Me and
on?
her, me and her engaged. now.
have it's right here.
What were you
There's-
say, Jaden?
You threw me off it. I had this whole point about going back to the early part of the podcast where it is, going back to something we've talked about for years, seeing you get that big spot, Monty, all of a sudden you're seeing a little bit slowly but surely, like our generation is maybe not taking over. That sounds abrasive and whatever, but you see us rising the like.
Becoming more present.
It's not well. It's what we said. It's not dying on our watch. We're doing our stuff. We're what I mean. We're elevating us. Thankfully there's enough of us that have our shit together that gives the people like me to hang out and just give somewhere fun to be. But the guys like that, where you're actually being a part where this is our Sturgis, this is our scene.
Yep.
You still got the old guys ahead. There'll always be new guys coming in. But as far as us, like, are we just gonna
I feel
flake
it.
out and
Yeah.
lose it? No, dude, we're not.
I don't want to let the motorcycle culture skip over our generation.
No.
As if it,
That's not
in
possible.
well, no. I mean, it is possible because it's happened to a lot of generations of bikers.
But I don't feel like our generation would allow that to be possible.
But a lot would. You say that.
So-
I'm saying
no.
our like
A lot of our generation right
scene,
now-
our group, our
scene
community.
won't, but our generation would.
I think some of the
Okay,
guys like
yeah, I guess
myself
I
and Tony
kinda worded that
and a
wrong.
lot of guys they have a focus on that and they understand the responsibility with that. But for most people that are getting into the bike industry right now, they have no idea about like the things that doesn't make money for them, like supporting a scene, creating a scene, trying to uplift the whole culture. That's not profitable in a business. That's an expense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And most people don't think about it like that. They think about it like, okay, I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna put my life savings to start a shop and get a tire machine and fucking
This,
a drag
that, and the
account.
other.
And it's me against the world. And it's like it's really not.
Yeah.
Because if you're a rad dude and you go to a camp out and you do these things, then you could probably get a lot of opportunity to work on bikes. And then you can see how the scene will provide you with an opportunity to make a living for yourself. And then you realize like the scene provided this for me. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, you were a person that could receive it. You put yourself in that position, but now you got to look at it like, how do I put a fucking pot of deviled eggs back on this table for everybody, right?
Yep.
I'm so down.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
And so
it makes perfect sense. Honestly, like what you're talking about right now is what made me move to Arizona in the very beginning. I think it was 2016. What was the last year down at the grass for Arizona Bike Week?
16.
16?
or
And then 17 was like the big banger, and then it was kind of over with.
I went to 16. I went to Arizona Bike Week in 16, and that's when I decided that I wanted a Dyna.
Okay.
Oh,
For me-
we signed an autograph for you, like a little boy.
For me, coming into Arizona back in that era, 16, 17, 18, you kind of had, I mean, there's a lot of great people there, but I would say the three main people that really stood out to me was Ryan Cruzy, you had Tony with Ramjet, and you had Miguel with Lane Splitters. Well, actually four. And then you had Brian with Two-Wheel Transport. And
Those
so I
were
was
the
there.
homies of
I was
Arizona.
there
Knew
to.
none of them.
I was there. I
got
came
pictures in my
I
garage
knew Tony was going
on
to
my
be there.
big wheel
I was
coming into
passing
Westworld.
through, and I didn't leave. Like you can ask Tony, he didn't hire me. I just showed up and never left.
Yeah.
But the thing that made me move to Arizona
herpes.
was the fact that those four core people held Arizona together.
Yeah.
And they had mad love for each other. And then all of the little branches of riders and groups and communities and everything, back in that 16, 17, 18 era, man, everybody had a lot of love for each other. So it was like they, rather than like, okay, I'm going to put all my money into this and I'm going to eat all the fucking pie. It's like, I'm going to put all this money in.
You're never going to eat all the pie. You're going to try.
Yeah, you're going to try. But it was like they all put everything they had into it. They ate what they needed, and they gave the rest to whoever was next to them.
Yeah.
And that's what brought me to Arizona. That's why I'm there now. That's why I moved there in the very beginning.
Tony.
It's
Tony,
Tony's a good
Ramjet,
friend.
like, dude.
Ryan
Ryan, Miguel.
I haven't met Miguel yet.
Miguel
I feel bad I haven't done a podcast with the guy yet.
We're going
Miguel
to
is,
make that happen.
dude, got to get Miguel out here.
I definitely. Well, I'd go there, whatever. the
Yeah,
case may be.
whatever.
Those
Go
are the
out there.
three
We're
dudes
going
that
to move
take
to Miguel to
good care of me
Arkansas.
when I'm
So
home.
we said that, Miguel, Arkansas. I forgot
in
you had to say
2016
these things.
On Arizona topic, quick question. You guys have rode a lot of miles. I've smashed a lot of miles solo by myself. Have any of you guys know anybody or done anything with the Devil's Highway in Arizona?
No clue where that is.
See, I was gonna bring something up about how all they
This is
keep
the South.
they keep
We're
riding
Christian.
East Coast, further East Coast. They need to do something more West Coast because our highways that we got
Us?
up
Me?
there,
I've never.
Arizona,
Me?
we hold some dope highways.
Us?
We got some
These old days?
dope scenery.
Um,
We got. It's just literally. Like, I feel like it's just me and Jake and a couple other homies
This
out
is
there
first
that are
podcast?
down to put miles. Yes, it obviously is.
yeah. I mean, I'm not.
Like we have some dope curvy roads. We have some dope scenery spots. We have amazing.
I've ridden a lot. I've ridden. The only place in Arizona I haven't ridden that I'm shameful to say this, I haven't ridden the Jerome, Payson, all that area.
Okay, so you
Jerome's
haven't rode
badass.
the best part of Arizona.
Yeah, you
Outside of,
I've ridden Globe North, and I've ridden a lot of.
The Devil's Highway. It runs north and south of the Arizona-New Mexico border.
I've ridden that.
And I have not checked
Yeah.
the
It's badass.
stats on it, but they say it is second to Dragon's Tail on the most amount of corners within a certain amount of mileage.
No, I wouldn't give it that.
Have you ridden Dragon's Tail?
You rode.
Yes, I have.
You rode one.
So I have
trail.
I have ridden because there's only one highway that goes north and south close to the New Mexico.
198 now. It used to be Devil's Highway, which
Used
was
to be 666.
666.
I rode this in 2016 actually, and that's when I met Mark from T-Bar Jesus out of Texas Performance.
Back when he was down
stepdad.
there with.
No, he
Evan
was here, and we
okay.
met on our way to a Dixon Flannel party in Arizona. We met in Las Cruces and
Rad.
That's rad.
hung out, did the Dixon Flannel party, went and rode with a lot of guys in Phoenix there in 2016, and then
Okay.
on the way home we did the whole Globe, and then we went north, literally like parallel with the border. There's only like one major highway that it was beautiful. Don't get me wrong.
So you had to. That must
That's
have.
what we just came through.
I don't know. Is 198?
It's
It has-
198 now. It was 666.
It used to be 666,
It's
which
198
is why
now.
they called it Devil's Highway.
And it goes north.
Wi-Fi.
It goes north, right up.
Bang bang right there.
Yeah, so
191.
191. Yeah, we rode
So
that.
you've rode that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like I said, there's only one road that
That's the
goes
only
from there
highway
up.
in Arizona that I have not rode.
So we
See.
rode it. We rode it all the way. We rode it. You know, we came through. We came out of this down.
And then went up through.
And then went up.
What is it, Mercini or whatever it is?
Yeah.
The Alpine.
We went all the way up to here and then
To
over because
Springerville.
it took us into this and then 380 into Dallas.
Cool.
So we've ridden that.
So you
and
have rode that.
It was beautiful. I'm not going to take away from that. There was a lot of nice switchbacks on nice roads, but I'm not the Teledragon's biggest fan. The Teledragon is like take that same highway and then squish it into 11 miles. That's a lot. That's like 100
Yeah.
miles. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, it's just windy.
Squish it, and you're just fucking this the whole time, and you're just like, it's not fun. It really is not that fun.
Okay.
See, I just did a ride Wednesday, and it was,
For
only
me,
barely 200
I-
miles, but it was just straight left, right,
you
left,
rode the
right,
rim,
left,
right?
That was before. That was like 350 miles. We
Yeah.
went Yarnell, Prescott, and then down, but we went
Yeah.
up through Skull Valley. So we we just took like the windiest way pretty much, but it was barely almost 200 miles, but it was still a blast.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong.
I
It
think
was
on
still-
Harleys, when you find sweepers,
Yes.
then you have the most fun because you just have like you get in it and you for a I guess a less of a bagger racing league guy, you have a nice long sweeping corner that you can
It's
just
smooth and
fucking
fun.
go all the
Yep.
way in. And even if you like fuck up a little bit, you can kind of still have time to get back into it.
Yeah.
Tell
So
a Dragon is like, oh,
Yep.
Oh, I'm off the fucking cliff. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's kind of how. So, I'm not a stunt rider. I no longer consider myself like a motocross kid. I more or less take pride in just being a very good all-around rider, like pit bikes, BMX, trials riding. I'm not.
Breaks his leg off. Hey, snaps.
good at
I didn't say they suck.
Snaps, tip, and fib on a flat track.
What I'm saying is there's a lot of
These
people,
guys are great, but I'm the best.
no, not at all, man.
Hands down.
How good I am.
Hands down, though.
Not at all.
Jake, when we go on mile rides, when I ride with Jake, Jake is my dude that we can push
40 miles.
110, 120 through windies together.
Arizona-
Everybody else
Arizona
behind
rides are
us
like 40
is
miles, that's what it
cautious,
is.
chilling back. Me and Jake are balls to the wall.
I just
moto
enjoy
status,
all
just
types
railing,
of
having a
riding now.
great time.
Like I used to be the motocross kid, and that was all I cared about. But now I enjoy having an above average skill set in whether it's smashing 1,000 miles in 12 hours or riding a motocross track or doing some trials bike riding, woods riding, single track in the desert, off-roading and razors, all that. I dabble in. Tony gives me a hard time. He's like, you just really need to just like stick
Sucks
to
at
two
pit
wheels.
bikes.
But yeah, right. And that's
you
true.
still hold a
Something
1K in a
slow.
day on a stock 88.
I
so
don't.
That's
my record was
insane.
broke. My record was broke.
That was on a different bike though. Stock 88 5-speed.
He did it on an M8.
Yes.
Bagger,
Let's see
but
somebody do it on a
still.
stock 88 5-speed.
How fast was it?
V-twin.
I did 1,000 miles in 11 hours and 49 minutes on a bone
not
stock
bad.
03 Dyna.
It's ripping on a 5-speed.
Where'd you go to?
Camp out.
Arkansas, man. Where else
the
you
shop
gonna
Oh,
go?
I'm a shop party.
Oh, yeah.
Last year.
Yeah, last year.
That was sick.
Shattered
He
my
showed
my
up.
leg the next day
I
after I
talked
whooped
shit to get
Tony's
him on the
ass
flat
on the pit
track,
bike
and then
track.
Was it the next day or was it that day?
Might have been that day.
It was that day. The
It
day
was
you
that
got
day.
in. Yeah.
He showed up at 2 o'clock.
No, it
We
was the next
raced
day.
flat track.
No, we just discussed this. We just
It was
yeah.
the next day.
We
Really?
went to
All that's a blur
Sensations that night.
because
I
of like
forgot.
everything I went through. It's all a blur.
It was
But
the next day.
next day. So I left Arizona. I got to Holbrook. It's something I've always had in mind because I knew about people setting 1,000-mile records for the fastest ride or like the coast to coast. My original plan was to leave Arizona because we had time during when he was having a shop party. I wanted to break the 1,000-mile in 24-hour record, and then I was going to cruise down to Jacksonville, and I wanted to beat the coast to coast, which is Jacksonville to San Diego, and then come back to Arizona.
Yeah.
I ended up breaking the record for the 1,000 within 24 hour, and then this guy decided to put $500 up on a pit bike race. So
But I didn't mean it, so I didn't pay it.
He 100% did not pay it.
He did not.
It's not like either one of y'all won.
The way
I was either one. Hey,
I will
neither one of
say-
y'all won, so you don't have a.
No. I will.
Win or lose, no one
Willie got
cares.
second
Yeah.
on my 110, and he split that $200 with me, and I owe mad respect because after watching Jake's ankle touch the outside of his knee, I was scared to get back on my pit bike
It was
and ride
bad.
that
He,
flat
did,
track.
he didn't ride a pit bike.
I was like, yo, I'm
this
thinking, like,
fucker's
I got a
fault
show.
right here
Like-
because I went out there on Friday. The track was slick. It was rough. It was nasty. It was the worst conditions of a flat track.
But
that
you were
could ever
first.
ask
You were
for.
first place every time, dog.
I-
You can't blame the purse.
I'm not blaming the purse. I am blaming Tony.
it's the rider always.
Because I literally whipped ass all day long.
You gotta get
I
better
will
people,
say it,
Tony.
anybody there knows it happened.
Jake, when
I
it
went
came
and took-
when it came down to the beans, you didn't have it.
Broken.
It's not. Just admit it. That was the moment you didn't have it. You have it a lot, buddy, but you didn't have it at that moment. You were a bitch to let your leg get snapped.
I didn't
It's
bitch.
nothing
I
more
didn't
than
bitch.
you suck.
I didn't bitch one bit. I think I actually stuck one finger up and I said, "Yo, Gino, Tony, grab a truck. I need to go to the hospital."
And did the twirly motion.
So
I
this
was like,
guy's
oh, we
There's
got
nothing
the-
worse than some dude fucking himself up and you
Dude.
have to go to the hospital and ruin everybody else's time, right?
No.
Yeah, he
ruin
did
it.
100%.
No,
I didn't
because
ruin it.
COVID didn't let us in, so he's cool.
Yeah, I didn't.
You
ruin
didn't
it.
even have to go deal at the hospital with him. I almost beat the fucking nurse's ass because she wouldn't cut his boot off. I had to become a fucking doctor and cut his boot
like,
off.
hey, Shout out to my fucking dude right here. Straight up. Pants,
I don't think
pants,
doctor.
no, pants, socks, boots, everything. I walk into this shitty ass Arkansas fucking hospital, and they straight up told me that they would not give me any medical care until they were able to cut everything off of me. My fucking leg.
I just want to see that Johnson, bro.
My leg is fucking
See that dick,
swimming
bro.
like
Let's
a
see what
spag-
you got.
That's all that nurse
If the
wanted.
Lord didn't give you height, He gave you length,
Is
brother.
No.
You went to an Arkansas hospital, so that you went to a Saline County.
He went to the shittiest hospital.
I got
hospital he could
I
ever
got
go
fucked.
Worst
Hey,
I got
hey,
I
hey!
got fucked.
I live in Saline
You
County.
do. It's the worst.
Yeah,
I
whoever
know what
sent me to
hospital
Saline
Is it
Go
saline
County
like
Hospital.
something you put in something to make it not good anymore?
Yeah, I feel like anything I put in something is good for it. Okay, sir.
I don't know.
You do saline solution. Yeah.
All I gotta
Yeah,
say
I'm a wound
is,
scrub that
if
shit.
you
There's
were
like
in
saline
Arkansas, go to
cobras
Little
and
Rock.
saline that you put on your body for some, like wounds or some shit.
Saline cobras.
How did we go from like the Dragon's Tail and Devil's Highway to talking about my broken leg?
And saline.
Because y'all ain't good at riding, obviously.
Hey,
No, I'm not. I'm
not
sucked.
broken, and I'm gonna knock on
You
wood
just
again.
talked about how your thumb lands in all the wrong spots except for buttholes,
dirt
dude.
bikes. That's dirt bikes.
Okay.
How many
The
times-
heart. Well, I mean,
how many
my
times
thumb
does your thumb touch the back of your hand?
a fucking lot. It hurts.
Hey,
That's why it's
try not-
fused together.
Hey, sweetheart, try not to curse.
She's got all the time, like, good job.
How did these beers get taller?
Hey.
What
Taking a
happened?
dread shot or what?
My beer's
We're not
grown
doing
man
it.
beer.
Don't do that. Don't fucking pump this dude's ego with that bullshit that he does.
Who's
I've
taking
sucked on
have
those
you-
things
I
a
don't
few
think
times.
You haven't
Oh.
taken a dread shot.
I
yet,
will
have you?
never. I will never.
No, yeah.
I will never.
Has Swan
I
taken
bet you
one?
will.
I will not.
bet you
Why not?
Dread shot?
Bet you will.
Dread shot?
I've done it.
Right now.
Everybody here has done it
Jace,
besides
Jace,
me.
You would do a lot of shit.
I have
Now,
not taken
I'm
a
not in your
shot.
position.
Jesus, but you
I'm
would.
young
right
and
now.
dumb.
Why
Dread
would I
shots.
do a dread shot?
Why not? Right
Dread
now.
shots
You
right now.
think that
Right
you
now.
got?
Hey,
Why now?
if you do it, I'll do it.
Jace, I also have not taken a dread shot.
Thank
And
you.
I fucking
Which
won't.
means,
you're an adult.
which
I
means,
fucking won't.
which means Swan would do it if you would do it.
You have to live at some
I'm
point.
not doing it.
Come on, Jace.
Dude, you're hanging on to the living zone, baby.
I know.
Bravey?
I didn't
What
have
is
to
a
do. I
Bravey?
didn't have to suck anything to be a part of this world.
Hey,
It's just a
I
dreadlock.
beg to differs.
It's just a shot. It's not even a dreadlock.
Yeah, you might get a little hair.
There's been so many buttholes.
Oh, I know.
Yes, it has.
I'm not into it.
Dude, do you stick your hair in people's butts?
He's banged a couple chicks with that big
Same-
one.
same-
Guarantee
I
it.
took a shot of his hair in Sturgis and I threw up right after because that's immediately what went through my
You
head.
did it in Sturgis?
Yes, at our fancy restaurant at Legend Steakhouse.
I've done it.
Oh, yeah,
Same
I
thing
forgot
in
about
Florida,
that.
Gino. I did it in Florida.
How many
As soon as
buttholes
I did
is
it,
that?
I threw up.
Yeah,
I did
me
it
too.
in,
I just had to do it just to say I did it because
Bayside
everybody's done it with
Can we,
us.
Twice.
Can we change,
So I was
can we
like,
change
dude,
the subject?
Oh, now you want to
Bayside
change the
twice.
subject?
I have a video
So
of
does your
Tony.
hair gets you incriminated?
Haven't done it.
He did it to himself at Born Free when we seen you.
He's also
who-
licked those
who-
buttholes. He's fine
We were right with you when he served what's his name's girlfriend that shot out of the Jameson bottle. He shoved the whole thing in there.
Oh,
Born Free, Texas. I was.
You were sick.
I was sick.
But you were right there in the booth when I was filming.
no change, old lady.
Was it you that?
No,
Texas?
Born Free, Texas was
Oh,
Amanda.
for Texas, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amanda did one.
Yeah, and she took it, and then you took it.
She still regrets it.
He took it after she took it. He's like, "Oh my
She's still
god,
taking
this is
antibiotics
disgusting."
for it.
I just,
She still got a prescription for amoxicillin.
Oh my god.
so the dread shot, the dread shot's one thing, but have you guys like got to see the belly button shots?
Oh
No,
my god,
dude.
it's the ranch
Dude.
shots.
Why the
Play
fuck?
that on
Like,
the big screen as
look,
we do this.
I get it. Tony's facilitating a lot of great opportunities for you guys, but why
I've
do you have
never
to
done
do
that.
shit off of him?
I haven't done that. I'm not stupid
why?
enough.
Why is
Actually,
Tony's the Trump of all of us, right? He's a fucking Trump dude.
He's my mentor.
on podcasts, he's like the most like, yeah, I want to bring everybody up, but on the real story, you got to fucking take shots out of his butthole.
He really talks me into some stuff.
But it's
Like-
not.
The motorcycle industry.
Yeah.
But it's
look,
never
Hey
Tony.
guys, hey Gino,
Notice
you want to
my
be a
cheeks hurt.
famous stunt rider? All you gotta do is take this dread shot
Tony's the-
that leads into a belly button shot.
He
leads
ruined
into a cum shot.
It's only
He
ruined. Big deal.
The mercenary boys, he ruined it.
Oh
You
yeah.
guys know about the
rant-
mercenary
you pour
boys,
rant-
right? You
oh,
guys-
dude.
Okay.
Brandon's life was about over.
Done. He looked like the Joker with white strips
he
on his
puked,
cheeks.
He puked into a beach grass sanctuary. They had this beach grass that was like a
this
sanctuary, and
hey.
they freaked the fuck out.
This podcast ain't fair. This is the type of shit This is the type of podcast
We're gonna pull you
where
in. We're gonna pull you in.
This is great.
this is the type of podcast you don't want to end.
No, never. We're gonna
Right?
keep going. Your last one we watched today was what? 5
yeah,
hours.
We're only 3.
The one we watched today was 5 hours.
His dreads are the casting couch of the motorcycle scene.
Yes.
Or the fake taxi of the motorcycle.
Oh my god.
All right.
So we're 3 hours in.
Harvey Weinstein over here.
So how far are we going?
We're 3 hours in.
We're going deep, baby.
We have to cut the audio off at like 3:20, 3:30. But I'm having fun and I love this.
This
So.
is great. I love this.
How do we dig into funniest?
How do we
moments?
pause and continue?
All right, all right.
I kill
got
the
this.
audio and we keep rolling.
Tony,
that.
Tony, what is? I've been around you a long time.
Oh, here we go.
What's your number one memory of me on tour?
Oh,
off
that's some
about it.
gay shit, Jake.
That's some gay shit.
I'm just
Jake.
saying.
What'd you ask?
He asked.
I've been around Tony since 2005. On tour full time, like going on 6 years.
So what's my favorite memory of Jake on tour?
Well, no,
what's
just
my best?
if you think of the dumb shit,
getting really sentimental
We
right
suck
now.
again, Jace. We suck
no,
again.
no, stop.
love
If you think of all the dumb shit we've done, I'm sorry, not on tour. You think of all the dumb shit we've done on tour. What comes to mind immediately?
About Jake.
I have a lot.
I know Gino has a lot.
No.
Well,
for
maybe-
me, it's gonna be safely. It's gonna be you asserting yourself in Arizona Bike Week
Asserting myself.
into the tour. You're like, hey, do you need any help? Nah, we don't need no motherfucking help, motherfucker.
Yeah, I didn't
All right,
need-
I'm gonna take over now. So he just takes over, and the next thing I know, like we're over here getting into some shenanigans, and I normally don't get into shenanigans, and I am in shenanigans. I'm looking over, and Jake is behind the counter taking care of business.
When do you not get into shenanigans?
Yeah.
We always get into shenanigans.
Really?
When do you not get into shenanigans?
You look like
There was that one time.
you look like the guy. If I was a cop and I walked into any place and I saw your face, I'm like, all right, what's going on?
40-year-old with dreadlocks. Come on.
Get it? You're,
No, because you want to talk.
you're
to
the
an
most
adult. That's why.
extroverted person.
Oh,
here.
you wanted to talk to an adult. I understand. I understand.
I really
got a
thought it was going to be
mustache.
Colorado this year.
Well, here, let me ask
I
you this.
really,
That was no, that was a good one. Yeah. I had that on the tip.
I really thought it was going to be Colorado.
Can I
this
steal
year.
Jake's question? Because I really want to know what your favorite memory is of me.
Chino?
Yeah,
Kids,
they
these
all
kids.
want validation. Is what
Daddy.
they're looking
No,
for.
No,
I
it's
just
not
want to
validation.
know.
They
It's
want
not
They want to
validation.
know why
Got
you
that.
like them.
I just want to
Dad.
know what stupid memory he's got imprinted in his brain.
Everybody
of me.
has one. You got one.
Oh, dude.
What's your stupid memory of this guy? Like immediately, just right off the top, it's gonna make you laugh every fucking time.
Yeah.
What has this guy done?
It's a good.
That's what I want. That's what I want from Tony right now.
It's not validation.
Yeah.
It's when you look at your boy. What did he do in your lifetime?
Let
of
me
motorcycle
answer that. Let
history
me do
makes
it for
you laugh
him. Let me
every
do it
time?
for him.
Okay.
Jaden. All right. So honestly, I can't encapsulate how amazing this motherfucker is. No, straight up. I'm
sweet.
It can be heartbreaking.
I'm the
It's
guy
okay.
that no matter what you say one, I give you 5. Here's this is how I do it.
Are you posturing right now?
He is. He rolled his shoulders
Maybe.
forward too.
I don't know.
I rolled.
I feel like he owes. I feel like he owes something to Jaden right now.
I know.
It's the opposite way around. This guy he knows where all my bodies are buried. He doesn't.
Nah. I remember 100%. Like this dude, I remember his drive to be in our world. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I remember the way he put himself out there and the way he did that shit. And it was like, and that was already shit. He body slammed the dude at bike night one time, right?
He was a girl, first of all.
Anybody that says violence isn't the way,
My man Jaden, he has a healthy relationship with violence, and he fucking explained that once. But at the same time, you know, honestly, like the year that he got his nickname, which was 2020 Sturgis.
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was 2020 Sturgis. He solidified it at down south.
Down south. Yeah.
You know,
Sorry, your mate has disappeared.
he can. You know, Jaden.
they took it down.
Yeah, they couldn't handle it anymore. He's continually just built off the momentum that he created and the exposure that he got, and he every time the scene, like, who is this guy? He showed the fuck up and became another version or the elevated version of the guy. When we went to the Days Inn campground in Sturgis, and the dude walks up, and we all have our jokes, and we have our stepbrother fucking like reciting memes together and whatnot. And when this dude walks up and says his name was Lone Wolf without skipping a beat, this motherfucker says, "I'm Dragon. How you doing?"
Call me Dragon.
Exactly. And then
That all makes sense now.
it's
Now I know
just
who
like
Dragon is.
there's just certain things that take place and certain people, you know, and even the lineage of this podcast now going forward and how much he's been involved with in the last year and a half. It's as important as my fucking story is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm me. I'm not Jaden. I'm never going to be Jaden. Jaden's Jaden. And Jaden's on this podcast a lot because Jaden's fucking Jaden. And we've talked about it before, but we tried to get Jaden on the podcast way before Jaden was ready to be on the podcast, because Jaden would tell us stories about his life that he still hasn't put out on the podcast. They were so fucking raw and amazing and funny and like almost cringeworthy in some aspects. And the funny story is me and my brother tried to get him to do this in the back of the house that I live in right now in 2019, I believe, while my mom was sitting there listening to us. And I'm like, "Hey, Jaden, so you've been on Back Pages, right?" And he's like looking at me like, and my mom, he's like,
Is this okay? Feels like a trap.
right now.
but you know what? I guess to your original question, like thinking about like the people you have in your life, is like the people that are in my life. I could tell you a story about this guy, and I just said like my first interaction with him was down south campout.
Yeah, that's all I was like trying to get at with this question is we're all good friends. We all ride motorcycles. We have a great time. But with with each individual, we all have that one memory that makes us smile, that makes us remember them. The first time that we had our either first interaction or first moment that just really, like me and Juan.
Dude, I want to tell my Juan story.
I don't have. It's funny. I don't have a crazy like drinking partying story with Juan. First time that I met Juan that I will remember forever was BMX, man. We went and rode like downtown Little Rock, Benton, Bryant together.
We did.
And
We did like just
he welcomed
OG
me.
old man.
Literally, like
Around.
Tony had shit to do. I bought a brand new BMX bike from this dude, and he was like, "Go ride with my buddy Juan."
That was that was like,
Me and Juan literally we pedaled for like 6 hours.
yeah, that was fun.
That's I will forever. That's how I know Juan. I met him fucking riding BMX in downtown Little Rock.
That was sick.
And we shredded and had fun, and cops were called, and we dipped out and did this and that, and it was a good fucking time.
I don't have that same feeling of like one with you two guys at least.
With you
I mean,
two?
me and Juan definitely have some
Right.
some singles, but
Jay sometimes hates feedback from the board, but since he stepped out, Red has blown me up, telling you, and you check your group text. I know.
we can't get text in
I
here,
don't
Red.
have, it says, my phone says SOS.
My phone says SOS.
Because you guys weren't smart enough to get the password.
Oh, I gotta.
Yeah, I didn't
For the
because
Wi-Fi.
I
Oh
thought
my
that
fucking
Jason's.
God. Now I see why he wanted us to check.
Oh, that's my house.
He's naked on
your fish?
No, he's naked on his couch.
Yes. Hey, camera
over there.
This camera right
He
here.
texts me and he says, this is why he regrets he didn't.
Now I see why he wanted us to check his couch.
So
Tony, that's your house couch?
Yeah, okay.
That's the couch I used to sleep on.
hey, shut the fuck
Tony,
up.
text him and ask him if your oven's on.
So here's the deal. First of all, he's not technically allowed in my house. Shut up.
The last time we were there,
I did.
Red is currently naked
In my
Wait,
living room.
Tony's couch.
a cold snack on Tony's couch.
So, hey, hey, motherfuckers, listen here. So before, so he's banned from my house. But before
there watching your dogs.
I've got 2 new puppies, and I was like, and they're not old enough to go to daycare
They
yet.
ain't virgins anymore.
And
dude.
I was like,
You got a new puppy and an old
I was
puppy.
like, hey man, will you please watch the dogs this weekend? He's like, absolutely, I'll watch the dogs. And I was like, well, for sure, he's not gonna fucking try to hang out in my house or something. Because this motherfucker, every time he comes to my house, he puts every dinosaur chicken nugget in the oven and forgets about them. So I come home late one night when he was babysitting the house or something, and I get in bed. I wake up at like 6 a.m. and I hear ting, 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 and I'm like, what the fuck is it? I go downstairs, and it's the pan that he put the chicken nuggets on, and they're fried like a motherfucker. And they're in the oven, and they're going ting, ting. Dude, and you smell like the house is gonna blow up because it's. Somebody text the motherfucker time to get out of my house.
The metal's literally at its fucking limit.
It's warm,
Dude,
425 degrees all night, just fucking tinging.
Challenger.
That's not even,
Dude.
That's not even the first time we've done that.
I know. That's
last
the problem.
time- that's not even the first
It's not
time
the
we've done
first
that.
time.
I
That
convinced
is-
Red to stay the night with me one night, and we made sausage. He made sausage and beans, and the sausage was from 2018. And I ate the shit. I got
This motherfucker-
so sick after that.
This
dude, and I,
motherfucker will tell you it's still good because it was frozen.
Yeah,
just goes
it's
to
good. If it's frozen,
That's
it's
not
good.
how it works.
It is exactly.
King
how
Tony.
it works.
God, that's
It
not
says
meat.
It says good if used by unless frozen.
It was 2022 when I ate it, and it was expired in 18.
Bro,
I have meat
I
in my
grabbed a
freezer
bag
from
of chips out of
2003.
Tony's cabinet that
You're
were
all
like
White Walkers,
2017.
There's a bag of fish sticks in the bottom of his freezer that are from 2016 that expired in 16.
That shit's
still.
fucking vintage now, dude.
Dude, he still
I
has
know
it
they're
in his
worth
freezer.
twice as much.
I'm waiting for Red to eat them.
Tony,
Red's gonna eat them
do you
tonight.
have any pre-9/11 food? Snickers or something?
I do.
There's probably
I think I have
think he's got some pickles in his fridge.
I think I have a jar of peppermint jelly or hot pepper jelly. I'm gonna eat that shit next holiday.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's wild. I love how with the peeing, you guys had a fucking blast.
Oh,
on
you
it.
missed it.
There was this roar of laughter.
it was a picture of Red.
That was a fucking great picture, by the way.
Dude.
Yeah,
Juan,
that was awesome.
I know you don't have a microphone, but what's your greatest moment of Tony?
Tony?
Yep. Like instant.
All right, so my greatest moment of Tony is basically every time we've ever left the house. I swear to God. This fool walks, every time he leaves a fucking house, he makes a fool of himself. And I love
That's
it.
not true. I just
Every
try to go to
second.
sleep.
Oh, bullshit. Every fucking random hooker you've hooked or like tried to hook up with, or every girl, every time we went to a bar,
Swing it a little bit that way and sit on the cooler. Get you the camera.
Sit back down.
every time we went to a bar and you just got hammered and you were just like, I love this lady, I'm gonna talk to her forever. That's what I love about you.
She's not a hooker. She's a random.
No, she was a hooker.
I've seen both of you fall in love at the
She
same
was
time, and
so
I've had to take
fucking what?
I had to take care of my senior and my citizen at the same time and make sure they get out of the same bar.
back to
at
like,
once.
does Harley have any new models coming out?
Yeah, they got the Sportster
I'm
ST.
just trying to wonder, ladies and gentlemen, wait, how did this scratch get on the table? Like this scratch, this
Okay.
right here.
So
My fault.
I'll wrap
It'd
it
be
up
neat
with
if Juan
saying,
wasn't here.
my favorite thing about Tony is that like me and him are like super fucking similar, and I love him to death because he's literally like my
So we
best
literally
friend.
hate each other.
I love him to death. He's
I'm glad I finally met you after 4 or 5 years of knowing you.
I tried to hide him in the cage.
I'll
He's
say,
my friend.
Put the lotion on.
regardless of what happens, he's one of the greatest humans I know. He's my first friend in Arkansas, and
Just go closer to the table. Pull that cooler with you.
all right.
Pull that.
They can't see your face.
No, we're going 3 deep on this side.
Oh, I'm pulling it in.
Hey, maybe it's time to get a fifth.
All right.
No.
He was my first friend in Arkansas. He's one of my favorite humans on the planet, and I'll love him to death forever. Like, he's great.
I'm not even paying.
I
now.
really do.
You're close to me now, and I'm smelling you, and I'm getting horny.
You want to go?
Dude, can we all?
It's not fucking Florida Bama again. I don't want.
Can we all
my
gangbang
God.
you? I'm so down if we all gangbang you.
Jay
Oh,
smells
all right,
like
all right.
bacon.
We got. We got two left. We got this guy.
Well, I was gonna say my favorite memory with you two. I'm just
Yeah, let's hear it, Gino.
I
two
need another
words.
beer, actually.
Fool's gold.
Oh, I'm sitting on it.
Wait, hold up.
No,
wait.
fool's gold.
Oh,
Gino, like, what'd you say? Like, your,
he just
your
said
favorite?
fool's gold.
Like,
We'll let Gino
just
tell
two
the
words,
story.
just Fool's gold.
Let Gino tell the
Where
story.
were we at? Alexandria, Louisiana.
I don't know where the
So-
fuck we
Yeah,
were.
you started out, Alexander.
Red said the hot pepper jelly is gone.
Yeah. Stop drinking in the glass and I fucking accumulated.
God damn it. How do you hate somebody so much that you love them? That's red.
That's right.
Red's the greatest.
I fucking love
That's
Red.
called best friends.
Dude, yes.
Damn right.
It's dude. I've
You guys
never
are dumb
wanted
and
to
dumber.
fire somebody again as many times as I've wanted to fire Red.
But his videos save him.
He's only been fired for a little bit. My s-
We'll cancel you if you fire Red, you motherfucker.
Yeah,
2022, dude.
We got dirt, dude. Calm down.
All right.
no shit, assholes.
We got two answers to go.
I have a lot of
Gino.
dirt.
Gino.
Do I gotta
Gino,
Jake,
fucking.
I gotta explain
Educated.
Fool's gold. So I don't.
Can you though?
Can
All I remember is me and Jake drove 32 hours to Louisiana, and that was
Yep.
miserable. We got to what,
Is that
Oxford.
really where we were?
Alexandria, Louisiana. Which,
Alexandria.
there's nothing there.
There, it's nothing. The Harley, it's small little lot. Like we went to dinner. We went back
Oh,
to
that's the one that had
hotel.
like fucking rebar out of the lot.
Yeah. So we're like, what are we gonna do tonight? Bright idea. We find a strip club.
My
It's called
idea.
Fool's Gold. And I'm like, it's called Fool's Gold. Like Fool's Gold. It just explains it right
Dude,
there.
it
We
was so bad.
get there, and there's a 16-year-old sitting outside on the tailgate drinking a bottle of Crown Royal. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm not old enough to get in. I'm just chilling.
What are you
waiting
doing
for
here,
my
baby?
friends." I'm like, cool. I'm like, is there a charge to get in? Like, whatever. We get in there. There is nothing but over 55. And
75.
we go to the bar and we get our drinks and we just like, we're going to go with the flow, start playing pool.
Yeah, but was the beer at a good price?
No.
Because that's
They
what.
had,
Oh,
they had no liquor
Hold on,
license.
hold on, hold on.
They had
Here's
no-
the deal. Here's the deal. He's skipping a very important part.
right.
To go to
What,
this
the liquor
bar,
license work?
they have lost their liquor license. They
Yeah.
don't have liquor.
So you had to bring your own.
And they're not even allowed to serve
they were
beer.
serving.
They had lost all that shit. So this guy behind the bar, which is also, I'm pretty sure is the owner, he was like,
What do you
I forget what the movie was, but strong hand. He was Mr. Stronghand. So he comes over and he's like, just don't tell nobody, but I got some alcohol back here. And we're like, all right, well, we'll take this, this, and this. And he mixed some drinks underneath the back. There's 3 people in this fucking club. 3 people, period. There's 2 people playing pool, and there's a girl dancing on stage. And they get us our drinks. We go sit down. This girl walks up, and she's like, just talking to us, and there's a menu. And it's a menu for what you can do in this club. And I mean, it's a very graphic menu.
This is fucking
And
true story, dude. The
this girl
gnarliest
sitting there,
dollar
there's a
menu
girl
you'll
on the
ever
stage,
meet.
and I'm like, cool, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna go up stage. I'm gonna tip a couple dollars. I go up there. This bitch puts her knees, like trying to put her knees or something on my shoulders to like pull me in, and she started pulling me in. I was like, no, let me lady. I was like, Jake, Gina, one of y'all need to get up here. Da 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 da. I was like,
No.
"You gotta get down." He's
Hang on. This motherfucker played it off super cool. Hey, Jake, come here. Hang on. It wasn't the I'm being attacked. It was, yo, Jake, come here real quick. All right, cool. So I sit next to Tony, and before my fucking ass hits the seat, Tony's gone. And this girl's fucking legs are wrapped around me, fucking chokehold 9000. And I'm fucking dying. At the time, I had a beard like down to my belly button. I swear to God, I hit that thing with beard wash for 2 weeks, and I could not get the fucking
She was taking his
stank out of
shoulders
it.
off.
dude.
Yeah, doing the ass to face.
She
thing,
nailed
like,
me.
pulling his
Like,
face into her ass. Like,
She fucking nailed me. Like, dude, straight up. Dude, I went to fucking
the worst
every
place
beauty.
ever, man.
I went to every beauty salon you can think of, from fucking Louisiana to Arizona for 2 weeks.
Lysol,
Dude, it didn't matter, man.
It was
Fucking
brutal.
window cleaner, beard wash, Lysol, bleach. peroxide. It
Had
did.
an Eminem beard.
I straight up beard down to my belly button. Could not get this fucking smell.
I'm sitting at the bar drinking my Jack and Coke. I'm sitting there, And I'm watching this,
Gone.
just crying, laughing. Tony's sitting at the pool table laughing
This
his ass
motherfucker.
off. He goes, Gino, help me! She just nonstop ass to face, just boom, boom.
Dude, I was done. I wasn't going back to sit down on the table. No, nothing. I was like, this place is way
So,
too
It's
much for
got
me.
nothing to do
So
with this.
Alexandria,
Louisiana. I found the
It's a little
stank of the
rough.
stank.
It's phenomenal. It's
the
beautiful.
women are rough.
No,
down
no,
there.
no. It's
no,
it's
no. We
fabulous.
found we
For
we,
sure. I watched them suffer in that situation. I just knew that we're going to fool's gold. I was like, I want nothing to
So
do
at
with
the at
that
the
place.
at the dealership, they hired like a local bar that serve alcohol or what do you call it? The frozen drinks, daiquiris.
Yeah, daiquiris.
So it's a daiquiri bar.
was
So they're
called
like,
Sandbar.
and they like hired us, to, or they didn't hire us. They invited us to go to it that night after. And normally, I'm not gonna do that because I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna get to the hotel room. I'm going to
For
sleep.
sure.
Because I'm old as fuck. These guys, man.
You're such a
But-
responsible person.
you're-
So
full of shit.
I decided, I was like, we'll go check it
100%.
out, whatever. We drive by and it's like a gas station. We drive by the gas station and then pull into a neighborhood. And I'm like, where the fuck is this place at? I was like, we're in a
Speakeasy
neighborhood.
strip club. It's like
It's
in
a
a
daiquiri
taco
bar,
spot at a gas
dude.
station.
It's a daiquiri bar connected to a
Down the
gas
stairs.
station that closed down because the gas station's smart enough not to be open in the neighborhood. But the daiquiri bar is still open. And when I say it's open, it's a pool table and the bar is barely bigger
It was
than
like
the pool
100
table.
feet wide.
So you go
by
around a fucking pool
300 feet
table.
long. It
But
was tiny.
one of the girls that was working, then the owner of the bar, manager of the bar, the old lady, they started handing us drinks, and then there was this guy in there, and he was buying drinks. He was like buying 20 shots at a time. Da, da, da. He was he the sheriff?
Yeah,
Or
he was the
sheriff.
He was the
sheriff.
sheriff.
He was
they
the
told
fucking
us-
sheriff. And then he's like drinking, and then like some shit popped off a little bit behind us, and he's like, "Don't worry, I'm the sheriff. I got that." Next thing you know, he's staying, and this motherfucker has bought like 120 shots for everybody.
Yeah.
And shit.
The
is-
sheriff
Oh yeah,
of
it's
the town.
cheap.
$2.
They
No,
said we
it
had a
was-
VIP
is-
table paid for.
is
it.
this-
That's a
Everything.
razor.
Is this the
that was
pre-bar
sound system
before
for
the strip club, or is this the strip club?
It's a different night.
No, this is the same night.
Same night.
You
we
were
left the strip
black.
club.
Where the fuck?
we left the strip club, went to the bar,
Yeah, there we go.
and that's when
Welcome to us.
somebody random fucking decided to throw like $100 worth of $1 bills all over all of the bartenders. I don't remember who that
Jake-
was, but
I think it was the sheriff.
night was the strip club?
I don't even know.
this
now.
night.
Friday night.
It's the same night.
Jake found a bicycle in the parking lot and rode that motherfucker
Okay, fuck it.
inside
I
of the
found
bar.
I found a 16-inch bike with a fucking ringy bell and fucking dingle-doos off the handlebar with flat
was riding it
tires.
through the
And
fucking bar.
I rode it through the fucking bar. Hang on. This is fucking Louisiana, dude. Alexandria.
See, we're not YouTube
This is
famous.
in
We
front
keep
of
this
the
shit
bar.
to
After
ourselves.
Fool's Gold too. That was we just. That
Hang
was
on.
just a
Where's
show.
the fucking?
Okay.
Those dudes look like they have decent credit scores.
If you guys
Those
like,
aren't my type of people.
if you
this
really
What's the
want to know,
wildest shit you've ever done on tour? Like 100%.
Yeah, it's not for this podcast.
It should be a little
No,
bit.
it's actually not.
You want
It's
to do a
not-
little bit?
I don't think
This
it's.
is a little-
I don't even think it's legal.
The loudest?
What did you say?
The weirdest.
The weirdest? No,
Yeah.
no. It
Come
definitely.
You can put it out
Sit
there.
down, Steve. Sit down, Steve was. in it.
okay, all right. Let's hang on.
No, it was
Put like a
the weirdest.
20
The weirdest or
20
wildest is gonna have sit down, Steve in it.
No. How about like
I'm
20?
sure he's okay with that because that's
No,
his life.
1,000
How about like 2015 and newer?
stories.
What's
Yep.
the weirdest
wasn't
thing you've
around
done
then.
from 2017 to present?
Oh, seven
On tour.
That's totally different.
Yeah.
Before that, it was.
Yeah.
It's a lot of thinking
Something
for
about
this guy.
responsible time.
I'm
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
you're
yes.
responsible Tony in this.
Oh, we
Weird?
walked down on a golden crown
Yeah.
tab.
What about that?
Oh,
No,
actually, no. I got
some legit.
Tell you, I got a good weird one.
Eat that shit.
I think our last year at Arizona Bike Week, there was a lady that came up and was like, they were like flirting with
the
Eric
roast beef
Rocks.
sandwich.
They were,
Oh my
dude, they were flirting with Eric Rocks and the girl,
roast beef sandwich.
So and like it was this girl and I thought it was her mom, but it was her sister, and they were flirting with Drew and Eric Rocks. So one of the older one, which I thought was the mom, saw a pimple on Eric Rocks' back and was like, "Oh, I love pimples." Da da da. And goes to like pop it or something. Eric was like, "What the fuck are you doing, lady?" Like da da da. And like she was like, "Oh, it's cool." Like her sister was like, she likes popping pimples, and I'm over there. I'm like, "Oh, this shit's going weird."
No, that was the
quick."
mom. The
Yeah.
sister. The
No, but
sister looked
ended up
older.
they ended up being sisters. They weren't mom and sister. It was sisters.
Was it really?
Oh yeah,
I thought it was mom and sister
No.
the whole time.
So the older one was like,
Let's be honest.
so she goes, dude. I have this on video. I just haven't posted this shit. But she goes to pop the pimple on Eric's back, and it was a big pimple.
Dude,
Pops it and then
eats it.
sucks it dry. Dude.
Eats it. Eats it, dude.
And Eric's like, what the fuck?
She's not.
Hold on.
She's
So
not
then
getting a
I'm
man.
like-
Story is
I'm like-
not over.
Dude, I'm
Eric
like
was
freaked-
never. Eric was
Dude,
never what the fuck.
I'm like freaked
He might
out.
have been what the fuck because he
Dude,
got a hard
then
ass
she
dick
turns
after
around,
that
grabs
shit.
Drew's a big boy. She grabs Drew's whole face, pulls it towards her, and licks all the sweat off of Drew's face, and like swallows. And like I'm steadily backing up.
I want to hear the part where she snowballs his zit into some.
No. It's not done yet. It is not. This is like my.
It sounds like somebody should have tranquilized this bitch by now.
Hang on. Then I think this is my first or second. I'm pretty sure this is like my first or second AZ bike week. So then they ask for free merch. Okay? They've ate the zit, they've licked the sweat. So then they're asking Drew and Eric for merch. And obviously
They don't have the authority for that.
we don't have none of us have authority of that. So we go to Tony. So I'll let Tony jump in here on the free merch on how that went.
I don't remember any of that.
85% off.
I was too early.
I give you
Well,
5%
basically,
off.
okay,
Cash only though.
I'm pretty sure that was the roast beef sandwich on the table. So more or less how that went was,
Dude,
hey, what do we got to do for a free T-shirt or a free hat? And Tony said something smart.
I guess maybe leaning back into the whole big boars, more horse thing is that if any of these people, and when I say people, women, they have a problem with that, they obviously haven't been in the motorcycle industry long enough to understand the way the whole the rally stuff works. And the rally stuff is that way. It's not me. We're not doing that.
No, not at all.
We don't have any say on how that happens.
We can't control it either.
But
How about even take a step back? All the chicks you're talking to, there's some get used to it. Accept the fact there are some of your kind that like to come out and show their bodies off, titties, pussy, whatever the fuck it is. They
Yep.
like to come out and have a good time. It's shit you don't agree with. Sorry, that's your own team. Get the fuck over it. Figure it the fuck out. But that has nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
What do you want us to do? Turn around and go, no, get the fuck out of here. These people live their adult lives. You don't like it? Fuck off. You're hearing stories. Nobody coaches these bitches. You're hearing stories that happen naturally. Fuck off if you don't like it. Go fuck.
Yeah.
We have plenty of douchebags on our side, and we have douchebags that don't deserve the time. And guess what? They get fucking X. They're out.
yeah,
It's no fucking different.
I've
X
been to
your own
rallies.
shit, bitches.
I've said
Oh yeah, that's all the time.
early days, I did vendor spots at rallies thinking like, oh, if I go to this rally, I could get more bike paint jobs and things like that. And I've seen the wildest shit,
You've ever
shit
seen.
from women, married women.
Tenfold.
I
tell you some fucking
I've
stories.
said this so many times on this podcast. I remember one specific
Pacific. Drink one more. You're all right.
specific rot rally. Don't do that, dude. It turns me on, dude. One rot rally where I remember I camped in my vendor spot. I had a fucking AC unit like on a fucking like roll around cart. You know, 'cause we had,
ass.
yeah.
Must have been nice.
I remember sitting there because I had my Sportster, my 1200 at the time, and my homie that was helping me, we would like take turns riding to the Naked Mile that took place at Rot Rally.
Yeah.
And I remember sitting there and watching like a trailer, like a bike with a trailer on it go by, and what looked like a couple of older guys, and one of them had to be their daughter dancing on the pole with what looked like her boyfriend watching her dance on the pole. Like a 40 plus, and I'm 40 now, so it even felt like it was like they're 50 and this guy was 20. And I'm just like, this was normal. And then after that rally, I went to another one and I vendored at, and this is all in like the 2000s, right? And a dude walks up to my vendor spot and with his dick out. Like no clothes on.
Yeah.
Sometimes we got to pee, dude.
Was it between a hot dog bun?
No.
Did he have?
I've seen that joke.
Did he have like the pineapple boxers?
Dude, just me and the homies were sitting at a vendor spot, and like, so this table is a vendor spot, like, and then to the left is a door to come into the whole building, and this dude walks in with no fucking clothes on. We're like, this dude is fucking wild. Oh shit, he's coming over here. He better not come over here. Oh, he's coming over here. Hey man, what do you do here? I'm like, I don't know. What are you doing here? You know what I mean? Like, bro, like, I've never spoke to another man while his dick was hanging out. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a fucking locker room, dude. Like, what's going on?
Do you not like to party?
No. I'm 20 at this point in time. I haven't seen enough dicks to compare myself
No.
with other people yet.
Never
Like, I don't know where I stand in the dick.
So a few years later, you're at a party.
Yeah. But the thing is like, this is the motorcycle culture. It is those nude rallies that takes place. It is the stunt riders that are coming up that are young. It is the guys that want to travel. It's all these different things makes up this like fucking very strange outsider culture that we all are a part of. And yeah, we're all pretty the same, but there are other people on the fringes of this, and I feel like they own some of the narrative. They you know, that guy with his dick out that came into my booth, that dude's got an energy that I don't have, so he fucking definitely deserves to be in this world, you know?
Some level doesn't come back to the original, like, and again, this, some people may shake their fist, but the original, like, the start of the outlaw clubs when they came out of World War II, and they're looking for something that, you know what I mean, that's their own.
Brotherhood.
We're that, and we're our own fucking people, and you can either laugh with us and think it's funny, or don't. But we're not gonna not do it because you don't think it's funny.
Let me tell you this right now.
We're fucking here. So
Bring,
you like us or
hey,
fucking don't.
bring your old lady this shit and let her get mad. See how that goes. Fuck off, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey.
Regardless of who you're dating or what,
They're all gonna be mad at me. I'm gonna take the blame. That's
regardless of who you're dating or what you're doing, like you're fucking 100% with it.
You have an old lady?
No, not really. Well, like legit though, like
He's
you're
trying to get one. He's
fucking
gonna placate to whatever you old ladies want.
Whatever, fuck y'all.
He's got a van, dude.
He's got a van.
Hey,
If
he was
anybody
using
wants to
that
get
in
weird in a
Florida.
van, I got one. No, but for
I
real,
kinda
like,
wanna get weird in a van.
we'll get weird in a van. Like, you're like 100% legit though. Like, it doesn't matter like where you come from or what you do, your background. It's 100% irrelevant. Like, where you ride metric bikes or Harleys or whatever, sport bikes. It doesn't fucking matter.
Unless you're bitches, you don't have to ride nothing.
It's two-wheel culture, and if you're into it, and you love it, and you support it, like everyone's gonna love you for it. It doesn't really matter unless you're like an absolute fucking piece of shit, and then you probably just get beat the fuck up.
So-
but fuck those motherfuckers.
No, what it is this. I mean, it's on the point of what you just said, but it's also the fact that, like, you know, when I came into this culture almost 20 years ago, and you could say the same thing, I had to come in here as a student, not a fucking teacher. I had to come in here and absorb what this world was and find my place in it and find a chance for me to change it to my generation, right? I didn't get to come in here 2 months into it because I have a social media account or whatever and get to change this whole fucking, this massive culture to me. I had to understand it, learn it, and adapt it into like what is now, right? And so that's what we're doing. That's like you, all of us. We're sitting here taking something that we've been a part of for almost 20 fucking years and finally getting a place to kind of mold it into something that represents our generation, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then there's people coming along that have only fucking seen the surface value. You know what I mean? The surface value is this, like the stunning, the traveling, the who's famous or whatever. But have you not going to these other rallies, these nude rallies, seeing this wild shit that takes place in this motorcycle thing? That's part of it. Like,
Very much so.
it's part of it. And even though
Little
maybe
Sturgis,
it's not, yeah,
Kentucky Bike Rally,
yeah. There's all these things that make
I
it
was
up,
horrified.
and so you know.
but that's every generation. That's every sweep of people that want to come in and like like profit off of something that like they might not be involved in. And
It is true.
They're just trying to do something to like seem
Where are
like
we
they're
at,
into
Mike?
it
Time-wise?
and
We're at 337.
and trying to profit off something that other people are insanely passionate about. And it is shitty. It is negative. It's a fuckhole. And if people aren't like showing up to rallies on bikes and showing up to bike nights, fuck
Yeah.
you. And just doing the shit that fucking supports the scene locally, then go fucking kill yourself, honestly.
All right, hey, on that note, let's.
I got a good point to wrap it up.
Okay.
It's one of those things I like about
Too much?
our scene, our industry.
Should we take a shot?
Everything that we've been talking about. I love that we have with the
Never
world
mind.
going kind of where we see it going. I love that we have a spot that I feel like is kind of cancel proof. It's kind of woke proof. You've got those people, but ultimately, if we're the ones stepping this up to the next level, we're taking it. We're carrying the ball for this generation. We also get to be the gatekeepers. There is a merit in keeping the gate. So you know what? If you want to come in and you want to, guess what? We don't want you here. We don't need you here. This is a self-sustaining ecosystem. And yeah, we're not trying to take it back to the 1960s. Nobody's fucking beating their chicks in public. Like we're all good dudes. Mm-hmm. But if somebody wants to say a word or that you don't agree with, or they want to make a joke when they're drunk and whatever, you want to take that and try to cancel that man's livelihood as opposed to going, he was drunk, he made a joke out of like. Fuck that. I feel like our scene, what we have, we're cancel proof. We don't need Harley. We don't need the companies that we need make the same, they enjoy the same things. We're all perfect. We're all trying to be better. We all, you know what I mean? But
on the fucking microphone.
what were you talking about as far as some of the chicks coming in and the big boars, more whores? Cancel us. I dare you. Come try me. Because I don't need you. I don't need your.
I got bills to pay. I got bills to pay.
Anyways, that's my little last 2 cents on it. Is I feel like just another feather in the cap of what we have. This scene is just we're kind of insulated from the outside world. We see all that, we hate it, but we don't have to suffer from it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell them, tell the audio listeners, hey, if you want to check this out, watch the YouTube because we're gonna keep going.
Keep going. We're gonna keep going. This is all probably gonna be moved to
right.
Patreon.
We got all night.
Is it still
baby.
live YouTube?
Yeah, check
So
it.
we're still gonna be live on YouTube, but the audio is gonna get cut. Yeah.
All right. So yeah,
Can they
keep
still
watching.
hear
We'll be
us?
live on YouTube for a
No,
little bit.
really.
Audio's gonna go.
Oh, on
so
Not on Patreon though, or whichever.
Dude, I just want you behind me.
Hey, I want to know your favorite memory with me. You haven't told me yet.
I haven't fired you yet. That'd be my favorite.
Hey,
Audio, though.
I got the busted knuckles tattoo, and I'm the first one to not get fired.
I got-
getting it.
Going.
I got two memories of Gino. It's either memory number one, golden black scooter hitting the curb. Memory number two is you buying the Fat Bob and absolutely fucking destroying that thing.
Beer down there?
I destroyed it.
The first day you rode it.
That bike's gay. I don't like
Oh
it.
well, yeah, when I fucking wadded on it. Yes.
No. You didn't wad. Fairfax, Virginia.
Where are they at?
They're in
Oh,
the
yeah.
refrigerator.
When I just
They're on the fridge.
They're in
they're in the
fridge.
top. Hey, grab me a beer, please.
Where are the Montucky's at?
in the
In
fridge.
the fridge.
There's Coors.
they're-
Two
all in
huge
the bathroom.
cases of beer in the
There's-
fridge.
there's
Do your
four-
job.
Just leave it on, yeah.
So those are your two favorites? When I first got the
Two-
first time I ever rode the Fat Bob, it adapted.
Let's
and it just came
on
through.
this.
My favorite
I'm
memory
gonna
of
swing
Jace
this
is when he
microphone
actually
and
rode
we're gonna
over 10
share
miles.
this one on this end, okay?
Yeah, Jade needs to get on this with us too.
Jake, dude.
Jet
Should we take
ski.
You know, I didn't like it, but somebody in the comments said
shot.
earlier, you look like a Hot Topic employee dressed up as Mario for Halloween. I took exception to that.
Is it because of my mustache?
I don't know. It's a me,
one of
a
the
Gino.
That's one of the best I've heard.
It's a me, Gino. What do you want from me? I'm Italiano. What do you mean?
Oh my god. Yeah.
I'm gonna go slide my Mario Kart around the track. Oh, wee.
Don't text
You are
me.
Italian, right?
Yes.
Can't get text.
I got the damn horn right here in my necklace. Remember?
deer piss
I'll take one of those.
Is there any more piss water?
Get one of those.
I'll take one.
Get one of those.
So is this like
I hope I got a.
1-2 or we just
We're just fucking. We're continuing.
This is adulting.
We got one more.
I'm waiting for Tony's favorite memory of me.
We have Tony.
God
we met.
damn. Everybody needs a validation. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have so many good memories with these motherfuckers. All it is a fucking blur, fucking stupid shit.
I think mine was pretty good with Fool's Gold.
Why do you hate me so much?
No, are you still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's your driver back.
How do we get this question off of validation? I hate that fucking word. Because
I don't know.
more or less, it's just core fucking memories is what I'm trying to get at. So we're gonna go to the man behind the computers, all that shit. What's your core memory of Jace here?
Oh, hell yeah.
Man,
I love this.
Just fucking core memory. When you look at this dude, it makes you smile.
like
What
you're almost saying
happened?
like word association, like peanut butter jelly. Like I say,
I like
you say
jelly.
Jace, the first thing that comes up, like first memory.
As long as it's cream
Yeah.
and peanut butter.
Man, I don't. It would have to probably.
Not chunky, not
It would
crispy.
probably be just if you said the word Jace. That's actually tough because
No, he's not that bad.
What I'm
It could
saying
be a
is,
story. It
I
could
could
be
honestly,
anything.
I could honestly say it would be like my first vision, maybe sitting across the podcast table, a microphone in his face or whatever. But honestly, I've done so many miles with him that it could honestly be a shot of him on his bike, like next to him on his bike. I don't. I guess I'd have to look with as far as like when you say that. I don't think of like the first like, oh, this crazy thing he did.
It doesn't have to be that. It's just what comes to your mind when you think of your boy. Like when somebody mentions
this-
him.
so
there's always.
Well, when you have that
something.
many memories, it is a little bit overwhelming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
It's-
you know, yeah.
Maybe to help him out, like I think it's what he's kind of alluding to, and the same thing I would have to allude to with him as well is like we've got so many fucking memories locally, nationally,
Everywhere.
in this podcast that like
It's like one hard
Man.
dick. It's just a whole hard dick of memories.
And you know what? I may take it in the shorts of this, but it would almost be more like a feeling, and it's like commitment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like-
when a text pops up from Jace, it's I don't know. It's one of those things you take it serious kind of thing, and it's if he needs me, I'm there, and just whatever it is. But it's a commitment thing, just like anything that means when your friendships. There's people that text me that kind of they get filed away, and then there's ones that are kind of top. Well, if you have an iPhone, if you have any of your pinned messages when you look at your text messages,
No.
he's in 4 or 5 of my couple group messages. One,
Yeah, you go to
one is
my little top circle.
yeah, and it's one of those
Yeah,
things
these
where
three
he'll
are
never
all
drop
mine.
down to the point where I don't see a message. Like if it's so that it's a commitment thing.
You're
Is what I
trying,
would say.
you're trying to explain the first time you felt that you cared about your family.
Well, not family,
No,
but it's
I mean,
just,
honestly,
but
man.
honestly, like it really fucking is. Like, and it, like I know for me, like when I'm like really really close with a friend, like that's my fucking family.
I think
100%.
You need a microphone.
maybe to help Jaden out a little bit. This whole world that we're all involved in, it's weird because we've all seen it like be created. Yeah, and you could say the same thing. We saw this camp out culture. We saw this performance culture. We saw this thing like become reality. And sometimes we sit here in these podcasts or sit in conversations in all these other parts of the country, and you talk to people, and it's like, man, like when we started hanging out, we were talking about like, oh man, like when are you gonna put T-bars on your bike, and what are those ape hangers? What is this? You know what I mean? Next thing you know, it's like this nationwide fucking thing. You got stunt riding. You got all the different stunt riders that's come around to it. All the different like big name influencers. It's a weird place to be where, I would say this. Take my place as a painter, as a podcaster out of this thing. The life that I've lived with my friends like Jaden and friends and Big Will Cody and Jive Honky and the East Texas homies, like I don't know that exists for most normal bikers. The places we've been, the things we've experienced together, the hospitality we've been received across the country, the way we get to ride bikes across the country, like I don't know that that's available for the general public. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, you're going to have different varieties of people that are involved more and more into motorcycling. So you're going to have your iron butt guys. You're going to have your guys that get on the Harley on the best of weather weekends to say that they rode their bike to the bike night or whatever it is. You're going to have a totally different variety. But yes, it's a very special community of riders and experiences that all of us have. I mean, there's a lot out there. There's a lot to experience, but there is a very specialness of what we have. And there's a couple other groups. I mean, the Iron Butt guys have a very tight group of really
the
riders.
Hoga Hayes
and that is, the Hoga Hay guys. I mean, that is a whole different ball game.
Just the FXR community in general.
FXR community is one of those really
Nerds.
really well. No, I mean they're all. It's a bunch of bitches riding girls' bikes. So it's not a big deal.
Joe Kidd, I love you. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out
Yeah,
there.
but he's a bagger guy now, so you know.
I mean, he may have bought a bagger,
Yeah,
but
absolutely
the
true.
first time I met Joe Kidd,
he got a
was
bagger tattoo. It says Bagger Daddy.
Houston. I think it was Houston. I don't
Houston,
know.
Houston.
He's just a real ass cat, man. Joe
No.
Kidd. And
We've
Joe,
all had a
when
good
I
time
think
with
of the
Joe.
FXR community, I think of Joe Kidd. I think he's just a real ass dude that's got mad love for two wheels. And yeah, shout out to that dude, man. Much love.
Yeah, what I say by that is just the inclusivity that we've talked about it time and time again. Where the on the FXR community, it's one of those things where there's not a better or just buy the style of bike. Like I challenge you to find another model of bike, not even model, just a style of whatever a certain time frame of bike, where they say just fucking buy one. And if you're a halfway decent dude, if you're not a piece of shit, because we'll be able to tell, come hang out. Like everything is open to you. Knowledge, repair, parts that you would never be able to get if you're just genuine. You don't have to be famous. You don't have to be cool.
No.
Just be genuine. And that's the FXR. To me, that's a microcosm of the whole Harley and motorcycling community in general. But the FXR is just a perfect example. If you could get that with everything, where some dude on a street glide had the same respect for a dude on a dyno, you know what I mean? We'd all be fucking. But you talk about rising tide, and everybody doing better.
Yeah, but why are we
But
even
they're-
fixating on FXRs? Like,
Well, I'm
it's
just
a
well, we're talking
shit
about
fucking bike,
Ah.
dude. The fucking bike doesn't even work from front to back. Like it's just a bad design, man.
And I had on my notes here to talk about your turd brown one from this year.
Honestly, like that's like any niche community. Like if you're in a niche community period and like you feel like disingenuous, just like know that like just everyone that's like into what you're into is like fucking into it. Period. Like
LS is suck and K series are the best.
It doesn't matter if you're into motorcycles, you're into cars, you're into I don't know, like fucking flying kites in a fucking park. Like the people that are like into this shit,
Kite flyers,
the
dude.
people that are into what you're into, like they're fucking into it. Like, and if you're just like a rad fucking person, like those people are gonna gravitate toward you.
not hanging out with a kite
regardless. It
flyer.
doesn't really matter like what you do or where you're at or like what you're into. Like if you're like just fucking cool, like people will just like be into it.
Oh, you mean like in life, you get out of it what the fuck you put into it?
100%.
If you're a miserable fucking
Yeah.
cunt, you get out of it what you put into it.
Case in
Tell
point,
us how it goes.
don't be
Yeah.
a miserable fucking
That was
cunt.
a walking
Yeah.
away point.
But
it's, you know what I'm saying?
Don't be Jace.
All them people in them small bladders.
I'm kidding.
I
I'm
remember
kidding.
the
I love
first
Jace. He's a good
time-
dude.
The first time I ever heard
funny.
about Jace was through Cruzy.
Okay.
And this was, I think this was back
He's like,
2017,
I made a mistake
18.
by
You
doing
wanted to
that
come out and do a
podcast.
podcast.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, who the fuck's like Fast Life Ride? I'm like, who the fuck you talking about? I looked you up and I was like, oh, like this dude's actually pretty badass. Like he's done some dope ass shit.
Not
And
what
I-
you thought, but okay.
I followed you since
shorter than what I thought.
first started. Like since I first heard of you, I followed you since then. And then the fact that I had the chance to meet you at this recent camp out and stuff, and now that we're here, it's like life's crazy how it works, and I'm super thankful. That
Well,
I've got
I
the chance to
appreciate
meet
that.
you and
Honestly,
be
man,
part of this and stuff.
when me and Jaden have been doing these like recaps of podcasts and like the behind the scenes, and we haven't got to 2020. I think one is when I did the first podcast with him,
Yeah, I think that's
or 2020.
So
No, I
it
think it
was-
was 2020 actually, and
it was during COVID. Yeah,
2020 is when I think we did the first podcast together, and to this day, like Cruzy's first and 1 and 2 are the biggest podcasts we've ever done, straight up. Sorry. And I got him credit, man. Like in this world that we're living in, people love him, and it makes sense, and I love it.
And since day one, dude, he
I love
saw
it.
the potential in me, and he took me under his wing, and he built my Sportster to a stunt piece to a T, and then he introduced me to the right people, which led me into eating this guy.
Yeah.
And
So
he saw the potential in me. He wanted what was best for me, and I'm super thankful for that, dude. And if it wasn't for him to see the potential to build me a Sportster in the beginning of my career, coming up young, and
Yeah.
just he saw like I had the dedication for this. This is what I wanted.
So what you're talking about right now is exactly what me and Tony are talking about. It's talking about support the culture, the people that are trying to create culture for you to enjoy.
Exactly.
And because Cruzy's out there doing what he loves, creating events and shit for you to come and enjoy and be a part of and be exposed to these other opportunities. It's like, look, I think that guys like Cruzy and all those guys out there, they're making a mark on this industry the same way that you're making a mark on this industry, the same way that I'm trying to, and you're coming up doing the same thing. This dude's still driving vans. It's pretty cool, but it's not applicable to this world.
Jace is a dick.
He's our best chase truck we've ever had.
The fastest van I've ever seen in my
Yeah,
life.
Yeah, it's
he
pretty
kept up
nice.
with us every
But-
bit of the way.
At the same time, when I talk about how I'm going to be stoked in 10 years to sit here with Tony and laugh about our problems and the hard times that we've had, like growing and building this shit. The thing is, like, he's a leader.
He's
You know
a
what I
huge
mean?
mentor.
He's a
to
leader.
me. He teaches.
He
me
figures
a
shit
lot.
out. He didn't, maybe he didn't like, I'm gonna stroke your dick for a little bit. So if you want to put it on the table, let me know.
Small stroke.
It's not. It
Are you
won't.
done?
It won't crest the table.
I
I don't think I can get past the zipper.
the people that become
pull it in
leaders, they don't. Let me say this the best. This is probably very important for people to understand. Leaders don't try to be leaders. It's not something like you don't make decisions because you want to lead somebody, because you want to inspire people. You make decisions because you want to do it because it's going to benefit you and hopefully the people around you. And then that subsequently, is that the right amount of syllables?
I don't know
Thank
what
you.
a syllable is.
Something.
It inspires people to want to follow suit, right? And I think that like culture in itself has like demonized being a follower to where it's like that's less than, but it's not.
No, 100% not. It's a supporter
not.
of your whole community.
Yep.
You know,
Definitely
because
no matter what.
I followed for the majority of my life. I followed so many other men, and those men are people that whether I knew it was coming.
I saw it.
I knew it.
Right,
I knew
I
it.
seen the coming.
You know, there's a saying, a very old saying that too many chiefs, not enough Indians.
Yep.
Right? It's a very, very valid thing that people need to understand.
100%.
And so many people have the ego of chiefs, but not the experience of Indians. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
100%.
And a lot of people want to lead before they understand what it means to be a leader. To be a leader is like, they think it's about like the exposure of being like the guy, the man, the brand. But it's not. It's the guy who's doing the shit when you won't. When you didn't think of it. When you didn't take the chance. When your old lady won't let you. You know what I mean? Like, I can't tell you how much of my life has been, you know, relationships even before my wife now have failed because of who I am and what I tried to accomplish. And it never fails that the people around you always fucking like tell you you're stupid for what you're doing, or you're a piece of shit, or you're not a good husband, or not a good dad, or you're not a good fucking anything. And then you start to fucking things start to work out.
Oh, they
You
always
start
try to. They always try
thriving
to.
It
and
starts to work out,
just
right?
boom,
And you're
boom,
like,
boom, boom, going
oh
up.
shit, we could be a power couple.
They always try to cut.
We
cut
could
your
do this.
dream
Like,
until it
no,
happens.
fuck you. You know what I mean? Fuck you. Fuck all the friends. Fuck all the people in the life that don't understand like the sacrifice that's being made by the people. Like, honestly, in this room right now, like, I can't say that I could go do something else to make more money. I don't think I can. I think I'm pigeonholed. I'm too deep into what I do for a living to where I could never make. I could probably get hired on at AutoZone pretty quick. But I don't think. Yeah. Hey, is that a 4-cylinder or a 6-cylinder for your windshield wipers? Yeah.
That's not even.
But the problem is like I'm not that. Like, I'm good at something that's very unique and special, and that makes me more combative, more fucking like more protective of this, to where I want the people that are coming in, these brands, these builders, these stunners, anybody that does something cool, I want them to just respect it. Respect, right?
Yep.
In the skateboard culture, it was about respect. It was about fucking
Surfing
like,
cultures. Respect.
every fringe niche culture there is, it's about respect. So this is no different. You know what I mean? I'm fine with being the guy that inspires the guy that changes the world. I'm fine with not being the one that does it. Maybe I inspired you to do it. Or maybe you or whoever in this room. I'm good with that. I'm fine with that. Because also, if I'm a good mentor, then you're going to respect the fact that I helped you get there. And that's why I always, in my biggest triumphs in my career, I always sit back and try to figure out the people that helped me get there. The FXR Mikes, the T-Bar Jesuses, this fucking motherfucker over here. You know what I mean?
But
I'm a nice lady.
The motherfucker over
A
there,
nice
dude.
lady.
But that's how you know when you're like a genuine individual in the industry. When you're like really pushing to like have a strong culture
Yep.
and really pushing to have the industry grow. When you try to get into something and you're just trying to profit and pull out, like, it just doesn't work. It's just shitty. And
It never will work.
I've
It
never
was like right as I transferred over into this Harley stunt scene.
see it, America?
But right as I
I don't care
transferred
about
over,
that. I
I
just wear them
had
'cause they
so many
fit.
people from the motocross industry talking shit on me, saying that I'm going to become a washed up Harley kid, or I'm just going to ride a Harley for the rest of my life, and I'm going to become nothing. And then I had the opportunity right as I bought my 2007 Dyna, my first time ever in Vegas at the Bell Brawl. I bought that thing. It was salvage title. Bought that motherfucker. But I had Cruzy sit me down, Holden, and Jesse trolling, and I was fresh 18 years old, and they're like, these are the things that we're going to tell you right now. You never forget. They're like, this industry is going to bring you a lot of sponsors and a lot of publicity, but do not let the ego get to your head. He's like, always stay true and stay humble and stay thankful for yourself. Do what you want to do. Do not listen to others and don't like follow. Like, just stay humble, stay thankful, follow your path and do what you desire to do and chase what your heart desires. And I stayed true to that, and I listened to what Cruzy and Holden and Jeff told me, and if it wasn't for that and just riding and having fun and doing what I was doing and saying no to certain things and doing what I was doing, it wouldn't have led me into this guy and be able to be riding full-time with Busted Knuckles and to be traveling and doing what I love to do now. So
And honestly, that wouldn't have came into effect without that guy, because
and Jake.
this guy is this guy's friend. Even though me and Gino have met, I'm very protective over my business.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I had zero interest in hiring anybody. I was going to do a solo thing for a little while, and then I was going to fade off. I was going to retire. That was it.
It was just
then
me and
when
Tony, man.
COVID hit, when the new plan was in effect, so effed up the whole new plan. The new plan didn't even start. Didn't even have a chance to have an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So the new plan was out. COVID hit. I got hurt.
Yeah.
And then I was like,
Yeah,
I blew out my knee in COVID, and for like one of the only couple of shows we
I
had.
remember when we went to fucking Florida. Like, you had.
I was blown up.
Yeah, you were.
I was blown up on the way to Florida.
He was messed up.
So I told Jake, I was like, hey, or maybe Jake even said it. Jake was like, hey, I know it is what it is. Maybe you should consider taking this guy in. And I knew who Gino was, but I didn't know Gino. And I was 1,000% against it. But no, it's
No, it's true.
I'm
No,
shaking.
this was before like knowing a Gino. This was just in general.
This
So
talk
this was,
like,
of
fresh.
this talk of me
Jake was scared to
trying
even tell me.
So, okay, we were a team, right?
Yeah.
Eric Rocks retired.
Yeah.
At that point, Tony and I,
And I, you know
okay,
what?
Tony and I had a talk,
Tower, you gotta push that.
and it was our talk.